new
It was a list of all the amendments that will be offered today, a Democratic list of amendments and a Republican list of amendments.
Bobby went to see if they're on.
Just the instruction sheet.
Hello, everybody.
Just the instruction sheets.
Let me try to send a fax again.
Well, I have to hang up with you and get you on my
Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure will come to order. Pursuant to Committee Rule 5F, House Rule 11, 2H4, the chair may postpone further proceedings today on any question of approving any measure or adopting any amendment. A recorded vote in the yeas and nays are ordered. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. Today, the committee will consider H.R. 2, the Investing in a New Vision for the Environment and Surface Transportation in America Act. Invest. Who is? Oh, everybody please mute. I don't know who was talking. The Invest in America Act. Before considering H.R. 2, I first need to make a few comments about how we will proceed today. Some of these issues we covered in our previous two remote hearings, but I want to briefly remind members of them for the markup as well, plus there are new changes that have been mandated to the rules. Today's markup is being held in the committee's hearing room as well as remotely via Cisco WebEx. For members and staff in the hearing room, I have been required to do an announcement based on guidance from the Office of the Attending Physician. Members, staff, and all others physically present in this room are informed that in accordance with recent guidance from the Office of the Attending Physician, masks must be worn at all times during today's proceedings, except when a member is speaking at a microphone. The chair views this as a safety issue, therefore an important matter of order and decorum. There are members and staff in the room, and he will assert his responsibility as necessary to preserve order and decorum with respect to the wearing of masks. Chair's authority to enforce preservation. Excuse me. Excuse me. The chair's authority to enforce the preservation of order and decorum during the committee proceedings derives from the Speaker's enforcement authority under Clause 2, Rule 1. Pursuant to Clause 1, Rule 11, rules of the House of its committees and subcommittees as far as possible. Committee chairs have long been responsible for the enforcement of general decorum in their respective committees. Chair would greatly prefer all present simply uphold the decorum of the committee by complying with reasonable safety standards recommended by the attending physician and respectful of the occupants of this room. However, failing that, enforcement can include the denial of recognition toward members or refuse to uphold the standards of decorum. For members participating remotely, I want to remind you of key regulations from the House Committee on Rules to ensure this markup goes smoothly. Pursuant to HRes 965, associated regulations, member must be visible on screen for purposes of identification when joining the proceeding. Members must also continue to use the video function of today's software platform, Cisco WebEx, for the remainder of the time. For the remainder of the time they are attending this markup, unless experiencing connectivity issues or other technical problems. If a member is experiencing any connectivity issues or other technical problems, please inform committee staff as soon as possible so you can receive assistance. The chat function is available for members on the Cisco WebEx platform for this purpose at the bottom of the screen. Members can also call the committee's main phone line at 202-225-4472 for technical assistance by phone. Chair may declare a recess subject to call of chair at any time if it becomes necessary in order to address technical difficulties. Members must be visible on screen in order to vote and in order to be counted for purposes of establishing a quorum. Please clearly say your name when called upon by the committee clerk during a roll call, vote, or quorum call that pops you up on the WebEx screen. It makes it quicker for the clerk rather than searching, and it will facilitate the hearing. Members may not participate remotely in any other proceeding that may be occurring simultaneously. We do have a number of members on the Judiciary Committee who unexpectedly, when we scheduled this hearing, is also meeting today. So we will be attempting to schedule votes around their responsibilities on that committee. It is the responsibility of each member seeking recognition to do so verbally, hence unmute their microphone prior to speaking. To avoid any inadvertent background noise, I request every member keep their microphone muted when not seeking recognition to speak. Should I hear any inadvertent background noise, I'll request that member to please mute their microphone. All materials related to this markup, such as the bill we are considering and filed amendments, have been made available electronically. Finally, despite this markup being conducted in part remotely, I want to emphasize that all standard rules of decorum apply. As the chair of today's markup, I will make a good faith effort to provide every member experiencing connectivity issues an opportunity to participate fully in the proceeding. The markup is also being live streamed for the public view. Let me say that the chair intends to provide every member the chance to participate fully, be recognized in seeking recognition. I will afford reasonable latitude to remote members who are seeking recognition to offer amendments, raise points of order, make parliamentary inquiries, or undertake other procedures where timeliness is a factor. I know there are some difficult issues we'll be debating on this bill. I assure members that the procedural rights of all members will be protected. I hope all of us will be patient and exhibit our usual level of comedy if we must work through any technical issues together. Before I move on to the substance, I'd just like to say Paul Mitchell informed me that Andy Barr's wife died tragically and very suddenly last night, and Paul Sensenbrenner also lost his wife. So I would like the committee to observe a moment of silence in recognition of their losses. Thanks. Without objection, the Subcommittee on Highways, Transit, and the Subcommittee on Railroads, Pipelines, Hazardous Materials is discharged from further consideration of H.R. 2, and I call up the bill for consideration. Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I have an amendment in nature of substitute. The amendment in nature of substitute has been distributed electronically to members in accordance with the rules. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. DeFazio.
Without objection, the amendment in nature of substitute shall be considered as read, shall be considered base text for purposes of the amendment. I'll now proceed to make my opening statement. Today, the committee will consider H.R. 2, the Investing in a New Vision for the Environment, Surface Transportation in America, Invest in America Act. I think there's substantial agreement among all parties, both sides of the aisle, and many citizens of this country and experts that America's infrastructure is in a state of disrepair. We are in many cases living off the legacy of the Dwight David Eisenhower era, and we have not begun to meaningfully deal with that for quite a number of years. We've basically been treading water and not getting back to a state of good repair or building toward the future. We held more than 20 committee hearings, got testimony from dozens of witnesses, members of Congress, engaged with hundreds of advocates and transportation agencies. So I'm proud to bring forward a transformational bill. This bill will invest nearly $500 billion in roads, bridges, highways, transit, and rail to move our country into the 21st century with a smarter, safer, more resilient infrastructure that meets our evolving economy and society. I think there's also substantial agreement on resilience on both sides of the aisle, that is severe weather events. Those of us on my side of the aisle believe they're due to climate change. Others just think the weather's changing, are becoming more and more frequent. So as we rebuild, and we must rebuild, we need to rebuild in a way that will meet the flooding, it'll meet sea level rise and other severe weather event challenges that we're experiencing. We also want to use new, more durable materials, and there are incentives in the bill for the use of new, more durable materials, and also for new materials that have been developed and are being developed that do not produce as much pollution or carbon in their production. The Senate bill by John Barrasso had two titles on fossil fuel reduction, one on electrification and one on fossil fuels to diminish the use of non-sustainable fossil fuels. We have dramatically expanded upon the provisions which he put into his bipartisan bill in the Senate. We have programs to incentivize the states to engage in carbon pollution reduction activities. We're making very substantial new investments in transit. Transit is a point where it needs $100 or more billion just to be brought up to a state of good repair across the country, let alone build out new transit options for people. We also are going to re-emphasize, which was previously emphasized but de-emphasized in recent legislation, alternate mode transportation, cycling, pedestrian, others, new innovative technologies, and make it safer. We have an alarming rise in cycling, pedestrian deaths around the country, and this bill has very significant new initiatives in safety, also for safety at rail crossings. We're going to try and target problem areas around the country on our highways. We're still losing 35,000 people a year on our highway system. We're going to invest in high-risk rural roads, and we're also going to emphasize transit worker safety. We're going to prioritize solutions for one of the new and growing causes of highway crashes and deaths, which is distracted driving. Improve school bus safety, and take further steps. Drunk driving is still a huge problem in this country. The bill has, I have a mixed district, urban-rural, sensitive to the needs of rural America, which have not been met fully in many transportation bills. There will be new emphasis on not only urban, but also rural and low-income communities to provide greater access to jobs, remove transportation barriers. The bill will also recognizes that pollution and congestion falls disproportionately on minority communities, and the bill takes steps to rectify that problem. The bill also will provide better access to affordable housing through targeted investments in transportation to access those areas. At this point, I'm going to, we have, at this point, I can't even count how many amendments, over somewhere around 300, which is going to take quite some time to get through. They were wheeling them into my chairman's office on a hand truck as I left. So staff is going to be running in and out with amendments as we go through the bill. So I am going to conduct the, I'm going to recognize Grace. Okay, but all right. Okay. Wait a minute. Hold on. Excuse me. Sam. Okay, after Sam does his opening statement, I'm going to move upstairs to facilitate the movement of staff and paperwork and being able to work through the bill. So Sam, you're recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Every single one of us knows that our roads, bridges, and public transportation systems, they need to be fixed, improved, and modernized. And I really wish we were here to meet those goals. The way this committee has proven that it can successfully reauthorize these critical programs over and over and over and over again is through partnership and not partisanship. Going back through the FAST Act, MAP 21, Safety Lou, T21, and the 1991 law, ICE-T, all of those laws came about through bipartisanship. And throughout this entire process, committee Republicans are ready to bring our priorities to the table, discuss them in the context of the majority's priorities, and look for common ground. And surely there was common ground to be found, including ground on resiliency and climate issues. In fact, we discussed that. Believe it or not, Republicans don't automatically oppose addressing these issues, but many of us do oppose the way this particular bill goes about it, through overreaching and heavy-handed mandates. There's a difference between addressing an issue and transforming every single core infrastructure program into a climate change program. As a result, we're not marking up a bipartisan highway bill today. We're marking up the majority's My Way or the Highway bill. And maybe that was inevitable, given the partisan agenda the Speaker's been pursuing throughout this Congress. And thanks to the Speaker's agenda, we're now considering a $500 billion bill that no one knows how to pay for. If we did use, or if we are going to use, the existing revenue stream or the gas tax, and it's going to have to double at a time when so many Americans are struggling to make ends meet during this pandemic. And thanks to the Speaker's partisan agenda, this bill also focuses heavily on meeting the goals of the Green New Deal rather than carrying out the core functions of our infrastructure. It includes new grant programs and mandates that are hammered onto our existing programs and siphon off funding from core programs, including those for fixing our roads and fixing our bridges. When you add it up, 2 out of every $5 spent on this bill, or $200 billion total, is going to be tied up trying to meet the goals of the Green New Deal. The Speaker's partisan agenda means that this bill is going to force many communities, including rural, small, and suburban communities looking to grow, to choose transit and rail service over building roads that they actually need. And this isn't an exaggeration. Their bill literally places restrictions on building new roads. In many ways, this bill puts the needs of urban centers over the needs of rural America, with the largest funding percentage increases by far going to rail and transit. This bill's top-down approach means less flexibility for our states and our non-federal partners to address their priorities. This bill ignores the outcry from labor and business leaders who strongly support streamlining the project review process and putting in reasonable limits and timetables without harming environmental protections. And this is something that has the support of both parties, but apparently it isn't endorsed by the Speaker's radical environmental allies. Ultimately, this bill is a costly, seismic shift in our transportation programs at an incredibly uncertain time when no one knows whether COVID-19 is going to alter the way that we get around. I believe this bill is the wrong bill at the wrong time, and my Republican colleagues and I We remain ready to work on a serious effort to develop a serious bipartisan bill, the same way that we're working on WRDA right now. But like I said, this My Way or the Highway bill is not a serious bipartisan effort. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would ask unanimous consent that Don Young's statement be added to the record. He's stuck in Alaska.
Without objection, so ordered.
With that, I yield back my balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. At this point, I'm going to. Oh, Steve's here. Okay. Steve will assume the chair while I go upstairs. Okay. Subcommittee Chair Norton, who is here, I guess, virtually, is now recognized for her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope you can hear me. I am home. I will make a brief statement. This is one of the few bills that will go to the floor this year. That makes it clear the importance of this mission. It's one of the few missions where essential workers are continuing to work and where work can be done in distancing to fix our highways and transit. This bill is a break from prior transportation and infrastructure bills. It's really the first 21st century bill. This is the first bill to talk about climate change or electric cars, for example. They were not even mentioned in our bill just 4 years ago. For me, there are urgencies in this bill. Transit, which has become more important because of climate change, safety, where we have huge problems across the United States, many priorities in this bill, resilience, and one that I must mention, racial profiling. Almost every mission, given what is happening in our country today in the wake of the killing of George Floyd, has to ask itself, are we also relevant? It turns out we are very relevant with our DBE program, our grant program that encourages states to enact and enforce laws to prohibit the use of racial profiling in highway law enforcement. The reason that this is an important matter to mention as we begin this process is not only what our country is going through at this time, but because so little progress has been made. The great majority of Black, Hispanic, and non-minority
Ms.
women.
Norton, could you please put on
Yes.
your camera? Thank you. The gentlelady may proceed. Once your camera's on, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, that's okay.
I was going to end by saying that when we looked at the statistics, even in my own district or the districts surrounding the National Capital Area, we found that the great majority of Black, Hispanic, and non-minority women seldom or ever participated in the DBE program or met its goals. In the wake of the events surrounding us today, we had an obligation to see that all of our bills, whatever they are responsive to those events. And it turns out that this bill, our transportation infrastructure bill, one of the few to go to the floor, is one of those bills with this relevant provision that can be responsive to the events of the moment. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, for 5 minutes.
At least when I speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for bringing us here together today for this markup. I haven't been in this committee hearing room for so long that I forgot we had to push the talk button before our microphones worked. But it's good to be back here. It's good to have some sense of normalcy since we left this facility on March 13th earlier this year. At the beginning of this Congress, when Ranking Member Graves asked me to serve as the Ranking Member of Highways and Transit, I didn't hesitate to accept because I knew this day would come. Now, I had hoped that it would be under different circumstances, but at this point, that can't be changed. What we can change, though, is the trajectory of this process. There are several good amendments on both sides of the aisle that we'll consider today, many of which I had hoped to show my bipartisan support for through co-sponsorship, only to find out that that ability had been taken away from us. Nonetheless, I'll speak in support of those amendments as they're considered and urge my colleagues to vote for them because they reflect good policy that should be above partisan process. One such amendment that I plan to offer relates to a project delivery and streamlining the permitting process, an item Ranking Member Graves and I outlined as a priority going into this process at the beginning of the year when we had hoped to have earnest negotiations on a surface transportation bill. This isn't a partisan idea. In some of our first hearings over in the CVC last year, we heard from numerous Democrat witnesses who shared the need to make changes to the current system. Those witnesses included our former colleague and my good friend Tim Walz, governor of Minnesota, and also a friend, Mayor Eric Garcetti of Los Angeles. If you want to see what they had to say on this issue, all you have to do, go to YouTube, search the cost of doing nothing, why investing in our nation's infrastructure cannot wait, and go to the 2-hour, 36-minute mark. It's actually quite jarring, the disconnect of where we were last year and where we are today. As we consider the amendments, such as mine, I hope that we can forget for just a moment how this process has played out and instead think how it could be. And let's be honest, this desire to see something better than what we've seen so far isn't confined to this room or any particular political party. It's held by many in industry who disagree with how this process has played out. Make no mistake, a partisan bill will slow down completion of surface reauthorization. The most disappointing part about this isn't that any individual member's priorities may have been left out, but that this process will lead to failure. It will fail our state departments of transportation who are struggling with lost revenues due to government-mandated stay-at-home orders. It will fail our friends in the building trades unions who depend upon long-term reliable funding streams to fund projects that keep their members employed. Most importantly, it will fail the constituents we serve who sent us to DC because their roads need fixed and their bridges need repaired. So as we consider this bill and its many amendments, let's strive for something better, not for us, but for those who sent us to Congress to legislate. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois and the chair of the Rail Subcommittee, Mr. Lipinski, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to have joined with Chairman DeFazio and Chairwoman Norton in introducing this robust, transformative surface transportation bill. For almost 16 years, I've been helping lead the charge, oftentimes alongside Chairman DeFazio, for more investment in our transportation infrastructure. This bill does that, with almost $500 billion in investments over 5 years in our road, transit, and rail infrastructure. As chairman of the Subcommittee on Rails, Pipelines, and Hazardous Materials, I'm proud to have led the way on the rail division of this bill, which includes investments of almost $60 billion over 5 years, a 400% increase over the FAST Act. It's important that we're investing in our commuter railroads as well as our intercity passenger rail. This is the first time within a surface transportation reauthorization bill that we have a commuter rail policy section. In addition to a significant increase in existing formula funding for all transit, commuter railroads are made eligible for the $7 billion Consolidated Rail Infrastructure and Safety Improvements known as CRISI. These changes will help commuter railroads provide better service and keep cars off the road. In another first, we're establishing a grade separation grant program funded at $2.5 billion over 5 years to decrease the amount of time Americans get stuck at train crossings. This will help address longstanding grade crossing needs in urban areas like Chicago, and increasingly in rural areas across the nation, with longer trains blocking more crossings for longer periods of time. We are making record investments in Amtrak at almost $30 billion over 5 years, while at the same time addressing some of the short-sighted labor and service cuts that Amtrak has made in the past few years. Finally, I'm pleased that this bill requires Amtrak to work with Metro Commuter Rail to come up with a 5-year capital improvement plan to make Chicago Union Station safer and more efficient for the hundreds of thousands of people that use it every day. I also want to briefly highlight some important provisions in the Highways and Transit divisions. These provisions include a 57% increase in formula funding for public transit agencies, a $28 billion investment in bridges that need to be repaired or replaced, and a greater focus on making our roads safer for bicyclists and pedestrians. In addition, a $9 billion competitive grant program focused on advancing projects of national and regional significance is included. This money can help bring the Create Rail Modernization Program in northeastern Illinois, the rail hub of our nation, closer to completion, significantly improving freight movement across our nation. The bill we are considering today is reflective of the importance Congress and this committee can have in improving the everyday lives of Americans and shows the difference that we can make. Our nation is now in recession. Americans need jobs. We will put hundreds of thousands of Americans to work in good paying jobs building this infrastructure, and every increase in efficiency that we make in our transportation system will make American businesses and workers more efficient. We will also cut down on delays on our roads and rails, saving every American time and money. We will increase safety, and we will improve our environment. I look forward to working with Chairman DeFazio and other members of the committee from both sides of the aisle to make this the best bill possible and ultimately get a surface transportation reauthorization signed into law. I know there's a number of Republican amendments today that I will be supporting. I'm more optimistic about working together and getting something done after reports this week that the Trump administration is preparing a $1 trillion infrastructure plan. I hope that this is the case. We need to get this done. We need to get it done soon for the American people. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're in the midst of perhaps the greatest public health and economic crisis we've had in this country in more than a century. A well-crafted infrastructure bill could put millions of Americans back to work and reinvigorate the American economy. Despite this, we're here today to mark up a bill that marks a radical departure from MAP 21 and the FAST Act, both in terms of content and process. But before I criticize it, I'd be remiss if I didn't highlight some good elements of the bill. Codifying Secretary Chow's order establishing the Non-Traditional and Emerging Transportation Technology Council and the provision encouraging the development of hyperloops offer a glimpse of what could have been if the majority decided to embrace innovation and public-private sector collaboration. However, we're considering a bill that, instead of responding to the economic damage of coronavirus, it embraces environmental radicalism and weaves Green New Deal mandates throughout its core programs. In fact, approximately 40% of this bill's allocations will be spent on Green New Deal programs. Instead of encouraging innovation and flexibility, this bill creates a top-down model where the federal government dictates the rules and regulations to state and local authorities, quashing the promise of private-public partnerships. Furthermore, this bill is unaffordable. As committee ranking member mentioned, if it's paid for through the Highway Trust Fund, the gas tax would need to be doubled. Most money raised through a tax on all Americans would go to urban areas, further exacerbating the problems felt in rural communities around the country. This bill marks a striking departure in terms of rank partisanship. When we were in the majority, we consulted our friends across the aisle for MAP 21 and the FAST Act. We delivered bills that addressed the needs of the day. Now, in the midst of a crisis and with Republicans in the minority, we were not consulted at all on H.R. 2. At a time when our country needs unity, we have partisanship. I'm still open to doing this the right way, and I invite all my friends across the aisle to open negotiations and get a serious bill. The Surface Transportation Advanced Through Reform, Technology, and Efficient Review, or STARTER Act, is an excellent starting point, and I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor. It builds on successes and lessons learned from the FAST Act and provides a far better starting point for a conference with the Senate bill. I'll be voting against H.R. 2, and I support the Republicans' approach to a bipartisan alternative. And I encourage my colleagues to abandon this exercise in partisan futility and follow suit. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The majority chose to refuse to work with Republicans on this committee in drafting this bill, and it's certainly apparent. The proposal would bring about radical sweeping changes to our surface transportation system intended to fundamentally change the way Americans travel and align these behaviors with the beliefs of the most radical leftists. Such a radical partisan effort will never see the light of day in the Senate, so this markup is nothing more than political theater to appease the most radical on the left. Rather than providing for the nation's vast infrastructure needs, this bill seeks to divert money from core transportation programs simply to appease the radical environmental movement. It also sets up the nation's surface transportation programs to ensure the vast majority of money ends up going to large cities at the expense of the mid to small-sized communities dotted across the vast country. The bill prioritizes transit and high-speed rail projects at the expense of highways and bridges, providing vast amounts of gas tax funds to highly inefficient transportation modes that serve a small percentage of Americans. Combined, these provisions create an extremely regressive surface transportation scheme that fails to address the deteriorating state of American infrastructure, worsens the national fiscal crisis, threatens the nation's supply chain, and seeks to restrict American freedom of movement. I sincerely hope that once this political theater is complete, the chairman will get serious about his responsibility and duty to the American people and will undertake a serious effort to reauthorize our surface transportation system, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Woodall, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could I ask a parliamentary inquiry or a procedural inquiry? I sit on the Rules Committee when I'm not on the Transportation Committee, and we drafted the rules for this first ever markup done remotely. It was done in a not particularly partisan way either. But I'm thinking about how to engage in colloquies with some of my friends. I see my chairman, Mr. Larson, there in full color on the screen. But so many of my colleagues, I cannot tell if they are available to me or not. What are the rules for our
under the rules, let me try to answer the gentleman's inquiry. Under the rules, and this is for all those joining us virtually as well as in person, the member needs to put their camera on so to be visible and present. So I would remind all my colleagues who are joining us virtually, your camera is supposed to be on under the rules. This is, we're conducting ourselves as we would if members were present physically. So we need to have everyone's cameras on. Even when you are not addressing the hearing, even when you are not recognized or called upon, your camera should be on.
How do we do this?
And I appreciate the gentleman's inquiry.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't mean to put you on the spot for that. Again, I sit on the Rules Committee. This is my responsibility here, and I can give out Jim McGovern's email address if anybody wants to consult about that, because I do think we're going to go through some growing pains here, but I think...
The gentleman's point is well taken, and we're going to try to straighten that out. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
I thank the chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm sitting on the Democratic side of the aisle here. In fact, this is the seat that I sat in my very first year on this committee. And I got to tell you, I'm retiring at the end of this year, but I used to go back home for town hall meetings after being in this committee, and this is where I'd tell the stories that would lift people up about folks working together. I said, yes, I sit on the Rules Committee, and that's 9 to 4, and that's partisan, and that's just the speaker's agenda getting implemented. But here on the Transportation Committee, we do things together. I used to talk about the Big Four agreements, where folks would want amendments to be passed, and I'd go to them and I'd say, listen, I've got to get the ranking Republican and the ranking Democrat on board. I've got to I've got to get the chair of the subcommittee and the ranking member of the subcommittee on board. So it's not easy to get this done. I've got to get both sides of the aisle on board. And while it wasn't easy to get that done, I love telling those stories about the work that we do together here. And so this year, my last year in Congress, coming back to the same seat where I started my service on this committee, to see those big four agreements gone. Now, candidly, this is the first time I've ever served in the minority. And I would have imagined that all of those years in the majority, working together with the minority, with those big four agreements that says we will not do it unless we get bipartisan agreement, I would have thought that would have carried over this year. And candidly, I know a lot of my Democratic friends believe that too. Why? Because you don't join the Transportation Committee to make a partisan point. You join the Transportation Committee to make a partnership difference. And we cannot make that difference with a bill that's moving in a partisan way. I don't mean to just be on the soapbox, Mr. Chairman. There are things in this bill that Chairman DeFazio has drafted that I support. I represent part of the Atlanta Regional Commission, one of those big metropolitan planning districts. And this bill includes, for the very first time, language to recognize those really high-performing metropolitan planning districts and encourage them to do even more. I would have wanted to have been a part of that. I could have supported that. I would want to work on that. We've not had a chance to do that in a partnership way. The capital investment grants that have been plussed up in this bill, again, something that I support, would have thought that would have been something we could have moved together in a partnership way. It does not advantage any one of us to be able to move a bill out of this committee. What matters to any one of us is to be able to put a bill on the president's desk that will get a signature, that we can make a difference for our committees back home. I know we had a big freshman class this year. That big freshman class does not remember those big four agreements. That big freshman class has never seen this committee work in the partnership way that I have watched it work for more than 20 years. You know, Mr. Chairman, in your time here, we've got some good traditions and we've got some bad traditions. It doesn't take long for bad traditions to take hold, and it doesn't take long for good traditions to fall away. I'd ask my colleagues, I know this is a strange time, not just in politics, but in the world in general. We have an opportunity to move in a new direction on this committee, not new direction in terms of finally addressing transportation challenges, but new directions in turning this Transportation Committee into the same kind of partisan committee that so many other committees on Capitol Hill have devolved into. We're late in the game on this, but it's not too late to fix that to fix that issue, to right that.
I'm not seeing a clock.
I could go line by line by line of things in here that I know we could get good bipartisan support.
I can do it on.
Again, not to make a point, but to really be transformational in the lives of our constituents, back home. And I would, particularly my freshman Democratic colleagues on this committee, I know what it's like to be in the majority. I know what it's like to be able to push your agenda across the floor without any help. And I sit on a lot of committees where we do that, Budget Committee, Rules Committee. But in this committee, it has always been Republicans and Democrats coming together to put bills on the president's desk, Republican presidents, Democratic presidents, to make differences in rural communities, in urban communities, in all segments of America, Mr. Chairman. And I hope this is going to be looked back on not just as the first remote markup on Capitol Hill, but as the last partisan exercise that this bipartisan Transportation Committee engages in. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. At this time, I'd like to yield back to the full committee chairman, Mr. DeFazio, if you're able.
Yes, I thank the gentleman for stating the chair, and I will certainly be calling upon you a few more times during the day. Thanks for traveling here today, Steve.
My pleasure.
At this point, I would recognize Representative Anthony Brown for his
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me get myself set up here. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to pass. If you could put me later in the order, please.
Okay. Representative Titus. Dina, unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to you. Thank you for your leadership in authoring this critical legislation. As everybody knows, I represent Las Vegas, and we're very hard hit at this time. We have the highest unemployment in the country, so investing in America is very important to us. This Invest in America Act provides the resources and policies to ensure that our roads, bridges, transit systems, and railroads will be well positioned for years to come. I'd like to, if you'll indulge me, highlight the inclusion of some provisions that I've been advocating for to ensure that projects will address the needs of travelers and the tourism section as part of the core programs. This will make a huge difference in communities, large and small, as we ensure our federal transportation system is built not just for safe and efficient movement of products and freight, but also for the movement of people. Now, as a country, as our representative from DC said so eloquently, we have work to do in addressing systemic racism and other disparities in society. As millions are raising their voices calling for substantive reform in policing and our criminal justice system, we can't forget that policies and investments we make in transportation and infrastructure must also be equitable, and we recognize the disparities in our society. That's the reason I introduced HR 6842, the Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality Improvement Modernization Act, which would be the first update to this program since its inception. The CMAQ program invests in communities dealing with air quality challenges, and we know that all too often those suffering the worst health impact of air quality are low-income communities and communities of color. Although the Invest in America doesn't contain my legislation per se, it does direct DOT in coordination with EPA to examine the effectiveness of the current program and set the stage for the types of reforms that health experts say we must act to ensure these resources are reaching the communities most in need. Along these same lines, I want to thank the chairman for including my amendment to get dedicated funds to child passenger safety programs, specifically for low-income and underserved populations as part of the amendment. Injuries from motor vehicle accidents remain the leading cause of death for our children, and when you look closer at the data, you see disparities in terms of the communities that are experiencing higher rates of fatality. According to the latest data from the Children's Safety Network, American Indian, Alaska Native, and Black children face higher rates of motor vehicle fatalities than their white counterparts. And children in rural communities are 2 to 5 times more likely to be seriously or fatally injured in an accident. We can reduce those numbers through education, outreach, and support. Proper use of car safety seats reduces fatalities for toddlers by 54% and for infants by 71%. My amendment ensures that we're making these investments to support tailoring programs for different cultures and socioeconomic backgrounds, creating educational resources in various languages, and providing free or low-cost car seats and boosters to underserved populations. Sounds like a small investment, but it's one that will save lives. I also want to thank the chairman for including my amendment to the zero emissions bus program under section 2403. This legislation takes significant steps to address global climate change and the emissions from the transportation sector. My amendment increases flexibility within the program, specifically for acquisition of hydrogen buses. More and more transit systems are phasing out their outdated and polluted fleets for more environmentally friendly vehicles. The RTC of Southern Nevada, for example, has a goal set by 2023 that they will phase out all diesel buses and convert their fleet to a 100% cleaner system. This amendment will enhance the zero emissions bus program and provide more flexibility for our transit authorities utilizing this program. Again, I want to thank the chairman for his support for these efforts, and I urge my colleagues to support his manager's amendment, the Invest in America Act, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. At this point, Representative Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for conducting this hearing today. American communities are counting on us to work together and to keep our country running. This is true in my district in Central New York, as it is in any other community across this great country of ours. With each passing day, disrepair and congestion increasingly replace safety and innovation as the defining characteristics of America's surface infrastructure. Absent congressional action to provide sustainable funding for improvements to our roads, our transit systems, and rails, American families and businesses will continue to foot the bill. These costs are real, with the American Society of Civil Engineers estimating last year that inaction on surface infrastructure investment would cost the average American family $1,060 a year in disposable income and suppress GDP growth by $897 billion. These issues are only compounded by the crippling impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on our economy, and specifically on state and local budgets. With state and local government already funding approximately 75% of our nation's infrastructure projects, this crisis will further reduce available support for critical investments in our communities. Bipartisan reforms to address these issues are not only long overdue, they are critical to overcoming the current threat of the COVID-19 pandemic and modernizing our infrastructure for generations to come. Sadly, this bill we're considering today will only make Americans wait longer for infrastructure reform. I'm not here to lecture about bipartisanship, but I am lamenting the fact that this is not a bipartisan bill. And I put my money where my mouth is. I've co-sponsored 336 bills this year. 250 of those bills I co-sponsored were Democratic-led. I would respectfully submit to you how you get things done. In the last bill we considered, the HEROES Act, it was strictly partisan, and it's going to go nowhere in the Senate. It's the same with this bill, and that's really sad when we have such urgent needs going on in our country. And I just think I have to ask the simple question: why not make this a bipartisan bill? Why not try and collaborate with us on something that is inherently bipartisan, a transportation bill? Why not let people co-sponsor each other's amendments in a bipartisan manner? I just don't understand it. It makes no sense, and the people are watching. Instead of spending last year debating bipartisan principles to move American infrastructure forward, we've continued to kick the can down the road and avoided the difficult conversations we need to have, and I am ready to have. Instead of working together to provide sustainable funding for infrastructure development, shore up the Highway Trust Fund, and streamline the delivery process for in-demand projects, we are pursuing a partisan course that only serves to win political points. Instead of considering comprehensive reform, we're ceding the House's responsibility to pass serious legislation to our colleagues in the Senate, and it seems like it's becoming a pattern. The HEROES Act is going to, the Speaker acknowledged it was dead on arrival in the Senate. The reform we're trying to get with the police brutality issues, no input from our side. And that's going to be decided by the Senate ultimately. And so will our highway bill, if it gets to that, if we don't have to do a CR. That's not how we should be governing things, and our constituents deserve better. Instead of considering these reforms, like I said, we're ceding this responsibility to the House, and that's tragic. As today's proceedings continue, it will become increasingly apparent that there are many areas where we can and should work together. I was proud to author an infrastructure report released and endorsed by the Bipartisan Problem Solvers Caucus. Our report included consensus on policies to stabilize and fully fund the Highway Trust Fund, streamline and expand flexible infrastructure funding and financing options for our communities, and increase the resiliency and lifespan of our nation's roads and railways. I implore the committee to examine and advance bipartisan policies and proposals like those released by the Problem Solvers Caucus. It's not too late. I remain committed to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle on all of these issues, as well as a pressing need for long-term federal funding and comprehensive reforms to stop the bureaucratic gridlock which seems to be gripping us now. Our constituents are counting on us to do better and deliver results, and I respectfully submit to all my colleagues that it's time we do so. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. At this point, I'd recognize Representative Brown if he's up and going at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to first acknowledge your leadership and the hard work of Chairwoman Norton and Chairman Lipinski for their effort in bringing this bill to the committee. And I certainly want to voice my support for the Invest in America Act. This bill, Mr. Chairman, is a critical investment in getting our existing infrastructure working again while funding new transformative projects that will create millions of jobs. We are considering this bill at a moment when the United States is in serious danger of falling behind our global competitors when it comes to investing in infrastructure. And as a result, we're slipping in our economic competitiveness. What we need is a smart system of infrastructure equal to the needs of the 21st century. A system that encourages sustainable communities with easier access to our jobs, to our schools, and to our homes. A system that decreases travel time and increases mobility, a system that cuts congestion and ups productivity, a system that reduces harmful emissions over time and creates jobs right now. And that's exactly what this bill does. Maryland, like many of our states, has not waited for the federal government and instead has made the tough choices to invest in our transportation infrastructure. This legislation provides not only greater long-term certainty for my state, but also allocates more than $4.3 billion for Maryland's highways and $1.9 billion for our state's transit systems. These investments are also key to ensuring the capital region's residents, federal employees, and other essential workers can continue to serve the American people. Investing in multimodal mass transit must be part of our nation's modern infrastructure strategy, which is why mass transit is a top priority of this bill, and we substantially increase transit funding to boost ridership, frequency, convenience, and rider satisfaction. I'm also pleased that the underlying bill reflects many of the priorities important to Maryland and my constituents, including encouraging more transit-oriented development in order to create safer, greener, walkable, and more livable communities, fixing national park service roads in high commuter corridors, including the Baltimore-Washington Parkway, critical to the commutes of so many Marylanders. The bill builds new bus stop shelters, sidewalks, crosswalks, and signage to ensure our children are safe when they go to school. It invests in and trains the next generation of transportation workers on the latest best practices and safety by establishing a national training center. And it ensures workers are at the negotiating table when management is establishing a public transportation safety plan. Additionally, I want to thank Chairwoman Norton for her support and partnership of my implicit bias training grant program amendment. This grant program will increase research into implicit bias and racial profiling before and during traffic stops, and develop partnerships between academia and local law enforcement to implement better implicit bias training. This program will help shed a light on the effects of racial profiling in traffic stops and use both research and training to disrupt unconscious biases. Rebuilding America shouldn't be a partisan issue. And it's not enough to simply rebuild our roads and fix our bridges. We need to reinvest in a modern, interconnected transportation network for future generations. And by making these investments across the country, we won't just make our economy run better over the long haul, we'll also create good middle-class jobs right now. I strongly encourage my colleagues to support the underlying legislation. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. At this point, I'd recognize Representative Garrett Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this bill is one of the reasons why I wanted to be on the Transportation Committee. I represent South Louisiana. South Louisiana is home to 5 of the 15 top tonnage ports in America. It's home, one of only 2 places in the nation. My friend from Illinois state and Louisiana, only 2 places in the nation where we have 6 of the Class 1 rail lines. We have energy pipelines. We have probably the greatest mix. I know we have the largest amount of Corps of Engineer authorized projects in the nation. We drain 42% of the contiguous land mass, and all of these issues are issues within this committee's jurisdiction. There's another reason why I wanted to be on this committee, and that's because this committee gets stuff done in a bipartisan manner. And you heard the ranking member, Sam Graves, go through earlier, talking about the history of this committee dating back to the ICE-T bill in the early 1990s, the Intermodal Surface Transportation Efficiency Act, and all of the subsequent acts that we've done in this committee. Every single one of them Every single one of them have been done in a bipartisan manner. I want to thank the chairman of the committee for pulling together a bill that does have some resiliency measures, that does have some improvements on the use of technology, that does have some improvements on project delivery. But the best evidence that this bill just missed the mark is that last time I checked, I think we had over 300 amendments filed to the bill. So here we had a bill that was introduced, that was dropped on us several days ago, that was 1,000 pages. We had a revised version that came out Friday afternoon that's almost 1,000 pages. And then we have hundreds of amendments filed. And the real indication that this bill missed the mark is that last time I looked, I think over 100 of them were actually Democrat amendments filed. So it's not just Republicans being relegated to the sidelines, not being brought to the table, not being asked for input. It's Democrats as well. And so as Ranking Member Graves stated in his opening statement, the message is clear here. The background is clear. This is Speaker Pelosi, just like on coronavirus. And I hate this. These are things that shouldn't be partisan, but just like on coronavirus, introducing legislation that was thousands of pages, I think it was almost 2,000 pages if I remember right, spending over $3 trillion without input from anybody. Even Democrat members of Congress I'm talking to couldn't tell us what was in the bill. This is a bipartisan issue. Mr. Chairman, it is 2020 right now. It's 2020. And for those of you at home that may be distorted enough to be watching this for some reason, the way that this program works is that you go to the gas pump and you go fill up your car, your truck with gas. And there's a component of that dollar figure that's on the pump or on the sign outside that goes to the state government, and the state uses that to fund their state Department of Transportation and their efforts and their cost share. And then there's a portion that comes here. And so we take those dollars, they're coming from the same people. Just some of them go to the state, some of them come here. We take those dollars and we go through and we distort the rate of investment, the rate of return for taxpayers. We establish artificial priorities. And we put money in these different buckets that don't provide anywhere close to the same cost-to-benefit ratio as other potential investments. We require funds be spent in these certain buckets. And we distort, again, priorities, rate of return, and we give these dollars back to the states. All I know is that on the ground, here we are again in 2020, and I can go sit at a traffic light and there won't be cars anywhere, and that traffic light doesn't change because we're using technology from decades ago. I can go on Waze or Google Maps, and I can pull up data that can show me the best way to get from A to B. All of that aggregated data can be used to help to fundamentally transform how we do transportation planning. This could be used to communicate with traffic lights and get us through places better, faster, more efficiently using the infrastructure we have now. The American Society of Civil Engineers annually does a report card, and it has tracked the degrading infrastructure across this country. It is affecting every single one of us. It is affecting every person we represent. And this bill misses the mark. It shouldn't be like this. We can cooperate. I will commit to sit down and cooperate and provide constructive input to make sure we can deliver a bill that truly addresses the fundamental problems in infrastructure in America and uses technology to leapfrog and get us where we need to be. Yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Now recognize Representative Mucarsel-Powell.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by just telling you how excited I am to support this bill and to thank you for including the priorities that I brought up from the very beginning on what affects us here in South Florida. The Invest in America Act really is including those priorities. I specifically wrote about what plagues my district, which is traffic congestion and the lack of good transit options. What that does is hinder our ability to get where we need to go. It separates communities, it worsens our air quality. That is why we need rail. Right now in my district, in South Dade, it's slated to get bus rapid transit, which I helped secure the grant funding because I know that it's going to be helpful to the community. But what my community voted on was local level for rail, and that's what it deserves. With this bill, Congress will make it easier and more affordable for local officials to implement more and better transit options like rail. This bill is going to provide $105 billion in transit investments, which is going to help transit agencies like the Miami-Dade Transit build more rail, add new routes, improve service, and reduce the need for so many cars. Furthermore, it creates new grant opportunities for new commuter rail service, another initiative that I've been pushing for. These are going to help increase mobility, spur economic development, and reduce congestion and emissions. Another priority for my district, and if you live in South Florida, you know what I'm talking about, fighting climate change, building resilient communities. From the very first day that I got into office, I have stressed the importance of considering our environment and reducing greenhouse gas emissions every step of the way. My district in South Florida is ground zero for climate change, and we must do everything we can to stave off the worst consequences and build infrastructure that can withstand severe weather and floods. Infrastructure projects will last for decades, and we don't have the luxury of thinking only in the short term. This bill is going to create carbon pollution reduction programs. It holds states accountable for their emissions reduction, and it invests in alternative fuel charging infrastructure and zero emission buses. It establishes pre-disaster mitigation programs and helps communities prepare for and mitigate the effects of climate change. In my district, it's going to help the Keys build better bridges and elevated roads that can withstand high storm surges and floods. The bill also supports community efforts to utilize natural infrastructure, something that FIU in my district is working hard to develop and deploy in innovative ways, and something that I'm very excited about. This bill strikes a good balance between repairing our existing infrastructure and looking forward to the future, giving our communities the tools that they need to build smart, efficient, and resilient systems that are going to create good jobs, stronger communities, and a more livable world. With today's bill, we're investing in these crucial infrastructure systems, which is what the people in our districts want, and for this nation, what they're asking for. And just to respond quickly, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Graves, we shouldn't politicize this bill. This is an opportunity to have debate from both sides. And I just wonder if there was outrage when the Republicans held the majority in the House and they passed a bill that added $1 trillion to the deficit. The difference with this bill is that this is an investment, and it's going to create millions of jobs that we need, especially now with so many people that have lost their jobs due to COVID. So with that, I urge support of the Invest in America Act, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Representative Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. When I first joined Congress, I urged that I be placed on the Transportation Infrastructure Committee for a couple of reasons. First, the history of bipartisan effort to improve infrastructure. Second, the infrastructure needs that we have in my district and state, which are enormous. Michigan, a big issue we have around here constantly is our roads, but beyond that, bridges, rail lines, rural broadband, I could go through a list. I think we all recognize that we have a national challenge in infrastructure. Democrats, Republicans, in the House, the Senate, the administration. Everyone supports improving and addressing the infrastructure, the aging infrastructure, and our shortage of infrastructure. The problem is how we get there, how we get to a solution, which will inevitably be trade-offs by everybody in this group and on this today. Mr. Chairman, you know that lasting change in this country comes from bipartisan legislation. Otherwise, it simply becomes a wrangle. We have history for that. Criminal justice and sentencing reform last term, USMCA. Both of those took a great deal of gnashing of teeth and effort to get to, but we got to those, and I think on the whole, we all agree they're improvements for our country. In your decades on the committee and in Congress, you've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly of legislation and partisanship. Last term, we had the FAA reauthorization, which on a bipartisan basis, people are on different sides of the aisle on that one. And it took a great deal of work to get that done, but we got it done. I still don't agree that air traffic control should not be privatized, but we got it done. Salute Carball and I did an op-ed on creating a national infrastructure investment fund to an idea of how to address infrastructure across this country. It may not be the best idea, but it is an idea. And it is one that we tried to get into the conversation about how to address infrastructure overall. This bill is a partisan bill. The minority, even the ranking member, didn't see it until the bill was dropped. To be honest with you, I've not seen the manager's amendment this point in time, the amendment nature substitute, whatever. The bill has new programs on top of broken programs. It adds 65% in cost without funding reforms or even how we're going to pay for it. And it's not just me with concerns. You look at the stakeholders in the population, and you can find few that support the bill as it stands. There will be a few Republican amendments that are going to be accepted, and I'm sure the majority are going to say, well, it's bipartisan. Frankly, it couldn't be anywhere close to that. At some point later today, probably much later today, we'll vote on final passage, and no one will be shocked that it will pass on party lines. In a few weeks, we'll vote on the floor. It's scheduled, and it will pass on party lines. Where it will promptly die, never to be seen again, never to be seen in the Senate, never to be seen in the White House. So I ask you, Mr. Chairman, why it is we don't go through the effort to actually have put together a bill in the history of the T&I committee. I ask why we're going to go forward with such a partisan effort that has no impact on our infrastructure issues in this country. Zero. And if we're going to do this today, I simply ask at that point in time, Mr. Chairman, that you call up the amendment to nature substitute, call for a roll call vote, save us all the time, the energy on this circus that we have, this illusion of legislating. It'll also save your blood pressure, my guess is, and the American people won't see continuing partisan wrangling, which frankly, I believe they're sick and tired of at this point in time. They'd like to see some things accomplished in this country. That's, guess what? That's what they pay us for, which unfortunately we're falling grossly short of. With that, I yield back and I thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
I thank the gentleman. Representative Stanton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you so much for leading the way on this historic investment in the American people and our American economy. This bill is an important investment in our nation's infrastructure, from highways to rail to transit. But it is so much more than that. It helps us meet our responsibility to combat the urgent threat of climate change. It lifts up our tribal communities who for too long have endured roads that represent developing world conditions. It will expand public transportation options from buses to rail and to help everyday Americans get to work, to school, to the grocery store. And importantly, it is a long-term investment in my home state of Arizona, and let me tell you how. The INVEST Act includes a significant boost for the Tribal Transportation Program and important changes to the nationally significant federal and tribal project program that allow for dedicated funding to make it easier for tribes to access these funds for infrastructure needs. And it supports tribal self-determination and governance by establishing the Office of Tribal Government Affairs to carry out these programs. I push for each of these priorities on behalf of tribes in my state and across the country, and I appreciate the fact that our chairman included them in this bill. This will empower tribes across the nation and improve the lives of our tribal citizens in positive and meaningful ways. This bill also invests in infrastructure essential to Arizona, such as the Interstate 11, which will connect Phoenix metro area to Las Vegas, which are right now the only two major metropolitan areas in the United States not connected by an interstate. The INVEST Act supports significant funding for transit so that we can continue to build out the light rail system in Phoenix, and it helps support our high-performing transit districts by increasing set aside for small transit intensive cities program to help communities like Flagstaff and serve the residents of Northern Arizona. And finally, it supports the effort to make infrastructure construction in Arizona more sustainable and ensure supply materials are available to support our growing population. I am grateful that it incorporates my legislation to require DOT to establish a working group to evaluate the availability of transportation-related construction materials like aggregates and recommend options for continued access to these important resources. This bill addresses many vital needs, but there is one area I hope we can address in the future, and that's the challenge that rapidly growing states like Arizona face under the current funding formula. Under the bill, the formula is tied to the 2009 allocations, which are tied to the formulas under the Safety Loop passed in 2005, which were based off the 2000 census data and traffic volumes from that period. That disproportionately impacts states like Arizona and the Phoenix metro region, which has the highest population growth in the country. Tying these 20-year-old population numbers to investments for the next 5 years hinders our ability to tackle our infrastructure needs. So I appreciate that the Investment Act takes a step forward on this by directing the Federal Highway Administration to study the formula. Federal funding formulas must reflect current changing populations so that fast-growing states and regions like the district that I represent can best meet their infrastructure needs from these growth challenges. Again, thank you, Chairman DeFazio, for your leadership on this bill and the incredible work of your great staff. I yield back.
Okay, now recognize Representative Mast. Some people may be experiencing video issues if they're on WebEx, but Brian will show up when he begins to speak. So, Brian, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman DeFazio. Thank you, Ranking Member Graves. I always appreciate when I have the opportunity to sit with each of you individually and discuss the things that our committee deals with. It matters to people in our communities, not just in terms of if what we're working on fails, that can literally mean people's lives when we talk about infrastructure and transportation infrastructure specifically. It can mean people's time, it can mean people's money, and I want to put this into perspective, how serious this is, based upon something that I woke up to this morning. When I woke up this morning, it was to an alert from the United States Coast Guard telling me that a bridge roughly 1 mile from my home is at risk of imminent collapse. That's to make the quote, imminent collapse. Now, what can this mean for any of our communities that face something like this when infrastructure isn't given the appropriate attention? Let me put some numbers on it. This bridge at, quote, imminent risk of imminent collapse, 4,566 feet long. It's not a little bridge. This is a big bridge. 2 spans, each of those spans 62 feet wide, 6 lanes, 65 feet above the very busy channel that boats traverse across. 1,112 concrete segments, each weighing 80 tons apiece. 58,000 cubic yards of concrete. It was built for $83 million, 80% federal, 20% state, dedicated back in 1997. Took 3 years to build this bridge. Has over 1,000 miles of rebar. Over 120,000 cars that transverse this a day. If something like that fails, you think of the way that infrastructure is affected. This is on U.S. Highway 1 on the east coast of the United States of America. That fails, people can't get their goods from A to B. People can't get from A to B, and people might die. That is the seriousness of the work that we do on here. My encouragement is simply this. I urge all of my colleagues to find ways to work together, to find common ground in updating and fixing our nation's infrastructure, because it matters to every single person that we represent in the most real ways that any of us could discuss this. And in that, Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. At this point, Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Julie Garcia here from Illinois. I want to thank you, Chairman, and your staff for the excellent work on the Invest Act and for working closely with every member to include critical priorities for our communities. Among many key inclusions in the manager's amendment and the base text of the Invest Act, I especially thank the chairman for including 1, my amendment to further strengthen affordable housing requirements in transit-oriented development, in the manager's amendments, adding to the fact that he included language from my bill on equitable transit-oriented development to create the Transit Supportive Communities Office in the base bill. I also appreciate the chairman for including language to create a national frontline transit workforce development center from legislation I did with Representative Anthony Brown and Raskin. And I thank the chair for including language from my Improving Access to Services and Jobs bills to include an access performance metric in the INVEST Act to complement the greenhouse gas emissions provisions. These provisions will help make more equitable investments in traditionally overlooked communities, ensure our frontline workers have professional development opportunities and apprenticeship programs, as well ensure access to jobs and services is applicable to everyone, including Black, Brown, immigrant, and working class families that rely on transit. I thank the chair, his incredible staff. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. Representative Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to add my voice to that of many of my colleagues in expressing my disappointment with the way this Surface Transportation reauthorization has been handled. The Transportation Infrastructure Committee has long been known for bipartisan cooperation because roads and bridges aren't partisan. There are many pressing infrastructure projects around the nation that deserve our time and attention that won't get it because of the take it or leave it approach to today's markup. I had hoped to highlight projects such as improvements to I-565 and US 72 that serve Huntsville and North Alabama, the I-10 connector from Dothan down to Interstate 10 in Florida that would benefit the entire Wiregrass area in southeast Alabama, the Montgomery Outer Loop, the Mobile Bay Bridge, Veterans Parkway in Opelika, the I-759 extension near Gadsden in the Northern Beltline in Birmingham, and many others. The individuals that would benefit from these projects don't come from one political party. The unprecedented increase in funding for mass transit in this bill does not reflect the fact that if the New York area is excluded, according to a 2018 Congressional Research Service report, transit ridership was down nationally by 7% over the previous decade. In particular, I want to point out that nationwide transit ridership has declined steadily since 2014, with some of the largest urban areas, including Atlanta, Miami, and Los Angeles, losing more than 20% of their transit riders in the last few years. In particular, Miami, from 2013 to 2018, ridership in Miami has declined 30%. This bill apparently does not take that into account, nor apparently does it take into account the impact of COVID-19 on mass transit or the advent of autonomous vehicle technology that will produce fleets of driverless taxis and other ride-sharing options. This bill is an attempt to impose the Green New Deal on Americans. I would like to enter these two reports into the record without objection.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Some of my colleagues who have been on this committee much longer than me have commented that they have never opposed a highway bill. It's a shame that those streaks will come to an end solely because of the majority's failure to cooperate on this bill in a bipartisan fashion. Prior to being elected to Congress, I worked for 2 international engineering construction companies, so I know something about construction. And later, I ran a think tank for 25 years, so I know something about the beneficial exchange of ideas. I had hoped that, considering the bipartisan history of this committee and considering the pressing needs to improve America's infrastructure, this committee would work together to develop a sensible bill that would benefit the entire country. I'm very disappointed that is not the case with this bill. I hope when this partisan exercise is over, we can begin to move forward in a way that more readily reflects the history of bipartisanship on this committee and the pressing needs of our nation's roads and bridges. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a parliamentary inquiry.
Gentleman's recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Chairman, the chair is not visible, and I believe under the rules.
That's correct.
I believe under the rules that visibility is required, and because of technical difficulties, I would recommend we either recess the committee or that you yield the chair to someone who can be seen.
I'll take it.
Hold 1 second. Okay. We are experiencing, oh, I'm back. Can you see me now?
No.
Well, I'm showing up on my computer. The house crappy Wi-Fi, which I've been complaining about for years, is having bandwidth issues because Judiciary is meeting at the same time. So I think we will recess.
Or you
Okay,
can yield
they're
the chair
saying
to
that if I
Mr. Lynch.
yeah, if the
Or Sam Graves would be happy to take it.
okay, I will, Steve, if you could assume the chair and the order of speakers, if you've got a pen.
No, he doesn't.
Okay.
Just pause for 5 minutes.
All right, we will we'll recess for 5 minutes while we try and deal with this. This committee is in recess for 5 minutes.
Committee will come back to order. And Representative Palmer, before his parliamentary inquiry, had 1 minute remaining. Representative Palmer.
I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. With that, Representative Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I came to Congress to work on issues facing everyday Americans, like fixing our nation's crumbling infrastructure, making it easier for communities in my district to carry out these transformational projects. So I'm grateful that the Invest in America Act contains a number of second district transportation priorities that were incorporated as a result of input that I received from representatives from state and local government, the business community in my district, organized labor, and other organizations with an interest in transportation funding across the second district. I want to make sure that the priorities of this district are in this bill, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for incorporating those. I'm proud to be here today and help shape the roadmap we need to put people back to work on our infrastructure needs, like adding a lane on interchange I-35 in Lakeville to ease traffic, improving Highway 52 in Goodhue County, and completing outstanding projects on Trunk Highway 13 that will improve freight access. These projects, among many others, will help reduce congestion, increase safety, and are the infrastructure projects of our future that will benefit from the Invest in America Act. These projects unite needs across America, and I urge all of my colleagues to act with the urgency that the folks in their districts experience every day. I look forward to passage of H.R. 2, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank the lady. Representative Babin.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member Graves. I want to keep this short and echo the sentiments of many of my colleagues here on the right. There is so much potential with a bill of this magnitude of importance to the American people. The decisions made through a surface reauthorization bill affect almost every American business and every American citizen every day, especially in these unprecedented times of pandemic and a subsequent self-imposed recession. With that in mind, I'm so disappointed by the partisanship of the process of creating and drafting this bill and holding this markup. The American people deserve better than partisan talking points, and my hope is that they see through the facade that is this bill in today's markup. I'm honored to serve on this committee, but I'm very concerned that if the majority continues down this path of dividing this esteemed committee, our country will be in a heap of trouble. I also have the pleasure of serving on the Space, Science, and Technology Committee. And I'm proud to say that I'm an original co-sponsor of the Surface Transportation R&D title, led by Chairwoman Johnson, my colleague in the Texas delegation, and our ranking member, Frank Lucas. As I sit here marking up a bill that was drafted in secrecy and with only liberal Democrat ideals in mind, I want to thank Chairwoman Johnson and the Science Committee for their efforts to work together in a bipartisan fashion and put the American people first. I hope that this committee can get back to its good bipartisan work, as we've seen done historically, and move American infrastructure forward. Let's put people over party. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. With that, Representative Carbajal.
Thank you, Chairman DeFazio and Chairwoman Norton, for bringing your leadership, in bringing forward this balanced, equitable, and forward-looking bill to reauthorize our surface transportation programs, especially during these challenging times. I also want to recognize committee staff who put in countless hours into drafting and getting this legislation ready. The Invest in America Act makes strategic investments in order to tackle current backlog of infrastructure projects in need of repair or replacement. It ensures we are building resilient infrastructure to be able to withstand the impacts of extreme weather events due to climate change. The bill provides important increases in formula and grant programs that will help metropolitan planning organizations and local governments solve congestion problems, increase safety, and continue to grow our economy. I am especially pleased to see this legislation include provisions I advocated for, including an increase to the existing off-system bridge set-aside that will result in over $1 billion in investments, continued support for financing tools for local government projects by making available fee waivers to apply for TIFIA loan program, dedicated funding to ensure federal resources are maximized by creating $750 million in direct allocations to MPOs in order to advance locally selected projects, ensuring that communities that have previously qualified for funding through the Small Transit Intensive Cities STIC program have a 3-year phase out, and making sure that railroad yardmasters are included under federal hours of service requirements. I am also grateful for the chairman's willingness to make sure my amendment to step up the share of surface transportation program for local governments was included in the manager's amendment, including a provision to ensure National Highway Traffic Safety Administration takes into consideration a variety of driving conditions when developing standards for automatic emergency braking. Overall, this is important investments in infrastructure. It is especially important for many of our local governments who are experiencing decreased revenues in their budgets due to the widespread impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has claimed so many lives already. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Representative Miller is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves. I speak today in opposition to this legislation. Investing in our country's infrastructure is one of the most important jobs entrusted to the federal government. The promise of this year's highway reauthorization package offered the opportunity for compromise and bipartisanship in a time of divide. Unfortunately, this bill we are marking up today misses the mark for a number of reasons. This bill was an opportunity to put aside partisan differences and work together to accomplish a goal we all agree that needs to be done: rebuilding our country. Once again, though, my Republican colleagues and I were kept away from the negotiating table, and our input was neither requested nor listened to, confirming the worst frustrations of the American people about Washington's dysfunction. Congress holds a responsibility to the American taxpayers. We are entrusted to use their money responsibly and in their best interest. I cannot imagine most taxpayers feel we are using their money effectively today. This infrastructure bill should have been the opportunity to start bridging our country's urban-rural divide. Instead, rural communities were forgotten in order to promote big city interests. That is wrong. Rebuilding America's infrastructure in both our cities and our rural communities is essential to provide the opportunity for all Americans to thrive. Today, I will be offering an amendment to this legislation to expand the definition of rural communities, but that alone is not enough to fix a profoundly and fundamentally flawed bill. Investing in infrastructure is the first step to unifying and connecting our country. The improvements we make will lay the foundation to create new, stable, well-paying jobs and develop a modern workforce. To do this, we must prioritize all areas of our economy, including our agriculture, energy, and manufacturing sectors. I remind my colleagues that Americans still need to eat, and they still need to power their homes and vehicles. American trade deals rely on our innovative products, our high-quality goods, and our world-renowned services. Linking our resource-rich regions to the rest of the country and the world should absolutely be a priority for any reauthorization package we vote on. Sadly, my colleagues across the aisle ran a bait and switch. They forfeited and siphoned funding from the core programs of past surface reauthorization packages to focus on far-left pet projects. These tactics will not rebuild America's infrastructure, but rather slow progress further into bureaucratic quicksand. Our country begins to reemerge from this disastrous impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, and now is not the time to hinder our state transportation agencies' flexibility by earmarking funds and creating burdensome mandates and regulation. This just scratches the surface of my opposition to this bill. I look forward to the opportunity to collaborate on legislation to rebuild our failing infrastructure, create jobs, and connect our country. I urge my colleagues to vote against this legislation and for my friends across the aisle to open a meaningful dialogue so that this committee can be all that it can and should be, so that we can deliver on our promise of real progress for the American people. I yield back my time.
Thank the gentlelady. Representative Eddie Bernice Johnson.
Mr. Chair, inquiry.
Mr. Mitchell is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
I know you don't want to hear this, sir, but I don't see any of the timers functioning at this moment in time here remotely, just so you know, sir. Sure.
Good.
One has come to life. Timer one has come to life. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Am I in order to proceed?
Yes, gentlelady's in order. The timer is back on the screen, and I will back it up with my iPhone just in case it goes away again.
Thank you very much. Let me thank you for holding this markup today. This is my 28th year on this committee, and we've always addressed the important transportation issues for our nation. The difference is that during this new era of virtual hearings due to the COVID-19 pandemic makes it a little difficult. However, I must thank you and the staff for allowing us to work with you to put in. Sorry?
Gentlelady, turn her video on.
I thought it was on.
No, ma'am.
Please thank the gentleman. Members, when you wish to address the committee, there I can see you now, Eddie B. You have to both unmute and turn on your video. Thank you, Eddie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I won't start over. I think you might have heard me, but I will say that we addressed the Surface Transportation Workforce Retraining Grant Program, which there was understanding, the Texas Central High Speed Rail Credit Risk Premium, for the project cost and finance and credit risk premium. Also, the Amtrak cybersecurity prevention is very much appreciated. And I'd like to see that we address also the Science Committee Surface Transportation Research and Development, which is a bill would like to be considered for the entire package. We are appreciative of the staff support and your support for working with us. The Union Pacific problems with the bill have been supported and has been included. And we hope, as I abbreviate my statement, that we can all support the Invest in America Act. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for all of your work on the Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill, now known as Invest in America Act, and for working with me and my staff and your staff to include critical provisions to support my district, my city, and my state of Texas. And I yield back. Thank you.
I thank the gentlelady. Representative Pence is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look around this room and quite frankly, I'm stunned at how few people have come out here to Washington, D.C. This process, in my opinion, should have been done in person if you are physically able to. Put a qualifier on that. We're now given a new meaning to the phrase phoning it in. Let's just call it zooming it in now. That's the best thing. And of course, at one point, there were 40 individuals not live on the screen. In my district, in the crossroads of America, strong infrastructure is a foundation for business to grow and jobs to flourish. As our economy recovers and our country reopens, infrastructure will be crucial in getting Hoosiers and everyone else across the country back on track. Most importantly, it ensures the safety and well-being of commuters and truck drivers. For a year and a half now, the reason I got on transportation infrastructure, T&I knew this bill was forthcoming. Republicans have come to the table open to bipartisan agreements for the American people, as the ranking chairman said. Yet House Democrats chose now to introduce this progressive wish list without any Republican input in the drafting, and as many amendments that were proposed by Democrats, I would assume without Democrat input as well. I'm deeply concerned about how House Democrats are conducting business during this crisis. They shut out Republicans, introduce a bill with no input from across the aisle, and then they're calling it bipartisan. Last week, we had a hearing about frontline workers in the transportation industry stepping up to the plate and showing up for their job. We lauded them, we extolled them, we thanked them. Yet here we are, and Democrats do not want my colleagues showing up for their job. I want to offer amendments to this legislation. I hope my colleagues on the Democratic side can consider them with an open mind. A bill written by one party and one party only on a nonpartisan issue does not serve anyone's constituents well. I'm here today to be a voice for my constituents in the Indiana 6th District. A few weeks ago, I warned that proxy voting and remote committee proceedings could harm this institution. I have opposed and continue to oppose the way in which we are conducting the important business of people in this hybrid markup today, which is nothing more than a Nancy Pelosi power grab. Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I would be preferring to Zoom this since it seems to function much better than WebEx. Unfortunately, House Admin has not approved Zoom because of potential concerns about the Chinese listening in, which would be fine with me. They'd be very intrigued by all this. With that, Representative Carson.
I'm in agreement, Chairman. I think your leadership has to be highlighted no matter who's watching, because WebEx is not the vehicle for this at all. It's very, very frustrating. But thank you, Chairman, for your leadership. Chairman DeFazio, I'd like to thank you and our subcommittee chairs, Ms. Norton and Mr. Lipinski, for your hard work in bringing us this Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill. I'm proud to support the Investment Act today. I'm especially pleased to support the robust resources for public transportation that will effectively help boost transit frequency and ridership. As Indianapolis's transit CEO testified before the full committee at the beginning of this session, improving the frequency of transit is a proven way to increase reliability and ridership. This bill makes important changes to incentivize frequent services to our constituents instead of cost alone. So I'm very pleased by the targeting of more transit funding to the poorest urban neighborhoods. The provisions to help develop our transportation workforce and help our frontline workers is very critical. Finally, streamlining the capital investment grants approval process is a very important improvement, plus the addition of transparency measures so applicants for these competitive grants know where they stand in the process. As a member of the Rail Subcommittee, I strongly support the rail provisions, and I want to thank Chairman Lipinski and Chairman DeFazio for including several of my recommendations into this bill. The problem of blocked railroad crossings is getting worse instead of getting better. Whether you're in downtown Indianapolis or rural counties across the Hoosier State, all of us have been stuck one too many times waiting for very long trains to clear a crossing. As I said to my friends in Freight Rail, I represent the crossroads of America. It's a good problem to fix to have so much freight to move, but we need to provide more tools to fix the dangers of these blocked crossings. Too many ambulances and emergency responders who have had to wait or reroute their trips to get around blocked crossings. And that's not right. The Investment Act provides critical funds for grade separation and other support to address these concerns. I strongly support the provisions for Amtrak improvements to the long distance routes that connect the Midwest to the national network. This is a very good bill. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Representative Pappas.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I support the Invest in America Act as it expands critical transportation infrastructure investment in a responsible way. This will increase federal investment in New Hampshire's roads and bridges and transit by more than 30% over the next 5 years. It will reduce emissions, deploy greener technology, and ensure our infrastructure is resilient for a changing climate. It's going to create jobs and a framework for economic success for our communities and for our country. I'm pleased that it includes a number of priorities that are important to my district. We must work to create a fairer formula for highway funding, which disadvantages my state under the current formula, and I support the provision for Federal Highway and AASHTO to recommend changes. I'm pleased that a new active transportation grant program that I've been advocating for is included in the bill. So many of my communities have a rail trail project or a local bike or pedestrian project they want to get off the ground, but a lack of funding prevents it from happening. One of my biggest priorities shared by residents and businesses alike in my district is extending commuter rail service to Manchester, New Hampshire. Manchester is one of the largest cities in the country, actually, without passenger rail service. Commuter rail in New Hampshire is vital to the economic future of my state, as studies have shown that it will allow us to attract workers and visitors, spur economic development, and take cars off the roads. Too many young people leave our state after graduating in search of jobs other places. And when you talk to companies about where they're building their new headquarters or opening new facilities, rail service is always one of the biggest factors that they consider. As my state looks to design and cost out the construction of a rail line to Boston, the provisions in this bill will help make this project a reality. So I support several changes for the new starts in this amendment, which would help facilitate rail expansion around the country, including lifting the cap to $400 million for the Small Starts program. I joined with my colleague from New Hampshire, Congresswoman Custer, to introduce legislation that helps state and local government finance their share through the Railroad Rehabilitation and Improvement Financing Program. I'm excited to see that these provisions were included in the amendment, including subsidies to lower the borrowing costs of the RRIF program and clarifying that these funds can be used as a local match for new starts. So as we rebuild our infrastructure, it is crucial that we build a modern intermodal system that meets future needs. This transformational bill will do just that, and I'm proud to support it today. I thank the chairman, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for his statement. I will remind members, when you're speaking, you have to have your camera on, and also it would be preferable if you left your camera on, even if you have to depart for some reason from the camera. Thank you. I appreciate that. With that, where's the list? Lost it. Okay. Representative Wilson. Frederica, unmute and speak, please.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your tremendous leadership. I appreciate you. And I support the manager's amendment, and thank you for including my amendments. An infrastructure bill in Congress should be entitled Jobs, 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 because our country needs jobs. Many of the jobs that were interrupted by the coronavirus will never return. I also want to commend the committee staff for their tremendous work. They put in a lot of hard work to develop a surface transportation bill that meets the moment and delivers for communities around our nation. I appreciate the chairman for the inclusion of several provisions that that must be addressed immediately, like climate change, broadband, congestion, and safety. The Invest in America Act takes bold steps in climate change initiatives. Number one, reduce transportation-related emissions, invest in new technologies, and improve resiliency. With congestion costing the average Miami commuter $1,400 and 100 hours annually, I welcome the new gridlock reduction program and the increase in funding for programs that smart, innovative projects like Miami-Dade County Smart Plan. The Smart Plan will improve congestion in my district and will help to improve the environment. The Invest in America Act also includes robust provisions to improve rail safety and makes our streets safer for pedestrians and bicyclists. As the proud representative of Florida Memorial University, South Florida's only HBCU, I'm thrilled that the Invest in America Act expands the University Transportation Centers program that includes more HBCUs and provides eyelashes. Increased funding as I requested. This is an initiative that will boost the chances of so many caterpillars.
Mr. Chairman, someone has
The gentlelady will suspend. Excuse me, the gentlelady will suspend. Someone is not muted. Please mute. It looks like it may be Representative Plaskett. Thank you.
Representative Plaskett.
Proceed.
Lastly, I appreciate the inclusion of my provisions to examine the challenges to knitting our nation's various tolling systems and making them interoperable as required in MAP 21. I look forward to the day that Floridians are able to use their SunPass all across the nation and vice versa. Thank you for your leadership, Chairman DeFazio. It is my hope that you will continue working with stakeholders like the freight rail industry to make this bill even better. And I want to say to the members who are in the committee room, just excuse me, but I'm over 65 years old. And according to the CDC, I am at risk of not surviving COVID-19. So I'm scared and terrified of each of you who are not wearing a mask. You might kill me. So I ask, when I do return to DC, please respect my life and respect your life and wear a mask. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Well said. Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Wilson, I just took my mask off here for a minute so I could speak, but I'll certainly respect your wishes. Absolutely. Mr. Chairman, thank you for all the work that you and your staff have done on this bill. Outstanding work. I also want to thank you especially for including my amendment number 80, the Lynch amendment number 80, in the text of the committee's manager amendment. That amendment, as you know, will require the Secretary of Transportation to conduct a nationwide safety assessment every couple of years that'll focus on preventing pedestrian and bicyclist accidents on America's streets and roads. In every state, DOT inspection teams made up of field officers from the National Highway Safety Administration and the Federal Highway Administration and other agencies will conduct on-site examinations with the cooperation of local bicycle and pedestrian advocacy groups to look at the most troubling intersections where a lot of these accidents occur. They'll identify immediate safety improvements that could be made, such as installing speed bumps, raised pedestrian crossings, traffic lights, signage, or expanding sidewalks. Lastly, I want to thank you as former president of the Ironworkers Union in Boston, Local 7. We have 16,000 structurally deficient bridges across the country. And there are billions of dollars in this bill that will help put
all of my men and women from the Iron Workers Union and all the building trades back to work. And we'll also make our roadways and bridges much safer for the general public. So I want to thank you for your great work, and really want to applaud you, your staff as well. They've been excellent on addressing every aspect of our surface transportation needs, and I yield back. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. Representative Sires.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me? Chairman, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Well, first of all, let me commend you on this bill and the work that your staff has done. And I'm sorry about all the disappointments that I hear, all the tears that I hear on the other side. But I know that you have been working on a lot of these issues. And I remember when Chairman Micah, we couldn't even get an amendment on any of the bills. But this bill is a win for not only New Jersey, but it's for the whole American country, the whole country of America. In my time, I have always focused on securing funds for infrastructure and transportation, since I represent one of the most congested areas in the country. And this bill does that. We've been trying for years to get some of that money. And I am proud to say that this bill includes provisions I have advocated for, like nearly $10 billion for projects of national significance, like the Gateway Project, which before the COVID crisis, it used to generate in the region almost 20% of the GDP in this country. Hopefully we can get back to that. More funding and clarifies eligibility for rail infrastructure finance programs. That's very important, especially in areas that are congested, to move people around, save time, save the environment. And obviously, funding for climate resilient projects, all things that are important in my district. There are many other wins in this bill for road funding, bridge construction, and worker support. But I am especially proud of what we have been able to do for the Gateway Project. And Chairman, I commend you. For many years, I know you have worked on some of these issues, and we're finally going to get to some of those issues that are important to all of us and important to America. So I thank you for all your hard work.
I thank the gentleman. We have one more speaker, Representative Allred.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope you can hear and see me. I want to thank Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves for holding today's markup of H.R. 2, the Invest in America Act, at a time when people across the world are facing economic hardship and job uncertainty. I'm glad that this committee has produced a bill that will directly invest in the American people, creating good paying jobs and putting Americans to work, updating and modernizing our transportation infrastructure. You know, they say everything is bigger in Texas, and we're only getting bigger. Our population is growing at an unprecedented rate as more people move to the state for job opportunities in industries such as technology, manufacturing, and trade. And with that growth comes the need for a bigger investment in our infrastructure, which is why I'm glad and pleased to see that this bill contains a provision to modernize federal highway apportionment formulas. I look forward to working with my fellow Texans to ensure that our state receives its fair share of federal transportation dollars. And I would like to thank the chairman for working with me to include the text of my legislation, H.R. 2475, the RAPID Act. The provision makes common sense changes to the TIFIA program that will incentivize greater utilization and encourage public-private partnerships so that infrastructure projects can be completed faster. I want to thank my colleague from Wisconsin, Representative Gallagher, for working with me on this legislation. I'd also like to applaud the chairman for including in the manager's package an amendment led by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, which will give the RIF loan recipients greater financing flexibility while protecting the federal government's investment in infrastructure. These small but important changes will go a long way in helping make bold, transformative project proposals become a reality. I was pleased to work with my colleague, Representative Eddie Bernice Johnson and Fletcher from Houston on this provision, and urge all of my colleagues to support the manager's amendment as well as the underlying bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Giving no others wish to speak at this time, we will move to consideration of amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for HR 2. Before doing so, the chair would like to note that while the amendment in the nature of a substitute for HR 2 is considered as read and open for amendment at any point for the convenience of members and staff on both sides of the aisle, we will be considering amendments in the order in which they were filed, alternating between the majority and the minority. With that in mind, the committee will now proceed to the consideration of amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. I have a manager's amendment as revised at the desk. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 2, offered by Mr. DeFazio.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. Hearing none, I'll now recognize members wishing to speak on the amendment. I'll begin with myself. The amendment includes modification contained in more than 50 amendments offered by committee members. Thanks for your contributions as we continue to work to strengthen this bill. I am not going to talk about all of the provisions in this amendment, but I do need to highlight that this amendment also revises the findings for the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program. The Disadvantaged DBE program, for short, is always an important part of the surface transportation bill, and at this moment in history, it is absolutely essential. We had hoped to hold a hearing on this issue and gather evidence in last month. Obviously, COVID prevented, we weren't allowed to hold hearings until quite recently. So in order to truly address systemic racism in our society, we can't stop at strong measures to look at problems just in policing that have come into sharp focus. Our work must extend to fixing disparities in inequality throughout our society. In the transportation contracting realm, DBE is the cornerstone of this effort. According to a 2018 disparity study conducted for the Maryland Department of Transportation nationwide, in construction, African-American business owners have business receipts 42% less than their non-minority male counterparts. For Native American business owners, 41%. For non-minority women, 39% lower. For Asian Americans, their receipts are 19% lower, and for Hispanic receipts are 11% lower. How is anyone supposed to get ahead while earning 45% less than their competitors? This is unconscionable. I'm proud of how diligent my home state of Oregon has been in the DBE program, but my own home state has a long way to go, and I've been pushing them hard. We still have disparities that are relatively are high, 52 cents for non-minority women-owned business, 52 cents on the dollar. Native Americans, 49 cents on the dollar. African American, 58 cents on the dollar. Bottom line is this: DBE program has helped, but our work is far from finished. The committee intended to hold a hearing, as I said earlier, but we did not have that opportunity. Unfortunately, that had to be postponed. We've collected statistical and qualitative data to document this discrimination, and we'll continue to gather data as we move the bill through the process and prior to enactment. This fall, we're going to make every effort to hold a hearing on DBEs, even if we have to do it remotely. This issue is too important. And thanks to all the members who worked with me to include their amendments in this package. I urge all members to support it. And just a note that was raised earlier, I've been skeptical of the mixed hearings. I asked if there was any room anywhere in the Capitol large enough to accommodate this committee, and the answer is no. The Judiciary Committee is considerably smaller. They are having to work in shifts over in the CVC. So at this point, in order to move this legislation and perhaps next month to move WRDA, this is what we're stuck with. So that's the way we're going to have to proceed. Now I would recognize any members who wish to speak, and that would be Representative Brown. Representative Brown. Okay. Representative Titus.
I don't have any comments at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank gentlelady. Representative Mucarso Powell. Okay. I see Anthony's back. Anthony, did you wish to be recognized? You're muted. There.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. Are you, no, I'm fine. I'm fine. Thank you.
All right. I thank the gentleman. Representative Craig.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for yielding. I wanted to speak on the manager's amendment, and I wanted to thank the committee staff for working with me to get my amendment to make roads classified as local eligible for surface transportation block grant set-aside funding in areas less than 5,000 people in their communities into the manager's amendment. As my colleagues may be aware, there's a provision in long-standing law that allows surface transportation block grant funds to be used on roads that are functionally classified as minor collectors. This special rule applies to communities with a population of under 5,000. My amendment would make roads classified as local eligible for the same set-aside funding. This amendment has the strong support of the National Association of Towns and Townships, which notes in a letter I would like to submit for the record.
Section so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Most of the roads in those smaller local governments are functionally classified as local roads. In many states, towns and townships manage more miles of road than any other governmental entity. These roads are not the federal highway system, but are the starting point for moving ag and commerce onto our nation's highways. For example, townships in Minnesota manage 39% of the state's road miles, but receive less than 1% of federal funds. In my congressional district, for example, West Albany Township in Wabasha County spent over $93,000 to maintain their township roads last year, which represents 87% of the township's annual budget. Yet the township receives no federal transportation assistance to get goods to market that are utilized across the entire country. This amendment is an additional improvement to the Invest in America Act that already seeks to deliver billions of dollars to local communities. I urge my colleagues to support it and the manager's amendment. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Representative Finauer.
Mr. Chairman, I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It appears that Mr. Cohen is participating. He is present for the Judiciary Committee hearing, but is also logged into our markup. I would just like to know if it's permissible for those of us who serve on multiple committees to be present in another committee while also showing ourselves present for this committee's hearings or markups.
The gentleman is correct. I outlined that at the beginning. Thank you for the inquiry. It is not allowed under the rules to log into a hearing, another hearing that's or markup going on at the same time. The gentleman can have his staff monitor this hearing, remotely, and they can tell him when his presence might be required for an amendment or otherwise. However, he needs to choose and either log off of Judiciary or log off of this hearing. I thank the gentleman for his inquiry.
I thank the chairman. I yield back.
With that, Representative Finkenauer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm so glad we're here to discuss much needed investment in infrastructure. This is something that I know I've been proud to work in a bipartisan way with my colleagues. I know we've heard a lot of our friends across the aisle bring up their frustrations with bipartisanship, I'd like to note that 4 out of the 5 provisions that we worked very hard of getting into this bill actually started as bipartisan bills that I've been happy to work across the aisle with many of the members on this committee. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for making sure that we're able to do that in that way. And again, I also want to note, one of the reasons I wanted to serve on transportation and infrastructure is because districts like mine in Iowa 1 and states like mine here in Iowa had been ignored for far too long when it came to real investments in our communities. And I'll also like to note, too, I think about, there was a congressman at the beginning who invoked the freshman class and talked about how we don't know how this works or how to get things done. I will note that I watched for 2 years as I was running for Congress, this GOP who had the majority in the House, had the majority in the Senate, had the same party as the president, not move a finger when it came to real infrastructure investment in our country. It is part of the reason I wanted to run. It was part of the reason I am proud to serve on this committee. And I am also very grateful for Chairman DeFazio, the fact that I know you've mentioned this, you've come to my district, you've met my folks here, you've heard them, and you've put their priorities in this bill. And you've also mentioned this is one of the best investments in infrastructure that rural areas have had in decades. And this is something, again, that I am proud to be able to work on this committee with the chairman. And also for the fact that, again, it has been ignored for too long. We've got a city in my district, Waterloo, where we've got a bridge that ambulances and emergency vehicles actually can't cross, adding time to their emergency response because they haven't had the funding. We've got a county engineer that I know the chairman has met who's making bridges out of old rail cars because they haven't had the funding from the federal level. And then we've got our riverside communities like Dubuque who are still dealing with devastating effects from whether it's flooding or whether it's severe weather. It's still a lot that we have to deal with, and I'm proud that we are in this bill. And I know 2 weeks ago, the committee introduced the Invest America Act. It's about, $500 billion to invest in these projects. And inside this package, again, the chairman had listened to our community. The chairman has listened to me, has heard us out. I am proud that we've got investing in fixing our rural roads and our bridges in this bill. We have assistance for our rural communities. We have funding for resiliency, and we have Buy America and wage protections actually in this bill that will be protected in states like Iowa that have gone out of their way to get around those protections for the last few years. Again, there is so much in this that I'm proud of, and an estimated $3.5 billion in federal aid highway fund over 5 years to rebuild Iowa's roads and bridges, estimated $357 million federal formula funding to support Iowa's transit systems. There's just, again, so much that has to be done, and especially coming out of a pandemic as we still continue to move through this, when we're talking about the need to invest in our country, a stimulus to get out and reinvigorate our economy, we need to be making sure that we're doing this in the right way. And I am proud, again, of the work that's been done. We have still, I know on a number of levels, much more work to do, but thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the work on this manager's amendment. I know there's still stuff we need to work on a number of levels, but there's so much in here that's going to show up in a very big way in my district. And with that, I support this amendment and yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Representative Carson. Andre? Unmute. Unmute.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. I just want to say thank you for including the Garamendi Carson amendments into your manager's amendment. I also like to thank my friend, Mr. Garamendi, for working on these two very critical amendments. They will cause great improvements to our highway safety grant program by eliminating de facto arrests and ticket quotas from the federal programs. At one point, a case may be made that more traffic stops would improve highway safety, But unfortunately, too many police departments and localities have turned traffic stops into revenue raisers and provided an opportunity for some to be rewarded for racial profiling. Like pulling over a driver because they look suspicious or the vehicle looks out of place. Very sadly, driving while black has become a high-risk proposition in some locations. So our amendment will remove the incentives of getting federal grants based on the most arrests or made by a large number of citations and traffic tickets. Our amendment change that is based on granting awards, the number of traffic safety interventions, including those that don't result in arrests, citations, or even tickets. So as we remain engaged in a nationwide movement to advance racial justice, we have to look more closely at how the existing framework can fuel discrimination, either intentionally or unintentionally, and a program that awards grants based on tickets and arrest quotas is severely flawed. Only encouraging racial profiling of people of color. So these much needed reforms, Chairman, to grant awards will help make our roads safer, quite frankly, and will also make driving while black or of color less dangerous. So I urge my colleagues to support these two amendments and all those in the manager's amendment. I yield back my time.
I thank the gentleman. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? Hearing none, seeing none. Then are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, seeing none. If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Wait a minute. Hold on. Everybody needs, anyone who wants to vote, say aye. Unmute, and we'll do it all at once.
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you. In the future, I will hesitate and give everybody a chance to unmute so we get a better vote. But I counted the number. And those opposed, take time to unmute.
No.
No.
Those opposed signify by saying nay.
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 For the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request roll call.
Yep. A recorded vote is requested. Sufficient number of members having requested a recorded vote and pursuant to Rule 5E, Committee Rules on Transportation Infrastructure, recorded vote on the amendment is ordered as mentioned at the beginning of the markup pursuant to Committee Rule 5F and the House Rule 11-2H4. The chair will postpone further proceedings on the amendment until a time determined by the chair through the course of today's markup. Are there additional amendments?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Garamendi, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman.
No, first I would recognize Mr. Graves. He didn't speak up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR2, offered by Mr. Graves of Missouri.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask
without objection.
Go ahead.
Without objection, the amendment would be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Graves to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm offering this amendment as a Republican alternative to the majority's My Way or the Highway bill. This amendment reflects the principles that Republicans laid out in January. This alternative shows clearly the policies we would want to see addressed in any bipartisan proposal. I think most folks will look at our bill and your bill and conclude that we could have struck a deal if we had had the opportunity. Our alternative is called the Surface Transportation Advanced through Reform, Technology, and Efficiency Review Act, or the STARTER Act. It's a 5-year reauthorization that includes a more realistic funding increase. The STARTER Act provides policy reforms to allow states and non-federal partners the flexibility to plan, expedite, and undertake projects, provide safer and more efficient movement of people and goods, and address the infrastructure needs of communities of all sizes. This is a common sense approach to reauthorizing surface transportation programs, and because the goals of this proposal are attainable, it can actually help our economy and get people back to work sooner. The Republican alternative ensures flexibility for states and non-federal partners. Instead of creating uncertainty through a dramatic shift in the size and scope of what our highway programs were meant to do, build infrastructure. Our approach streamlines the project review process, a goal supported by members from both sides of the aisle, the bipartisan Senate bill, and many transportation businesses and labor stakeholders. When time is money, putting in place reasonable limits on time and paperwork to reduce costly project delays, as our amendment does, can have an impact similar to increasing funding. Our amendment includes Ranking Member Rodney Davis's One Federal Decision Act, which was incorporated into the Senate's reauthorization proposal that was unanimously approved in committee. More efficiency in the review process can also get people to work on projects sooner without doing harm to the environment. This amendment prioritizes our system's core functions, such as fixing and improving highways and bridges and facilitating interstate commerce. These core programs will always be critical to the safety and efficiency of the transportation network and should not be weakened by excessive mandates or numerous new programs. And unlike the majority's bill, our alternative does not set up roadblocks to building new roads. Further, our approach addresses rural infrastructure needs. 71% of public road lane miles are in rural America, and rural non-interstate accidents and fatalities happen twice as often as on any other road. So we prioritize giving small and rural communities a fair shake. We also don't provide massive outsized funding increases to the programs that favor urban centers in over our rural communities. Our amendment also encourages the incorporation of innovative developments in technology that can improve infrastructure efficiency, safety, and the environment. We also address resiliency issues in a manner that can save lives and save money through the way we build our infrastructure. Again, an area we could have worked together on. We include provisions that encourage building more resilient infrastructure, reduce risk, and provide more research into mitigation. Some provisions in our amendment are similar to those included in the bipartisan Senate bill. This effort was led by Ranking Member Garrett Graves, who members of both parties recognize as a leader on these issues. And overall, our amendment, the Starter Act, takes a different approach than the majority's bill. Our proposed reforms work for our non-federal partners, not against them. And I believe there was an opportunity here to find common ground with the majority on a significant number of these issues and priorities. And finding common ground here is the only way to get this bill done, because we all know where the path to partisanship leads. I encourage members to support the principles that I've laid out in the Starter Act and my amendment, focused on smart reforms, more flexibility, protecting core functions of the system.
Gentlemen, Sam, suspend for a second. Someone isn't muted and we're getting some weird interference. Please mute. Sam, continue.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. My amendment focuses on smart reforms, more flexibility, protecting core functions of the system, and ensuring rural America is not left behind. With that, I yield back the balance.
I thank the gentleman. I will rise in opposition to the amendment, the Starter Act. It fails to provide adequate investment in our surface transportation infrastructure, and really would just be a reiteration of FAST and MAP 21 and other status quo legislation that's been passed. It extends almost every current program at flat funding, which is a far cry from the substantial increases in every program in the base legislation. It does provide a 10% increase in funding to be split, not among all programs, but 5 considered to be core. I think let's look at what is considered core. Congestion mitigation, with the reports we have from the Transportation Texas Institute about the unbelievable costs of congestion in time and money for Americans and business, eliminated. Every transit program for mid-sized communities cut out. I mean, not cut out of the increase, not eliminated.
transportation for the elderly and disabled with an aging population. And this bill includes new provisions to provide rural transit for people aging in place in rural areas. No increase. Those aren't core. Also not core, Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration at a time of fatalities from large truck crashes are increasing. Neither is the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. 36,000 Americans died on our highways last year. The list goes on. Tribes, no increase. Puerto Rico and the territories would be stuck with the apportionment they've been getting since 1994 under this legislation. Federal lands with all the access problems and the infrastructure needed, no increase. Programs that provide vital programs under our bill for many communities would get no increase. The Invest in America Act funding for programs the Republicans deem core and those they don't get more money, including the core programs, but more than 10% for the most part. And these I just mentioned would also. The substitute does not in any way, unlike even the Republican Senate bill, address climate change, which we believe on our side of the aisle is real. Surface transportation is the largest single contributor to carbon pollution in the United States of America. And we intend to deal with that and deal with that meaningfully, and our bill does do that. I appreciate the inclusion of a resilience title, but resilience isn't going to work if we don't also begin to mitigate the worsening effects of climate change. The streamlining provisions fall short. If this amendment was serious about expediting projects, it would include more money for programs instead of flat funding. Studies show that the greatest impediment to many major projects, study after study, is not the issues of environmental analysis. 93% of projects go forward, are categorically exempt. Some go through an environmental analysis. 3% go through the NEPA process, which involves citizen involvement. Many times those are huge and controversial projects, and they have an impact on the environment and communities. And to eliminate that input and that, the analysis of that impact in a scientific way would be unconscionable. Our transportation system faces a number of challenges today. Epidemic, as I mentioned earlier, traffic fatalities, growing pedestrian cycling fatalities. We are totally dependent, or 99% dependent upon fossil fuels. We have Americans stuck in traffic, as I mentioned earlier, under study after study, costing many, many billions of dollars a year, far more than would be saved by this tiny increase in funding. The Invest in America Act confronts these problems head on, helps us to build a better future for the country, moves toward dealing with climate change in the most meaningful way undertaken so far by this Congress. The Starter Act ignores those problems, undermines federal aid programs in the process. If you're a community choked by traffic congestion, air pollution, you're left behind. If you're a U.S. citizen living in Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, elsewhere, you're left behind. If you're a senior citizen who relies on transit to get to the doctor, you're left behind. We need a transportation system that builds up our country, not continuing the failing status quo. With that, I yield back the balance of my time. I'll get a list from staff. The next would be Rodney Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate your comments. I appreciate the ranking member, Mr. Graves, for introducing this amendment. This is our version, our principles, where if we could have sat down together in a bipartisan way, we could have actually come up with some pretty good compromises, not only on resiliency. As you and I have spoken many times, Chairman DeFazio, we could have come up with some compromises when it comes to addressing climate change. But in the end, the process that was chosen was not an inclusive process. The process that was chosen is going to fail. The process that is chosen is going to leave us and leave all of those groups and areas and parts of our nation that you just talked about, that's still going to leave them behind. Because unlike previous highway bills, unlike previous transportation reauthorizations,
we didn't get a chance to talk. Didn't get a chance to actually work with you to come up with a good compromise. I'm certainly hoping that we can do that in a conference committee, working with our senators, and maybe at that point in time we can sit around the table and we can talk about our priorities that Ranking Member Graves and I and the Republicans on this committee laid out months ago. And that's why this amendment has been offered. And we've got a lot of support. As a matter of fact, I've got a stack of letters here. One stack is they support Starter. Another one, they oppose some or all parts of your bill. And then I have another stack that they support those principles that we laid out. And this isn't just industry, this is labor groups that believe in what we do on this committee. They believe that we can come together. Again, before this amendment process starts, I urge you, Mr. Chair, please show some bipartisanship during the amendment process. Not allowing us to co-sponsor amendments in a bipartisan way is not conducive to bipartisanship. It's not conducive to getting a bill done. And frankly, it's very frustrating. But I ask unanimous consent to submit this entire stack of letters into the record during this time.
Without objection, and I would remind this gentleman and any others, wishing to submit to the record that under the rules of the House, they currently have to be submitted electronically. With that,
I will do that, but I'm hearing we have a Wi-Fi issue. It's a little slow. We'll get it to you. But I have them here in person too.
Well, yep, I thank the gentleman.
So
I believe.
Do I have to do both?
No, the gentleman, you can hand it to the clerk in the room.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Other requests for recognition? Hearing none, we will move to a vote on the amendment. Are there amendments to the amendment? Okay, hearing none. The question is on the amendment. Now this time, I'm going to give people, the first people will be aye, second will be nay. Anyone who wants to say aye, unmute now. I'll give you like 5 seconds.
Aye. Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right, thank you. Now mute.
I'm against it.
Mute. Okay.
Against it.
Now mute, please. Anyone who just voted aye, mute. Okay. Now let's proceed to the. This is on the Graves Amendment.
Aye.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, could I just ask for a recorded vote?
Yeah, let's do it that way. That's better. Thank you.
It isn't better. You're going to vote no. This is the Republican. Okay.
To amendments in the order in which they were submitted. I will recognize Mr. Garamendi for his first of 10 amendments. I would urge members to try and limit the number of amendments they individually offer, particularly on the Democratic side, since many of you did get provisions in the bill. And also in response to Ranking Member Davis, I haven't recognized anyone yet. I don't know what you mean by not allowing bipartisan co-sponsorship of amendments. I have no idea what that meant, because anybody could, be joint on an amendment. I don't understand that. With that, I recognize Mr. Garamendi for 5 minutes on his first amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, these amendments could easily be an unblocked amendment, but let me go ahead and go forward here. The first deals with the university.
I'm muted. They didn't take the vote. I'm muted.
Hello,
Representative Garamendi is recognized. No one else. Please, everybody else mute.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman's recognized. Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to HR 2, offered by Mr. Garamendi of California, number 123.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Garamendi to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Across the nation, many universities are running their own transportation programs in an effort to reduce congestion and to be efficient in moving personnel, students, and others throughout their campuses. This would increase the University Transportation Center's allocation from 96 to 150 million, supported by many universities, and I ask for an aye vote.
Back.
Mr. Chairman, I believe you're muted.
Am muted. I was muted, and there was some glitch. So the gentleman was proceeding. Oh, you yielded back. I thank the gentleman. Are there other members who wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman?
Yep. Who's that?
Mr. Lipinski?
All right, you're recognized, Mr. Lipinski, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. America has the greatest research universities in the world, and it's critical that we take advantage of these resources to advance transportation research and technology. We do this through University Transportation Centers, UTCs. The UTCs received $92 million in the fiscal year 20 appropriations law, so I'm disappointed that we are not increasing the authorization level by more than $4 million above that in this bill. As the gentleman from California amendment does, it raises the yearly funding from UTCs from $96 million a year to $150 million a year. That $150 million would match the level that the House Science Committee's recently released bipartisan transportation research bill would fund UTCs in FY21. The Science Committee, though, goes further than this amendment and raises the level of funding for UTCs to $250 million by FY25. I'm an original co-sponsor of this legislation, and I strongly support that UTC funding level. UTCs conduct research in a number of broad areas, and the FAST Act is able to include language that for the first time created UTC focused on autonomous and connected vehicle technology. I'm pleased that this bill again includes a UTC that focuses on this critical technology, which will transform surface mobility. In addition, this bill includes a UTC focus on rail, which I believe has bipartisan support. UTCs also allow us to build our advanced transportation workforce by introducing students at these universities to work on transportation challenges early in their careers. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank Mr. Garamendi for introducing this amendment. I'm hopeful that we'll be able to work on increasing the authorization level for UTCs as we move through this process. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the amendment? Hearing none, I'll recognize myself. We increased funding for UTCs by 25%. I am a huge supporter and fan of the UTC program. The UTCs were happy with that level of funding. They did not ask for more funding. And at this point, should we change that level in the bill, we will be unable to reconcile the numbers within the bill, move to the floor on 1st of July or the 30th of June. Therefore, although I'm a huge fan of the UTCs, I must oppose the amendment. With that, I'm prepared to call for a vote on the amendment. And we're going to do this, hopefully this won't be a record roll call vote, because if we do that, we're not going to get through very many amendments in 2 days. So anyone who is in favor, unmute, give you 5 seconds. Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Please mute. Please mute. Those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay.
Nay.
Nay. The chair, the nays have it. The next, moving on, I've got the list here. Number 111.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr.
Do
Chairman.
you have an amendment at the desk?
I do have an amendment at the desk. 1-1.
The clerk will designate the amendment. Someone is not muted. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment from Perry, number 1.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I recognize Mr. Perry to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes. Mr. Perry, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 8202 prohibits safe and efficient transport of LNG by rail tank car. This amendment, strikes section 8202. Like many other provisions in this bill, this provision is not by concern for safety. It's driven by the radical mentality that has hijacked the majority party, leading them to oppose the transportation of fossil by endless attempts to limit transportation by rail or pipeline result either the use of more carbon alternative or the failure to meet the heating, fuel, electricity needs of American people. Recently, LNG was not transported by rail simply due to a lack of demand for such transportation. The economic situation changed substantially. There is high demand now for LNG transportation by rail. Transportation of LNG by rail can be done safely. LNG is safer than the number of cryogenic liquids currently authorized to be transported by rail and DOT-1 tank cars. Generally, hazardous materials safe every day without incident. Hazmat accidents are down 48% since 2008, with less than 1% of train accidents having resulted in the release of hazardous materials. As states resist the necessary build-out of pipeline infrastructure, certain regions have become effectively cut from the cheap, domestically sourced natural gas available due to the hydraulic fracturing boom, causing them to rely on foreign-sourced natural gas like New England importing Russian gas during the cyclone of 2018 or otherwise risking blackouts. Transportation by rail would help alleviate these supply shortages. For example, by allowing gas from Cheryl in Pennsylvania to ship, including the electricity off access utilities to appease radical is inappropriate. That's why what this underlying provision is, and that's why I wish to strike it. My colleagues support the amendment to strike the provision with the interest of the American people above the leftist special interests. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentlemen, that I would recognize. I didn't know that life and safety was a left inclination. If so, I accept it. There has never been any safety analysis done of LNG transport done by rail. Currently, very small amounts out very special fortified containers. This would use regular tank cars that are for other cryogenic materials. However, the explosive capability of LNG, in the case of a puncture, and these cars are not proof and very resistant. There have been a number of accidents where these cars have overturned and punctured, would be a pool, which would unbelievably explode pool. I did speak to this issue on the floor during the appropriations process last year, and I did show the blast area for one of these should that happen.
in the blast area, this train would happen to run close to the president's prime residence, now Mar-a-Lago, which would be during the blast, within the blast area. So the service would be suspicious shipment during of the president. There's been no analysis done, no safety testing, and in fact, they just issued an executive order. Then they issued a draft special permit that our company has by no doubt, no publicly available contact information. It is rumored to be the one that runs across that part of Florida to move by rail tank car. Another has FIMSHA, which is a somewhat dysfunctional at best, failed to take steps, analyzing, reviewing. It failed to give Congress and the public the opportunity to consider whether permits operating conditions sufficiently address the potential safety implications, an opportunity that is actually required by law. Of course, many times we don't have those anymore. The agency rushed its job, spending a measly 6 months considering the special permit petition and the comments received for the special permit. I believe this has huge potential, way more potential than the Lake Megantic fire caused by crude oil. This is way, way more problematic. So I would strongly oppose this amendment. And at this point, I would recognize any other members who wish to speak to the amendment. Seeing none, are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none. If not, the question is on the amendment, and we will follow the same procedure. Those who intend to vote aye will unmute now.
Aye.
Who are in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, please mute. Please mute. Those who are opposed to the amendment, please mute. Those who are opposed to the amendment signify by saying nay. Nay.
Nay.
In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote was requested. Sufficient members requested vote pursuant to Rule 5E, rules and station vote on the order as mentioned beginning in the 11 to or the chair of the amendment to determine chair through the course of we will proceed to the next, which would be 2-4. Clerk, does the gentleman have an amendment?
I have amendment, yes, sir.
The clerk designate the amendment.
The amendment in nature substitute HR 2, offered by Mr. Garamendi, numbered 124.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I recognize Mr. Garamendi speak on his amendment. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendment expands the Buy American requirements for federally funded highway projects to also include made and sourced building material such as plastic, polymer-based products, other aggregates, cables and the like, drywall, lumber, et cetera, et cetera. The normal Buy American requirements would still apply just as they do all other products. This would be the Department of Transportation. This is from my Made in America Act 3459, which is co-sponsored by a whole lot of folks, many of whom are on this committee, by labor unions and by other manufacturers across the nation. We really can make it in America if we require that American taxpayers be used to buy American-made lines. So this is simply an expansion of what is currently required to include these these materials. With that, I yield back to my.
Thank you. Anyone else
to be recognized on the amendment? Hearing none, I would recognize myself for such time as it may consume. I am not opposed to the amendment, but strong concern by the Road Transportation Building Association, Stone Gravel Association, effect of this amendment. I would suggest that the gentleman amendment, if we all for any and all in America.
Imagine the folks would oppose this.
The gentleman on my time.
Mr. Chairman, I thought you'd ask me a question about. I cannot why they would oppose it unless they want to bring more and more product. These products are manufactured or manufactured will not we require that American made. I think we ought to go vote on this one. I want to do, but I'm not. There's much to read in America, not. So due respect, I don't think not want to.
Okay, the gentleman, do any other members be recognized? Okay, I will not to the this point in time. There are consequences. We will figure out a way to put them as we move through the full process. So that I'm willing to the amendment. Are there amendments? If not, the question is on the those in favor, by saying aye. Remember, the favor, by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, please mute. Those opposed, give you 5 seconds. Signify nay.
Nay.
In the opinion of the ayes have it. Ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Representative Perry. Well, okay. Right for number 1 is the gentleman amendment at the desk.
Yes, and I have amendment number 112.
Okay. The
Amendment to in the name HR 2, offer Perry, word 1-1.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. 5 minutes amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Prohibits the provision of or loan guarantees for high rail projects that are in compliance with our Tier 3 standards. This is highly controversial. Texas rail from receiving loans or guarantees. Cost has gone $10 billion to $30 billion into the next California train journey. The company has rejected this project would be copped on that actively. The company to face accountable, or they can consider this project, including lack of financial, lack of eminent domain authority, failure to gain approvals from the board, potential flooding and form opposition and state. There's for Pennsylvania tax matter hook for this project. I asked my questions and there's their own from liability failing project, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Chairman.
Yes, I recognize a gentlelady, Ms. Bernice Johnson, for 5 minutes.
I'd like to go record as against the because of the pandemic, major and rail system. And that this would actually be an amendment. No, thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any others wish to be recognized?
Chairman DeFazio, Fletcher, I'd like to be recognized.
Gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would very briefly like to associate myself with the comments of Chairwoman Johnson. This is a project. Be voting on this amendment. Please.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any others wish to be recognized? I recognize myself for times maybe. There's a very lengthy for they are the Japanese technology, which has run successfully for 50 years. Shinkansen, no fatalities, no accidents, and very profitably. They have addressed some issues of projects. But the technically conform to safety standards under 238. So earlier, the Trump administration proposed a rule of particular applicability, essentially creates a regulatory regime specific to this proposal. Again, the Trump administration has promulgated a rule that would allow the use of these train sets on this technology, on this project. This amendment would overturn the opinion of the Trump administration. The gentleman also mentioned about the pandemic. There will be direct funding available for the project. It is they seek what is called a TIFIA loan. TIFIA loans have a fabulous over time. They 8 months for the and they were TIFIA process is incredibly rigorous, and it does require substantial credit risk premium upfront according to the risk that has been project. Is 0 to very negligible risk for this particular project. Should they apply for? Should they be successful at getting a TIFIA loan? Their credit risk premium is concerned regarding fares and the amendment. Do any others speak on the amendment? On the question is amendment, we will process with follow. Those who are in favor, you have second mute. Sigma. Thank you. And all say yes. So are opposed by saying
Hey.
In opinion of the David.
Mr. Chairman, request to record.
Gentleman is right. Many pre-comments by others later process, but go right ahead. Recorded a vote was requested. Having requested recorded vote. Committee transportation vote on the amendment ordered as in the beginning of the markup pursuant to community rule 5 rule 11. For the chair will postpone further proceedings amendment until by the through the court today's amendments. All right, we have other representative amendment by Representative Garamendi. Mr. Recognized. Does the gentleman have an amendment desk?
Desk.
The gentleman, the clerk will designate the
Amendment to the amendment in the name of substitute HR 2 offer Garamendi, numbered 1-8.
Without objection, considered as read.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. We've heard much of Republicans' need to hate processes and to get through the environmental quality. In the 4 years ago, we devised a pilot program that would do just. Two administrations have failed to implement that pilot program that would hasten the do and reviews. The Department of Transportation to do what we had the opportunity to do 4 years ago. So let's get on matter and discuss about dealing with moving to explore. That'd be good. Actually implement it. The transportation needs a kick to get it done. Both administrators as well. And with back my task for an aye vote.
Gentlemen, there are others who wish to speak on this. Okay. What's that?
Mr. Chair, parliamentary,
Yes.
please.
Great.
Parliamentary inquiry is?
Yes, we're getting feedback from for attempting to proceed from that they're having here follow the discourse of the amendments that are being offered and to bring attention and seeing that.
Okay, is it is issue or is it a?
I think there are a variety of issues that's just generally speaking from the inquiry, as even from I don't know if an activity on the members' part or I don't know that we're going to hear negative folks that are attempting to watch the proceeding.
Everybody mute. Let me
on the live,
here.
Mr. Chair.
Thank the gentleman.
Yield back.
Okay, I thank the gentleman. I thank him for bringing that to his attention. I do want outside individual where at this point, all members are to whether we are meeting the rules. It's a problem. The lame at House administration people it has to do with their very lame internet service and Wi-Fi, which I explained here. They're going to attempt to rectify. This has been years in the making under both parties, and it's a sad state of affairs when the House of Representatives have Wi-Fi is when I can get my copper. So that I myself to speak to. This is a particular problem with CalDOT. They have not finalized their pilot program, and you know, department has it far along to out the will Congress would require them to expedite opposition. With that, and we will proceed. It's anyone else we recognize. Then we will, as a amendment, here the question on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, in the opinion, the amendment's agreed to. Mr. Perry. The gentleman, amendment
Mr. Chairman. I have amendment desk number 121.
The clerk will designate the
Amendment the amendment to HR 2 offered by Mr. Harris is 121.
objection. The amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman recognized 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amendment creates a grant that it provides funding and transit agencies for innovative transportation solutions and business models to unserved or poorly served communities. The bill is toned on problems plaguing transit even before infections. Riders drive 8% nationwide, 2029, 12% outside of New York City. Yet this bill provides a 7% increase in funding. Rather than double on the hook, the bill's one-size approach to fix the industry's pre-existing problems, increase investment in top performance, linking to the needs of taxpayers and rise, not the federal government's prescribed solutions. My amendment is to reorient or providing local government transit agencies funding to find new, innovative, and cost-effective models based on need and demand. And I urge my colleagues to support this amendment to ensure our systems work for the riders and carriers, not solely for transit bureau. And I yield balance.
Thank the gentleman. Other members we recognize. None, I'd recognize myself. Actually, to put fact in an earlier statement, transit ridership was in 2019 not a low point percent. The trading through Q4 was up comparing period after transit ridership was start of the pandemic and increases 0.2 7.9 January and February, and with our transit systems in total lame condition. The reason people don't take transit is because you can't afford to get on a train or bus, break down on the way. 100 billion back for state repair, and so bad that, of course, here at Metro killing people. They have rectified some of those problems. Still are in the midst of rehabilitating our system. So, this bill actually increase it's of 203 mobility innovation, and this would office payer protections that are in 203. This amendment was offered in 2015 and was rejected in 2015 for that act. I realize the gentleman wants more innovation. I agree with that goal, and I believe a closer examination of the impact would find we are giving transit opportunity with flexible concepts that have directly even boost ridership more, increase by providing more accessible service. I'd urge my gentleman to withdraw his amendment if he sees with Section 203. With that, are there any other members which we recognize? Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I, the there referring to citing Cato Institute stuff that are in ridership.
There was I don't remember, we had a lot of speakers who talked about decline in ridership. It may have been you. I don't remember if you just said that.
Yeah, I believe it was.
But
what I'd like to do is, first of all, I'd like for you to provide a report that you just cited, and I'll like that, and I'll have your from what I know, increase in ridership is predominantly in the New York area, but ridership around the rest of the country is down, particularly in cities like me, which in Atlanta and Detroit, places like that, we've seen. I also point out that one of the reasons that there's a decline, it takes twice as long on transit for a commute than it does in a private or one of ride company or one of those. But
Okay.
from a policy background, I'm very interested in seeing the study that you just, with that yield back.
Okay, thank you. My time. We'll be happy to provide a copy of the study for the record and to the gentleman individually. It comes from the Public Transport. Hearing no has to be recognized, we would move forward. Other amendment? If it's on the amendment, those in favor will signify by saying
Aye.
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 Please mute. Those who are opposed, unmute. Signify by saying nay. And the picture here, the nays have it. It is not agreed to.
Record.
Recorded vote west. And more, a recorded a request to record vote pursuant to 5E rule. Any recorded vote amendment is ordered as mentioned at the beginning of Rule 5 and House Rule 11.2 for the postponed proceeding on the amendment until a time determined by the through the course of the markup. With that, we will on. Representative Jeremy is recognized. You have an amendment. The clerk would designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offered 1-2.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize 4, 5.
This amendment deals with fresh agriculture. Presently, agriculture is not in agreement with the U.S. Agriculture on the definition of what is an agricultural commodity that we implemented under the hours of service exemption. Of particular concern to California is that produce that is harvested and washed in the field under the motor carrier safety district considered under the exemption hours of service. This would require that get together motor in the U.S. and also harvested washed be considered an agricultural commodity, the exemption. It and suppose it's from California across the wherever vegetables are hard washed in the
Thank the gentleman. Other members wish to be recognized? None.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, it's David Rowell, North Carolina. I have an amendment to the
It's I just wanted to be recognized to speak on the amendment offered by Mr. Chairman. I'll briefly, this legislative immediately change the definition of cultural. There were already very, very broad from out of service for, and DOT is currently whether or not those to be brought. I think at least to a comment set and the Department of Agriculture take I urge withdrawal. At that point, if the gentleman, Mr. Rouser, amendment to the amendment, he's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It, desk.
I have it here in my hand, didn't have it at the.
All right, clerk will designate amendment.
Amendment offer Mr. D to the amendment to HR 203.
Okay, with objection, the amendment will be considered read. I recognize Mr. Red for 5.
Mr. Chairman, I know that every public conformity rules.
Second.
Mr. Chairman, this
And electronic
now.
Speed, and hopefully it'll come through.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amendment is H.R. 1673, Agriculture Trucking Act, with the bipartisan bill introduced in both the House and the Senate. Language update for agriculture commodity used by the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration more clear with the definition the U.S. Department of Agriculture uses. Current CSA definition of agriculture is clear and does not include the variety of agriculture produced. It excludes for horticultural and aquaculture products as nurseries, grass, freshwater, and saltwater plants, algae, and organisms. Even those products are considered agricultural commodities, makes it difficult for workers with our designation. FMC not included in their current. So this amendment short is upon our colleague Congressman is trying to do.
All right. Do any members other members wish to be recognized on Rouser's amendment to the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
I should have to you an opening Pandora's box, which I did. I know that that I proposed is very narrowly drawn. This, to my really opens it wide open, things that may or may not be perishable. And I had opportunity earlier with my amendment, but we are where with amendment to my amendment. With that, I yield.
The gentleman actually can. Okay, if he wishes to withdraw, it is within the amendment to no longer relevant.
Mr. Chair.
Thank the gentleman. Moving on. Perry, number in front. Perry, you have a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do. It's a 125.
We'll designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a supplementary HR offered by Mr. 125.
The clerk, the objection will be considered recognized on behalf of his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. This amendment would strike section 509, which mandates two-man crews on all and all railroads. This issue is has always been collective. Failure to succeed at the bar table does not necessitate change to federal law. Opponents of the two-man crew mandate will claim the mandate is critical for the safety of the nation's. To be clear, there is data to support this. Two-man crews are safer than one-man crews. Man crews actually operate throughout the country on shorelines around those well. The FRA made the affirmative decision to mandate two-man crews after analyzing this policy for 5 years. At the end of lengthy analysis, they decided that such a mandate would impede the future of the nation and nation. Safety improvements an attempt to legislate fix to at the collective bargaining table. Legislation elected fully appropriate and must be stopped. And ensure that railroads are able to use innovative to improve safety records their of operation or consumer for the American people. And my colleagues support and I yield.
Gentlemen, industry recognized. Hearing none, I'll recognize myself. I'll rise and to Mr. Harrison, our on the committee, and some on the other side of the aisle are co-sponsors of the safe legislation where one engineer and one can to operate off trains, no exception. We recently heard about blockage intersection and other issues when we had the minister of the FRA in discuss 3-mile-long trains, and I asked him how long if there's only an engineer on a train miles long, and the next to the last car has a problem that he has to go look at. His answer was, I don't know, maybe an hour. In Albany District, they block about 15 intersections. Many of those intersections are gated. That would block access by police to respond to calls on the side of the and I mean that thing would result in many communities across the United States of America. If the industry can continue to forward with precision scheduled, which to us as an idea by the head of CSAC, and trains that run 2 and 3 miles through and will continue to carry volatiles, and if an earlier amendment is successful and liquefied natural gas in cars not designed for it, I believe the continuing with 2 are imperative, and it does. There are exemptions for short lines, others from the rule, and would only apply chain lines and trains and trains that are getting longer and longer. So I strongly oppose the agenda. Anyone wish to be recognized? None. The amendment. None. Then we will move to a vote. Amendment. Just remind of the procedure. Let's get this right. When I say those in favor, I do, and then I say aye. You say those in favor of the amendment signify by aye.
Aye.
Aye. One talking, please mute. Those un and talking. I'm trying to locate them. I can find it went right. Opposed to the amendment, I say nay. 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 In the opinion chairs, the nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, you're muted.
Oh, thank you. I was trying to be quiet for everybody. Thank you. Mr. Garamendi has an amendment at the desk, I believe.
I have an amendment at the desk, sir.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. Garamendi, numbered 139.
Without objection. Is it one? I had 120 as being next. The staff handed me 120. Mr. Garamendi, is it 120 or 139?
139 for me at the moment. 120 going to come up.
Okay, 139, please. Okay. Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I recognize Mr. Garamendi to speak for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The current underlying bill does speak to the issue of evacuation routes, but does not really provide any real opportunity for those parts of our nation that are in need of evacuation because of the threats that exist there, whether it's fire. Certainly we see that in California, hurricanes, tornadoes, and the like. This bill, this amendment would enact the Escape Act, which is a bipartisan measure among Democrats and Republicans in the House, as well as a similar bill in the Senate. And it would establish a new competitive program. Does not add any money to existing programs, a small competitive program that would allow communities or regions to develop escape routes. Might be simple things, such as highway signage, or maybe better intersections for the evacuation of individuals from areas such as, I suppose, Cape Cod, Southern Florida, and the fire districts in your area, or your fire areas in your district, Mr. Chairman. Anyway, this is the Escape Act, and I would ask for an aye vote.
I thank the gentleman. Are there other members who wish to speak to the amendment? If not, I'll speak to the amendment. I certainly share the gentleman's interest in providing alternatives, and escape routes. But as I mentioned earlier, that the way the bill is constructed and given the timelines that have been dictated to us by leadership, any amendments that increase program funding or shift money between programs could lead to unintended budget consequences. And the bill already substantially increases programs across the board and sets the contract authority at the appropriate level. It does make a $6.25 billion pre-disaster mitigation program, which will allow, I believe, this problem to be addressed through that program as well as other resilience needs. So I appreciate the gentleman's concern. I would ask that he consider withdrawing the amendment at this point in time, because I will have to oppose the amendment because of the potential downstream consequences, or upstream, or however you want to look at it.
Mr. Chairman, it's always wise to yield to the chairman. I withdraw the amendment.
I thank the gentleman. Thank you. The amendment's withdrawn. The next, we have another Perry amendment, I believe. Mr. Perry, I believe you have another amendment at the desk.
I do, Mr. Chairman. It's 113, please.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. Perry, numbered 113.
Without objection, the amendment be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Perry for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes Section 1211 and 1303 related to EV charging station grants. Federal funding of electric vehicle charging stations is regressive, unfair, and will negatively impact air quality while doing nothing to impact climate change. A 2018 Manhattan Institute study found that broad-based adoption of zero-emission vehicles will increase air pollution and associated environmental costs relative to new internal combustion engine vehicles. Moreover, the study found that climate impact of even completion adoption of those vehicles will be non-existent. Even if all vehicles were replaced by zero-emission vehicles, the associated CO2 reduction, less than 500 million tons per year, would be less than half the estimated annual reduction from the Obama-era Clean Power Plan, a proposal that the Obama EPA admitted would have no impact on the world's climate. Public subsidies for EV charging stations are inherently regressive. Those who cannot afford to purchase electric vehicles will see no benefit from such subsidies, but will bear the entire cost as they fund the HTF with their gas taxes. The exclusive benefit will be to electric vehicle owners who are significantly wealthier than the average American. In 2017, DOT found about 2/3 of households with battery, electric, or plug-in hybrid electric vehicles have incomes higher than $100,000 per year. Finally, these grants are inherently unfair. This provision eliminates the illusion that surface transportation is paid for with user fees. EV owners pay nothing into the Highway Trust Fund despite their heavier vehicles degrading the roads at a much higher rate than average vehicles. For all these reasons and more, I ask my colleagues to support this amendment and reject the idea that the cost of electrical vehicle charging infrastructure should be borne by the taxpayers. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
I thank the gentleman. Any members wish to be recognized on the amendment? Okay, hearing none, I will speak in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. Even the Republican bill in the Senate invests nearly $1 billion in a similar fashion in electrification or the potential for hydrogen fueled vehicles. Our bill is slightly higher than the Senate numbers, and it would prioritize programs that demonstrate the highest level of carbon pollution reduction. And again, to restate what I said at the beginning, we believe that carbon pollution is a problem, and carbon pollution, the largest single contributor in the United States, is transportation. And we believe that carbon pollution must be dealt with as well as other greenhouse gas contributors, particularly methane and other things that are even worse. And that's dealt with in some wastewater provisions in different legislation. The investment is, I believe, absolutely necessary if you believe in climate change and if you believe that we need to reduce, the impact of fossil fuels on the environment. It would also repeal important protections that ensure vehicle charging stations that receive federal highway dollars must be usable by the majority of EV drivers and accessible to all members of the public, not just high-priced Teslas. There are electric cars coming that are going to be as affordable as today's fossil fuel cars in the very near future. And this would provide access to all the public as opposed to being restricted by manufacturer to industry or dealer-specific, maker-specific plugins and their own high-speed stations, which are, again, proprietary and not available to the general public. So I would strongly oppose the gentleman's amendment. Are there others who wish to be recognized? If not, are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, then I will, the question is on the amendment as offered. All those in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those who are opposed will signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Someone had an unfortunate phone ring there. Okay, please mute. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it.
Mr. Chairman, request a recorded vote.
Okay, a recorded vote is requested. A sufficient number of members.
Oh.
What was that? A recorded vote was requested. A sufficient number of members having requested a recorded vote pursuant to Rule 5E of the Rules Committee on Transportation Infrastructure. Recorded vote on the amendment is ordered as mentioned in the beginning of the markup pursuant to Community Rule 5F, House Rule 11-2H4. The chair will postpone further proceedings on the amendment until a time determined by the chair through the course of today's markup. The next amendment will be Mr. Garamendi. I believe this one is 120. Is 120 at the desk, Mr. Garamendi?
Mr. Chairman, I believe 120 and 121 are amendments that you're going to oppose. I wish to withdraw them.
I thank the gentleman very much for that gesture. We have one more amendment, which you have, which would be in order since that doesn't count. I believe it's 137, is that correct?
If this is the amendment that provides broadband service to rural America, I would move forward. At the end of my tether here, and I may have lost, what was the number that would be?
This says 137. It has to do with cost effectiveness, federal highway aid program.
Yeah, this is the study. I withdraw that one also.
I thank the gentleman. All right, the gentleman is still in order because he has graciously withdrawn some amendments. We move on now to 138. Is the amendment at the desk? Yes.
The amendment's at the desk, sir.
Okay, the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offer Mr. Garamendi, number 138.
Without objection, the amendment is to be considered as read. I recognize the gentleman for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment really deals with quality of construction work. That hopefully will be done in the future. Presently, we use public agencies and public employees to oversee the quality of construction work. In some cases, private contractors have been hired to do that work. This bill would require that we use public agencies and therefore the public employees within those agencies who have no allegiance other than to the public and to the taxpayers to be the inspectors on taxpayer-funded projects, federally funded projects. It has the support of those individuals and organizations in the public agencies that have been doing these inspections to the benefit of the public and the taxpayers for years and years. I note that there are several of my colleagues that are in support of this amendment, Mr. Huffman, Mr. Brownlee, for example. And with that, I would yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Anyone else wish to be heard on this amendment? Okay, I do not oppose the amendment, but my concern is that particularly small agencies, for instance, when I was in Rep. Finkenauer's district and some very innovative work is being done with essentially 2 staff in some counties and elsewhere that may prevail. It does have a language, but I think is a little, they would have to justify that they don't have adequate existing or obtainable staff to perform construction inspection functions. The agency may obtain such services pursuant to temporary consultant contracts until the agency has adequate or existing staff, except no such services may be provided under any such contract after the expiration of a 12-month period. Again, if the gentleman would consider modifying that language, I believe very small agencies are going to have problems hiring permanent staff. Having been on a county commission and having had a very substantial road department,
we did both in-house and out-house work depending upon the magnitude of the project, and to say that we would have only been able to do in-house work would have meant hiring a staff at levels that were not sustainable always within our annual budgets. So I have concerns about the exception provision. I'm trying to think of a way to amend it. Okay, I mean, I'd be happy to work with the gentleman as we move to the floor and could recommend to the Rules Committee that it be, that with modifications, it be included in, I want to encourage it, but I don't want to have such a strict mandate. If the gentleman would agree to that and withdraw, I will help deal with rules as we go forward.
Well, let me just make a couple of comments. I believe the last time you were on a county commission was in the previous century. And I noted that you were doing both in-house and out-house work, which doesn't surprise me given your district that you would be doing the out-house work. In any case, Mr. Chairman, it's always wise to work with you and look forward to that opportunity to do so. And so I will withdraw the amendment, and with your good graces, we'll wrap it up and put it on the floor. Thank you very much. Withdraw.
Thank you, gentlemen. The amendment is withdrawn. Next. Mr. Perry has an amendment. Mr. Perry, please, is it at the desk?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Amendment 123 is at the desk.
Okay, the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. Perry, numbered 123.
Okay, without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Perry is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would increase the threshold for Davis-Bacon prevailing wages to $2 million. The current prevailing wage threshold of $2,000 has remained unchanged since 1935, despite the massive increase in construction cost over the same period. As a result of this law, it is estimated that the average wage is 22% higher than the actual market rate, so the term prevailing is a bit of a misnomer, to say the least. Reasonable people can and do disagree on the extent of the law's inflationary effect, but it's difficult to deny that the result is above market wage rates. After all, the purpose of the law is to isolate labor costs from competition, the very mechanism that sets the market price of any good or service through the imposition of government-mandated wage rates, prohibiting those willing and able to do the work otherwise from offering lower-cost alternatives. Since labor costs make up around 50% of total construction costs, the law's requirements tend to inflate total project costs by anywhere from 7 to 10%. While repealing the Davis-Bacon prevailing wage requirements would offer the most taxpayer saving, this amendment represents a compromise provision that would bring the threshold simply into the 21st century. And I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield the balance.
Do other members wish to be recognized on the amendment? Hearing none, I'll recognize myself. I rise in opposition. Davis-Bacon is mutually beneficial. It's beneficial to the workers and their families, and it's beneficial to communities in terms of people earning living wages so they can afford to go out to a restaurant or afford to take their kids to a ball game or afford to go to a movie. This has been a debate on this committee every reauthorization. So I would oppose the amendment. Are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, we will then call the question. The question is on the amendment. Those in the amendment will say aye by saying aye.
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 The opposed the amendment will signify saying nay.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to. We had earlier one of the members raised a concern about streaming. No, I understand that it's working better now for the public. Again, it has to do with the lame house system, but it isn't affecting our capabilities here on WebEx. With that,
Mr. Chairman,
we
request a
move to-
recorded vote.
I already called the amendment. I'm afraid your request is too late. With that, Mr. Garamendi, the clerk will designate the gentleman of the amendment at the desk, 135.
I have an amendment at the desk, sir.
And the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. Garamendi, numbered 135.
The amendment's considered as read. The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman, earlier in the hearing, Mr. Carson spoke to this issue. We had thought it was, it is not. And therefore, I am bringing up the amendment deal with the federal incentive for citations, traffic ticket quizzes in the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration's current program. This amendment would eliminate those incentives to cite drivers. Mr. Carson, earlier, I would I will not repeat all of these, although this is a serious problem. California has outlawed this practice. Many states have not. Discriminate this incentive to the nation. With that, I ask for my vote and yield my remaining time.
I think the gentleman else should be recognized in the amendment.
Chairman.
Mr. Brown, recognized 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to thank the gentleman for California for commitment to addressing racial profiling on the highways of America. Far too many communities served by far too many police departments are by police officers with racial biases and motives. These communities are exposed to far too many inappropriate and unlawful trains simply because the driver is black or brown or of a race or ethnicity that is the sole reason for the traffic stop. We must address and root out this problem. However, I'm afraid that Mr. Garamendi's amendment doesn't hit the mark. Mr. Chairman, I'm concerned that the amendment expressly state or identify racial profiling. Long gone are the days when we should be taking race neutral to the pernicious problem of racial profiling. While the amendment provision of a citation or ticket for violating traffic law and making certain grounds, it's not clear that this alone will reduce or eventually eliminate racial profiling. I'm equally concerned the unintended foreseeable consequences of this amendment. Any provision that we pass in the law should be more explicit in its criteria, guidance, and restrictions when it comes to eliminating racial profiling and the unlawful stops associated with them. I should note that we are taking an important step forward in this bill to address racial profiling. I want to thank Chairman Norton for her implicit bias training grant program. Research has shown that African and Latino drivers were stopped more drivers based on less evidence and alleged wrongdoing. In 2016, sociology professors at the University of Maryland conducted research focused on Prince George's County, Maryland, my home county, and its police department. Research is the foundation of a program developed to help police officers identify and unconscious bias. The training program in Prince George's County Department undergoes 10-hour training, uses 3 duality to emerge in various situations, stress or measure. And was such that the police has also sworn of the department undergo implicit program. In order to be police departments to partner with universities conducting this kind of research was to better understand implicit racial profiling. These partnerships increase our understanding of and unconsciousness and bias while helping police departments become better community partners. I want to thank Chairman Fazio and his staff for their help and guidance on that amendment. Additionally, I'm grateful to have a staunch ally in Chairwoman Norton, who has been champion for rights and a leader on these issues for decades. I look forward to working with Mr. Garamendi on other ways to address racial profiling. I don't think this amendment hits the mark. For that, I will oppose the amendment. Mr. Chair.
Gentlemen, anyone else wish to be recognized?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Andre.
You're on 5 minutes.
Thank you. You know, Mr. Chairman, I just spoke earlier saying that included in his amendment, they were, but we should all be supportive of it. So, and one of the reasons I described. I've heard from many of my colleagues very brilliantly reaffirm what I'm just stated, that we perfect language and doing so. But first, let's the amendments state federal incentives to provide Black and brown drivers. So I'm trying to support the amendments and all those managers' amendments. Back to my time.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Okay, hearing that. Agree from Maryland that have proposed racial profiling. It seems shepherded at with his help with Chairman Norton. We are going to take racial profile policing in weeks or no. I believe that Highway Safe Transit Administration in any way consider safety enforcement in determining competitiveness is a bit of a step far. Don't fully understand the potential or consequences. That is the national safety, and we want that race neutral, and that we identify areas of particular turn high or high intersection in this. I think a broad would have consequences. Opposed. Anyone else?
Chairman?
Sorry.
If I might, beginning to urge two very issues here. It does address to accomplish this legislation, but simply remove built-in process in which made more available or to those who make more citations. Certainly, the issue of while Black, brown, or is a real, no doubt about it. Doesn't this bill deal issue by moving the underlying obviously issues in with traffic stops. The incentive give the local police who will agencies will leave money writing more. This is a fair and a very direct getting the underlying issue. Mr. Brown's points are absolutely correct. I think you're into an issue on where this bill goes. This bill goes to the heart of the matter. That is the financial incentives for agencies to write tickets. for whatever reason. And certainly driving while black is a very serious problem, and one that we do address in part in your bill. And this is one more step along the way. I don't exactly, I don't understand why.
I thank the gentleman for his explanation. Reclaiming my time. You know, again, you know, there's nothing in law or regulation that says that they have to give out grants to people who write more citations. In fact, I would suggest perhaps, you know, that, you know, it's just a criteria. It could be they didn't write any violations. There were no overweight trucks. There were no drunk drivers or whatever in a certain area. And we want to target that. It is just one of the criteria that goes into the decision-making process. It's not determinative. It does not say that if you write more citations, that you get more money for safety enforcement. It is merely statistical data that is useful in identifying problem areas around the country. So I would still have to strongly oppose the amendment. Are there others who wish to be heard on the amendment? Okay, hearing none. Are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none. Those in favor of the amendment will signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed will signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Nay. Nay. Chair, the nays strongly have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, parliamentary inquiry.
What's that?
Mr. Chair, parliamentary inquiry, please.
Oh, Mr. Mitchell, yes.
Sir, I believe the chair has the ability, with unanimous consent, to limit the time for debate on amendments to 3 minutes. It was done successfully in armed services last year. We had an enormous number of amendments. In the interest of not killing everybody on the committee, we all agreed to limit the time to 3 minutes to speak on amendments. I would ask the chair to consider that as a parliamentary inquiry and see if we can concur in order to move this forward, or we both maybe need cryogenics to get through this. Thank you, sir.
If the gentleman would like to make a unanimous consent request.
I would ask unanimous consent that we limit debate by any member to 3 minutes during the amendment process by unanimous consent.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, without objection, so adopted. 3 minutes. I thank the gentleman for his constructive contribution.
I thank the chair.
With that, I would move to, I believe the gentleman, Mr. Perry, has another amendment at the desk. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. Perry, numbered 124.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would prohibit the Secretary and recipients of federal funds under this act from mandating project labor agreements or using project labor agreement preferences during the procurement of federal and federally assisted contracts for construction services. Government-mandated project labor agreements, or PLAs, prevent true bidding competition for projects through onerous hiring rule that favor closed shops and discourage merit shop contractors who, by the way, employ 88% of construction workforce from participating. This disproportionately prevents women and minority-owned businesses from participating in these contracts. It also renders the local hirer provisions in the PLA useless, as non-union local workers are precluded from working on the project. This reduced competition, combined with the inefficient closed shop work rules required under the PLA, result in significantly higher costs to the taxpayers. A PLA mandate drives up the cost of federal projects by nearly 20%. The increased costs lead to less construction and therefore less infrastructure improvements for the American people. The claim that PLAs are necessary to achieve cost savings is inherently false. The track record of government-mandated PLA highlights the significant cost overruns due to the concerns raised above. This bill would spend an exorbitant amount of money on its face. Let's at least make sure we maximize the infrastructure delivered for the American people. I urge a yes vote, and I yield the balance.
thank the gentleman. Do others wish to hear? Okay, hearing none, I'll recognize myself for 3 minutes. PLAs are not a federal mandate. They are negotiated. And in many instances, they allow projects to move forward with more dispatch because of the agreements between the employees and the employer, the contractor. So I think in many cases, they have proven successful. I know projects in my own district and other districts around the country that have very successfully used PLAs for federally funded projects. And to prohibit them, I believe, would be detrimental and would actually impede some future projects and bring about more labor disputes. With that, and hearing no one else wanted to be recognized, are there amendments to the amendment? If there are no amendments to the amendment, we will call the question on the amendment. Those in favor of the amendment will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
In mute, please. And those who are opposed to the amendment will signify by saying nay.
Nay.
In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it.
Request a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlemen, request a recorded vote. Therefore, a recorded vote will be taken. A sufficient number of members having requested a recorded vote pursuant to Rule 5E, Rules Committee on Transportation Infrastructure, recorded vote on amendment is ordered as mentioned in the beginning of the markup pursuant to Rule Committee 5F, House Rule 11-2H4. The chair will postpone further proceedings on the amendment until time determined by the chair through the course of today's markup. We will proceed with one more amendment, and after this amendment is accepted or rejected, the committee is going to recess for 1/2 hour. And at the end of 1/2 of 1 hour, we will proceed to the recorded votes that have been requested. And I would remind members, they must be visually present for their vote to be recorded. And when their name is called, they need to repeat their name so they will pop up on the main screen so the clerk can find them more easily and then vote. With that, I believe Mr. Garamendi has one last amendment at the desk. The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. Garamendi, number 136.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am a bit confused by the last amendment, by the argument in the last amendment. Apparently, you want to continue to have the federal government incentivize arrests, citations, and tickets in order to receive money from the Federal Traffic Administration. I think we have a lot of confusion here about what these amendments actually do. They seriously remove an incentive that exists today, in that indeed money is allocated based upon arrest records. Now, those arrest records tie directly into what Mr. Brown was talking about, which is racial profiling. This bill takes away for racial profiling, not all of them, just one of them. I don't want to get into a brawl with you, Mr. Chairman, about this, but I think we have a clear misunderstanding about what we're attempting to do here. And with that, and an opportunity to discuss this with you in person, which hopefully will soon occur, I withdraw this amendment.
Well, I thank the gentleman for withdrawing, and yes, I would have expressed concerns about the implications again. And I do look forward to the time when we can actually, all of us, hopefully go back to our committee room down below and expedite proceedings like this in the future. But at the moment, this is what we're stuck with. So the amendment is withdrawn. So at that point, I am going to declare a recess for 30 minutes. let's say 2:45, whatever EDT would be 12:45 PDT if my, yeah, you can do your own math. And at that point, I would repeat, we are going to hold roll call votes. Members must be visible. When their name is called, they should unmute. They need to restate their name. They need to vote and then remute. With that, I thank everybody for their cooperation and patience. And the committee now stands in recess for till 45 after the hour. What do I do with this X? Just mute it. All right. Committee on Transportation Infrastructure will come back to order. The question is agreeing to the amendment offered by myself, Mr. Fazio, numbered 1A, on which the ayes prevailed. Is a recorded vote still requested? Okay. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio.
Mr. DeFazio votes aye.
Mr. DeFazio votes aye. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes no. Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes aye.
Ms. Norton votes aye. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas. Mr. Crawford.
No.
Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Mr. Larson votes aye.
Mr. Larson votes aye. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs votes no.
Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mrs. Napolitano.
Napolitano votes aye.
Mrs. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Webster of Florida. Mr. Lipinski.
Mr. Lipinski votes aye.
Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Mr. Massey.
No.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Cohen votes aye.
Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Perry.
No.
Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Sirez. Mr. Davis of Illinois. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi votes aye.
Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Woodall.
Mr. Woodall votes no.
Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Johnson of
Did you?
Georgia.
No, I'm not, I think I'm next.
Mr. Katko. Mr. Carson of Indiana. Mr. Babin.
Clerk will suspend for a moment. I would remind members when your name is called, 3 of you have failed to vote. You'll be at the end. You have to unmute, say your name, and then vote. Unmute, say your name, and then vote. Clerk will continue.
Ms. Titus.
Dina Titus votes aye.
Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
No.
Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Mr. Maloney votes aye.
Mr. Maloney votes aye. Mr. Rouser.
No.
Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman votes aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Bost.
No.
Mr. Bost votes no. Ms. Brownlee of California.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Mr. Weber votes no.
Mr. Weber votes no. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, no.
Mr. LaMalfa votes no. Mr. Payne.
Did he call my name?
Mr. Payne votes aye.
Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Westerman.
No.
Mr. Westerman votes no. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier. Mr. Mitchell.
Mr. Mitchell votes no.
Mr. Mitchell votes no. Ms. Plaskett? Mr. Mast? Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. Lynch?
Plaskett votes yay.
Ms. Plaskett votes aye. Mr. Gallagher? Mr. Carbajal?
Carbajal votes yes.
Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Mr. Palmer?
Now you're on. You don't want to be on.
Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Brown of Maryland?
Mr. Brown votes aye.
Mr. Brown votes aye. Mr. Fitzpatrick?
No.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Espilot?
Mr. Espaillat votes aye.
Mr. Espilot votes aye. Ms. Gonzalez Colon of Puerto Rico? Mr. Malinowski?
Malinowski votes aye.
Mr. Malinowski votes aye. Mr. Balderson?
No.
Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Stanton?
Stanton votes aye.
Mr. Stanton votes aye. Mr. Spano? Spano votes no. Ms. McCarcel Powell?
Ms. McCarcel Powell votes aye.
Ms. McCarcel Powell votes aye. Mr. Stauber?
Mr. Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Mrs. Fletcher?
Mrs. Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller votes no. Mr. Allred?
Mr. Allred votes aye.
Mr. Allred votes aye. Mr. Pence?
No.
Mr. Pence votes no. Ms. Davids of Kansas?
Ms. Davids votes aye.
Ms. Davids votes aye. Ms. Finkenauer?
Ms. Finkenauer votes aye.
Ms. Finkenauer votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois?
Garcia votes aye.
Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Delgado?
Mr. Delgado votes aye.
Mr. Delgado votes aye. Mr. Pappas?
Mr. Pappas votes aye.
Mr. Pappas votes aye. Ms. Craig?
Mrs. Craig votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Mr. Ruda? Mr. Lamb?
Ruda votes yes.
Mr. Lamb votes yes.
Mr. Lamb votes aye. Mr. Young? Ms. Johnson of Texas? Mr. Webster of Florida? Mr. Cirez?
I believe I heard Ms. Johnson.
Yes, Johnson of Texas votes aye.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes aye. Mr. Cirez?
Mr. Sears votes aye.
Mr. Cirez votes aye. Mr. Davis of Illinois?
Wilson votes aye.
Mr. Davis of Illinois?
Anthony.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
Yeah, I just wanted to
Mr. Katko?
Well, I'll wait till I get to the end.
Katko votes no.
Johnson from Georgia votes aye.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Carson of Indiana?
Mr. Carson votes aye.
Mr. Carson of Indiana votes aye. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes no. Ms. Wilson of Florida?
Wilson of Florida votes aye.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. Lynch?
Mr. Lynch votes aye.
Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Gallagher? Ms. Gonzalez Colon of Puerto Rico? Mr. Ruda?
Mr. Ruda votes aye.
Mr. Ruda votes aye.
Are there members who are not recorded whose name was not called?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chairman,
this
I want
is
to make sure.
Davis
I
from
wanna make sure we
Illinois.
got
How
my
am I
vote. This is
recorded?
John Catto.
Mr. Davis from Illinois, clerk, how is he recorded?
Mr. Davis of Illinois is not recorded.
Mr. Katko?
I vote no. Mr. Davis
of
votes no.
Illinois
I know,
votes
but
no.
I was asking you if he had your vote. Okay.
Jennifer
All right.
Gonzalez from Puerto Rico.
Yes?
I vote no.
Ms.
Did you
Gonzalez
record
Colon,
Webster of Florida?
Puerto Rico votes no.
Did you record Webster of Florida?
Mr. Webster of Florida is not recorded.
I vote no.
Mr. Webster of Florida votes no.
Other members who are not recorded?
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. There was some crosstalk. I want to make sure that I'm down with voting no. This is John Catto.
Yep, no problem, John.
Mr. Chairman, this is Gonzalez. I don't know if my vote is recorded.
The clerk, I believe I heard you. The clerk, is she recorded as no?
Ms. Gonzalez Colon of Puerto Rico is recorded as no. Mr. Katko
Okay.
is not recorded.
Oh, he is. Okay.
Mr. Catto votes no.
Mr. Katko votes no.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask once again?
Yes.
Did I get recorded, does Davis from Illinois, did I get recorded as a no?
Mr. Davis of Illinois is recorded as no.
Thank you.
He's slow. Clerk will tally the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 36 yeas and 27 noes.
Whoops, the agreement is agreed to. Before we move on, just a couple of hints. You know where you are in the order now that everyone's present. So when the person before you is called on and votes, that would be a great time to unmute, as long as no one is talking near you or causing any interruptions. So you're ready to vote as soon as the clerk calls your name. Repeat your name quickly, because it does make it easier for the clerk to actually, and the clerk has to see you. If you enunciate your name, because you pop up on this WebEx thing, which I don't like much either. With that, we move on to Perry number 111, which the noes prevailed. Recorded votes still requested.
Mr. Chairman, this
Okay.
is Representative Perry. I'd like to withdraw the request for a recorded vote.
I thank the gentleman profusely. With that, we'll move on to the next amendment. Number 112 by Mr. Perry, on which the noes prevail. I believe he still wants recorded votes, since I heard nothing, so the recorded votes still requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio.
Mr. Fazio votes no.
Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
No.
Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Did you hear me?
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford. Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Mr. Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson votes, Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs, yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster of Florida.
Yay.
Mr. Webster of Florida votes aye. Mr. Lipinski.
Mr. Lipinski votes no.
Mr. Lipinski votes no. Mr. Massey.
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Cohen votes pass.
the gentleman repeat?
Mr. Cohen votes pass.
Mr. Cohen passes.
Clerk, suspend, please. Someone has talking in the background is not muted. Remember, when the person before you is called, then you can unmute, repeat your name quickly, and then vote, and then go back to mute, please. Thank you.
Mr.
Clerk will
Perry.
continue.
Mr. Perry.
Aye.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Ceres.
Mr. Series votes no.
Mr. Ceres votes no. Mr. Davis of Illinois.
Just to clarify, this is Amendment 112. I vote aye.
Mr. Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Garamendi.
Mr. Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Woodall.
Mr. Woodall votes aye.
Mr. Woodall votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Kako votes no.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. Carson of Indiana.
No. Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson of Indiana votes no. Mr. Babin. Mr. Babin votes no. Ms. Babin votes yes. Ms. Titus.
Dina Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
Little Graves votes yes.
Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Mr. Huffman votes no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost.
Mr. Boss votes aye.
Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Brownlee of California.
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee of California votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier. Mr. Mitchell.
Mr. Mitchell votes aye.
Mr. Mitchell votes aye. Ms. Plaskett.
Plaskett votes nay.
Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Mast. Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Brown of Maryland.
Brown votes no.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
No.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Espelot.
Mr. Espelot from New York votes no.
Mr. Espelot votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon of Puerto Rico.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon of Puerto Rico votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
He votes no.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Spano. Mr. Spano votes aye. Ms. McCarcel Powell.
Ms. McCarcel Powell votes no.
Ms. McCarcel Powell votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stopper votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mrs. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Mrs. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Miller.
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Allred.
Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Pence.
Aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Ms. Finkenauer.
Finkenauer votes no.
Ms. Finkenauer votes no. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Pappas.
Mr. Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Mr. Ruda.
Rep. Ruda votes no.
Mr. Ruda votes no. Mr. Lamb.
Mr. Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Mr. Weber votes yes.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier. Mr. Gallagher.
Are there any members who were not recorded who wish to be recorded?
Mr. Chairman, there apparently is a technical problem with Mr. LaMalfa. His screen has gone kind of crazy. I think he's back now. He's back now.
He's back. I see him.
Okay.
Doug, I think we,
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded? Johnson of Texas.
Ms. Johnson of Texas is recorded as no.
Thank you.
if no others, the clerk will report the results.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 35 yeas and 25 noes. I'm sorry. Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 25 yeas and 35 noes.
Yes. The amendment is not agreed to. The next amendment. The next is amendment number 121 by Mr. Perry, on which the noes prevailed on a voice vote. Is a recorded vote still requested?
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Perry. During our dialogue, you had mentioned that if I would withdraw the amendment, you would be willing to work with me on this issue. And I do want to note that this amendment differs significantly from the amendment that was offered previously, I think in, well, you had mentioned in your comments. I can't remember exactly what year it was. But if you're still willing to do that and make that commitment, I will withdraw the amendment.
Yes, I certainly support the objective of the gentleman and would be happy to work with him on it and discuss it further.
All right, then consider the amendment withdrawn. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Again, I thank the gentleman. We move to the next amendment. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Perry, number 113, on which the noes prevailed on a voice vote. Is a recorded vote still requested? The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio.
DeFazio, no.
Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
No. Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
No. Johnson of Texas, no.
The gentlelady's screen, camera is not on.
Johnson, your camera's not on? Well, there. Now you vote again, please.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford. Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs votes aye.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster of Florida.
Yay.
Mr. Webster of Florida votes aye. Mr. Lipinski.
Mr. Lipinski votes no.
Mr. Lipinski votes no. Mr. Massey.
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Perry.
Aye.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Sires.
Series votes no.
Mr. Sires votes no. Mr. Davis of Illinois.
No.
Mr. Davis of Illinois votes no. Mr. Garamendi.
Mr. Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Woodall.
Mr. Woodall votes aye.
Mr. Woodall votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Hank Johnson votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Katko votes no.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. Carson of Indiana.
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson of Indiana votes no. Mr. Babin.
Babin, yes.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Gina Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
Yes.
Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Mr. Huffman votes no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost.
Aye.
Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Brownlee of California.
Ms. Brownlee votes nay.
Ms. Brownlee of California votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Mr. Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne of New Jersey votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier. Mr. Mitchell.
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell votes aye. Ms. Plaskett.
Plaskett votes nay.
Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Mast. Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Brown of Maryland.
Brown votes no.
Mr. Brown of Maryland votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
No.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Espilot.
Espaillat, New York votes no.
Mr. Espilot votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon of Puerto Rico.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon of Puerto Rico votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
Malinowski votes no.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Spano. Mr. Spano votes aye. Ms. Mucarsel Powell.
Mucarsel Powell votes no.
Ms. Mucarsel Powell votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stauber votes yes.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mrs. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Mrs. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Miller.
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Allred.
Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Pence.
Aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Ms. Finkenauer.
Finkenauer votes no.
Ms. Finkenauer votes no. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Pappas.
Mr. Pappas votes.
Will the gentleman repeat?
Mr. Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Mr. Ruda.
Rep. Ruda votes no.
Mr. Ruda votes no. Mr. Lamb.
Mr. Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. DeSaulnier. Mr. Gallagher.
Are there members who are not recorded who wish to be recorded? Hearing none, the clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 23 yeas and 40 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Next amendment in order for a vote is Perry 124, on which the noes prevailed on a voice vote. Is recorded vote still requested?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio.
DeFazio, no.
Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes no. Ms. Norton.
Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford. Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs votes no.
Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mrs. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster of Florida. Mr. Webster of Florida votes aye. Mr. Lipinski.
Mr. Lipinski votes no.
Mr. Lipinski votes no. Mr. Massey.
Yes.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Sires. Mr. Davis of Illinois.
No.
Mr. Davis of Illinois votes no. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Woodall.
Woodall votes aye.
Mr. Woodall votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson of Georgia votes no.
The gentleman's camera is not on.
Gentleman from Georgia votes no. Hank Johnson.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Katko votes no.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. Carson of Indiana.
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson of Indiana votes no. Mr. Babin. Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Dina Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Mr. Huffman votes no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost?
No.
Mr. Bost votes no. Ms. Brownlee of California?
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee of California votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas?
A clarification, if I may. Which amendment number is this? I think that the chairman said 124, but are we on that or 121?
The pending amendment is on Perry 124.
Okay, Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida?
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa?
Malfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne?
Mr. Payne of New Jersey votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman? Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. Mitchell?
Aye. Mr. Mitchell votes aye.
Mr. Mitchell votes aye. Ms. Plaskett?
Plaskett votes nay.
Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Mast? Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. Lynch?
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Gallagher? Mr. Carbajal?
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Brown of Maryland?
Mr. Brown votes no.
Mr. Brown of Maryland votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick?
No.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Espilot?
Espaillat, New York votes no.
Mr. Espilot of New York votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon of Puerto Rico?
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes present.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon of Puerto Rico votes present. Mr. Malinowski?
Malinowski votes no.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Balderson? Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Stanton?
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Spano? Mr. Spano votes aye. Ms. Mucarso-Powell?
Mucarso-Powell votes no.
Ms. Mucarso-Powell votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Mr. Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Mrs. Fletcher?
Fletcher votes no.
Mrs. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Miller?
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Allred?
Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Pence?
Aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas?
Davis votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Ms. Finkenauer?
Finkenauer votes no.
Ms. Finkenauer votes no. Mr. Garcia of Illinois?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Delgado?
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Pappas?
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Craig?
Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Mr. Ruda?
Mr. Ruda votes no.
Mr. Ruda votes no. Mr. Lamb?
Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Cohen?
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Sires?
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Seton Hall.
Mr. Sires is not recorded.
Series votes no.
Mr. Sires votes no.
Thank you.
Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi?
Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. Gallagher?
Is there anyone who is not recorded who wishes to be recorded? Hearing none, the clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 15 yeas, 45 noes, and 1 voting present.
The amendment is not agreed to. We will now return. Thank you all for being present for votes. We're going to return to the amendment process. At this point, there is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will designate the amendment from Mr. Perry.
Amendment
114, I believe.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2 offered by Mr. Perry, number 114.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Perry for 3 minutes on behalf of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes Section 9304, which requires DOT to reobligate rescinded high-speed rail funds to their intended recipients. Section 9304 would require the DOT to reobligate nearly $1 billion in grant funds it rescinded from the California high-speed rail project intended to connect Los Angeles with San Francisco. Since its inception, the California high-speed rail project has been the poster child for waste. The estimated cost of the original project by the time of completion was $100 billion. Its failure provides the strongest arguments against federally funded high-speed rail project. This isn't just my take on the project. Governor Newsom stated, "Let's be real. The current project, as planned, would cost too much and take too long," as he proposed to massively scale back the project. Reobligating these funds would reward poor project management, as the federal share would remain stable despite a massive drawdown in the project size. The Trump administration was right to remove this moral hazard that would incentivize states to propose unrealistic projects, knowing that the federal funds would remain available for a scaled-back version of the project. We should not throw good money after bad toward failing projects run by project sponsors whose actions have demonstrated their failure to be good stewards of taxpayer funds. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield the balance.
Is there anyone else who wishes to be recognized on this amendment? Okay, hearing none from anybody from California, I will rise in opposition to the amendment from Mr. Perry. This amendment would strike Section 9304 from the bill, which reinstates the cooperative agreement that the Department of Transportation entered into with the California High-Speed Rail Authority in November of 2011. The move to deobligate nearly $1 billion from the project was done precipitously by the Department of Transportation, and this administration went after these funds after some dispute among many with the governor of California. The underlying section simply reinstates the funds that had already been obligated to the High-Speed Rail Authority. I urge you to oppose this amendment. Any other members wish to be heard? Hearing none, are there amendments to the amendment?
I hear, Mr. Chairman.
What's that?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to be heard on it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I was going to leave it alone, but Mr. Perry did a good job on that. But the high-speed rail project in California has failed continuously every mark. It was overinflated as to the amount of jobs it provides. It is actually defrauding the federal government of the $3.5 billion that was awarded to it several years ago, because it's no longer a high-speed rail project. It's a project that basically connects two orchards in Central California and doesn't even intend to fully be high speed from San Francisco to LA. It is not the project voters voted for. It's not the project that the so-called stimulus package of 2009 gave money towards. We're years behind on this project, and we ought not to obligate this nearly $1 billion. Instead, put it towards something people could use. So I support the amendment. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Hearing none, are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, we will hold a voice vote on the amendment initially. So those in favor of the amendment will signify by unmuting and saying aye.
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 Those opposed, unmute and signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Hey.
Sound like horses.
In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it.
Request a recorded vote, please, Mr. Chairman.
Recorded vote is requested. A sufficient number of members have requested a recorded vote, and pursuant to Rule 5E of the Rules Committee on Transportation Infrastructure, recorded vote in the amendment is ordered as mentioned at the beginning of the markup. Pursuant to Rule 5F House Rule 11.2H4, the chair will postpone further proceedings on the amendment until a time determined by the chair at the close during the course of today's markup. We'll now move to the next amendment, which would be an amendment by. Excuse me, someone needs to mute. Someone needs to mute who's not currently recognized, please.
It should be by the end of this day.
Mr. Garamendi.
Wait, I recognize you as soon as someone is muted.
I agree.
Mute.
And I'll be out there this evening.
Hello, do you want me to, am I gonna have to find you? And
You put your cattle back in.
It's Mr. Garamendi.
someone's talking about cattle, please mute your phone. We're not on the cattle issue right now. Thank you. Okay, I recognize the gentlelady from California. She has an amendment at the desk, I believe.
Yes, I do, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
Okay, the clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Ms. Brownlee of California, number 060.
Which, Ms. Brownlee, you want 6-0 or 6-4? My staff handed me 6-4.
6-4.
Clerk, redesignate the amendment, please.
An amendment to the amendment
Clerk?
in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Ms. Brownlee of California, number 064.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I recognize Ms. Brownlee for 3 minutes on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you and all your staff for the good work that has been done to put together this very transformative bill that will really help to create and sustain good paying jobs in communities across our great nation, lessen congestion on our roadways, enhance transit, biking, walking options for commuters, while reducing harmful greenhouse gas emissions and improving the quality of life in our local communities. As a member of this committee and the Select Committee on the Climate Crisis, I'm especially pleased that the bill makes significant investments in building a resilient national infrastructure in a smart and cost-effective way. As you know, the transportation sector is the single largest source of greenhouse gas emissions, contributing 28% of the United States total greenhouse gas emissions. Addressing greenhouse gas from the transportation sector and the impacts of greenhouse gas and climate change will require a multi-pronged approach. However, one key area where simple federal policy changes can make an immediate impact are in the public transportation sector. The Investment Act tackles this challenge by helping public transit agencies transition to zero-emission buses. In fact, the bill significantly increases funds for zero-emission buses, a key goal of mine. Additionally, as you may know, California has adopted a statewide goal of transitioning to all zero-emission buses between 2029 and 2040. In my view, we should adopt a similar goal at the federal level and encourage more states and transit agencies to decarbonize their transit systems over the next two decades. While I'm not offering my amendment related to the 2029 goal today, the amendment that I am offering will encourage transit agencies to take some steps towards decarbonization of their transit fleets. This amendment would incentivize transit agencies to purchase zero-emission buses by adjusting the cost share in the formula and discretionary bus programs to be a 90% federal share. A simple adjustment in the cost share will help to encourage many transit agencies to move towards zero-emission fleets, a key step in the right direction. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. And I thank you and yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Any others wish to speak on this amendment? Hearing none, I'll recognize myself. This is not a mandate. It merely gives transit agencies an incentive or opportunity for zero-emission buses, and therefore I support the amendment. Are there any amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, we will move forward to vote on the amendment. The clerk will call the roll. No, sorry, no, wait, sorry, we didn't do the voice vote yet. Yep. Got out of sync here. We're doing so many. Therefore, the question is on the amendment. We are going to go through the process again. Unmute for ayes and get ready. Those in favor of the amendment will signify by saying aye.
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 Please mute.
Aye.
Okay. Please mute any ayes. Those opposed to the amendment, unmute and signify by saying nay.
Nay.
No, negative.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The next
Mr.
amendment.
Chairman, I request a roll
The
call
next,
vote.
the gentleman's request is not timely. The gavel had already dropped. We now have an amendment to be designated at the desk, Amendment 118 by Mr. Perry. Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. Perry, number 118.
Without objection, the amendment be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Perry speak for 3 minutes on behalf of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes Section 2601, which creates a National Transit Frontline Workforce Training Center. Section 2601 creates a taxpayer-funded union organizing center and will award grants to unions in order to establish apprenticeship programs through labor management partnerships. This National Transit Frontline Workforce Training Center will serve as a pipeline for unions to recruit members and organize transit agency workers. Now, regardless of one's view on the merits of unionization, for or against, the point is these efforts should not be subsidized by the taxpayers. If they want to do it, that's great, but it's just not the taxpayer's role or job or duty to pay for that type of activity. So I just urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield the balance.
Mr. Chairman, point of order,
I thank
please.
the gentleman. Any? Okay. Point of order. Who is the point of order? I got to go back to the screen probably.
Yeah, Crawford, Arkansas.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wonder if we could make some accommodations for the lag time when a member requests for a recorded vote, and there should be appropriate time afforded to accommodate for, to allow for the lag due to the live stream.
Okay, I'm not getting a lot here, but it might depend upon where people are. So yes, I will give more time in the future for recorded votes to be called.
Thank you.
All right, where are we at? Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Okay, if not, I'll speak to the amendment. I rise in opposition. This training center is modeled on the successful National Training Institute, and it will provide essential training for frontline transportation workers, and it is not restricted to unions. That would be a misreading of this section of the bill. So it's available not only to unions, but to other entities. It could be community college, it could be whatever other institution wants to apply. So with that, are there others who wish to be heard further on the amendment? Hearing none, are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, questions on the amendment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, wish we could get it all together here. Okay, please mute, and those who are going to vote the opposite, unmute. Those opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
No.
Okay, in the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Okay, record vote is requested. A vote will be, I got to read the whole thing. Record vote is requested. Sufficient number of members having requested record vote pursuant to Rule 5, the Rules Committee, Administration Infrastructure. Recorded vote on the amendment's order is mentioned at the beginning of this markup pursuant to Rule 5F, House Rule 11-2H4. The chair will postpone further proceedings on the amendment until a time determined by the chair through the course of today's markup. Okay, we're now moving on to the next amendment. The next amendment will be from Mr. Pappas. Mr. Pappas has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offer Mr. Pappas, number 097.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Pappas for 3 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The underlying bill has a number of great investments in active transportation programs to meet the growing demand across America for convenient, accessible, and well-maintained biking and walking routes. One of those programs I authored with a number of members on this committee, including Congressman Lipinski and Congressman Huffman. It's called the Active Transportation Connectivity Grant Program. This program has a very narrow focus. While there are other programs that will fund active transportation projects, this is entirely focused on projects that create connections between communities and connections within communities to the places that people want to go. It connects people to transit, jobs, schools, parks, stores, and other essential services that they want to reach without using their car. It will reduce emissions and encourage recreation. The paths, trails, and walkways that will be funded under this program are amenities that will improve quality of life. Unfortunately, there was only enough funding available to fund the program for $250 million in FY24. A recent survey found that there was over $2 billion worth of projects ready to go to fill gaps in our bike and pedestrian infrastructure. I'd like to work with the chair going forward to identify additional funds that could be available for additional years of this program. I'm prepared to withdraw, Mr. Chairman, if you'll agree to work with me on finding that additional funding for more years. There may be other members that want to say a word or two, but I'll yield back for now.
Well, I'd be happy if the gentleman withdraws to work with him on this. We are very interested, and the bill does provide lots of options for connectivity. As I explained at the outset, given the structure of the bill and the time constraints we're under from the leadership, any movement of funds within the bill will unnecessarily delay the bill, potentially delaying the markup at the end of the month. So with that, I recognize the gentleman's request to withdraw, and we'll move on to the next amendment.
Thank you.
Next amendment. Next amendment. We have the clerk will designate the amendment from Mr. Perry.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. Perry, number 119.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Perry to speak for 3 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes Section 1605, Stormwater Best Management Practices. Section 1605 requires a study to estimate the pollutant loads from stormwater runoff from highway and pedestrian facilities to inform the development of appropriate TMDL requirements, which is total maximum daily load. The experience in the 10th Congressional District of Pennsylvania, which I'm honored to represent, with the Chesapeake Bay TMDL has shown the enormous regulatory burdens and compliance costs associated with TMDLs. If this is indicative of the regulatory compliance costs associated with TMDLs to be developed under this section, the result will be a massive increase in the cost of highway projects and highway maintenance. Given the poor status of our infrastructure, these additional costs will prevent the necessary build-out and repairs needed to keep our economy running. The cumulative effect of this section will be massive compliance costs borne by the federal taxpayer, resulting in significantly less infrastructure returns for our federal investment. This is yet another example of the Democrats creating barriers to successfully addressing our nation's infrastructure challenges. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and to ensure that we do not add yet another level of compliance costs that will interfere with the core infrastructure programs. I thank the chairman and I yield the balance.
Do other members wish to be recognized on the amendment? If not, I recognize myself. I rise in strong opposition to the amendment. I believe this is a common sense requirement, will not add particular cost, and what it will do is meet the resilience which both sides have spoken to that is needed for dealing with extreme weather events. We've seen them all around the country, rainfall that has never been seen before, and all of the problems that comes with it. So in order to try and lessen the stormwater runoff and the downstream or other impacts of that, as we rebuild our infrastructure, this would prohibit a consultation and consideration of that, which is being done in many parts of the country with swales and things adjacent to the highways. So I strongly oppose the amendment. Do other members wish to be heard? If not, are there amendments to the amendment? If not, we'll move. The question is on the amendment. All those in favor, get ready to unmute, signify by saying aye.
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 Oppose. All those, mute please. Those who are going to oppose, unmute. Signify by saying nay.
Nay.
In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. A sufficient number of members having requested a recorded vote pursuant to Rule 5E of the Rules Committee on Transportation Infrastructure. Recorded vote on the amendment is ordered as mentioned at the beginning of the markup pursuant to Committee Rule 5F House 11284. The chair will postpone further proceedings on the amendment until time determined by the chair through the course of today's markup. We will move to the next amendment. This will be from Mr. Lynch. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. Lynch, number 079.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes to explain his amendment.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The text of this amendment is pretty simple. It's basically the text of H.R. 6359, which is the Promoting Infrastructure by Protecting Our Subcontractors and Taxpayers Act, which I introduced alongside my friends Mr. Balderson, Mr. Pappas, and Mr. Webster of Florida. This language ensures that the federal funding through the TIFIA program is protected by adequate payment and performance bonds. Like the language itself, I'll be brief. This is a straightforward bipartisan way to ensure that taxpayers and workers are protected in the event that a contractor goes belly up during construction. We've already talked about some of these big projects. Federal and state payment and performance bond requirements have protected these projects for years. They've done it really well. But times are changing now. As someone spent 20 years in the construction industry, public and private partnerships, or P3s, are now a coming trend, and many of our state and local laws do not provide the protection for taxpayers. And I think while P3s, those agreements are going to be critical in building the projects of the future, and that this bill funds, state procurement laws do not universally provide for payment protections in P3 projects. In the event of one of these large projects falling through without protections in this language, we leave it to the taxpayers to pick up the tab. They pay twice, so they pay once for the project, and then when the contractor goes belly up, we pick up his end of the deal as well. So we have a rare opportunity to prevent a crisis before it happens. It's easy to see the problems. these are insurable events, and so I think it's just wise to do this. Do we really want to wait until Americans have been left on the hook for millions or billions of dollars, and our subcontractors have been left unpaid for the work they've actually done when a general contractor goes under? I think it's obvious that we do not. So I'm just urging us to be proactive about this. With that, I'd like to yield some time to my friend from Ohio, Mr. Balderson, who is also a co-sponsor of the larger underlying bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Lynch. I would also like to thank Mr. Webster and Congressman Pappas for working with me in a bipartisan way on the legislation this amendment is based on. As Mr. Lynch said, H.R. 6359, the payment and performance security required under this amendment are already required for infrastructure projects in my home state of Ohio. As Mr. Lynch said, and I also totally support and believe in public-private partnerships while also protecting the taxpayer and subcontractors. I'm happy to work with members on both sides of the aisles to address this moving forward. Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Reclaiming my time. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate all the work that Mr. Balderson and Mr. Pappas and Mr. Webster have done on this. As I said, this initiative is existing in a piece of legislation, so rather than bog down this larger bill, we will fight that fight on the bill. And so I will, at this time, in the interest of time, the time of the members, I will withdraw this amendment.
I appreciate the gentleman withdrawing the amendment. I certainly share his concerns about P3s and taxpayer security. And if we need bolstering in that area, we'll work with him on that in the future. I thank the gentleman. With that, we move on to the next amendment. I thank the gentleman. The next amendment, the clerk will designate from Mr. Perry.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2 offered by Mr. Perry, number 120.
Without objection, the amendment be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Perry for 3 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes Section 103, which creates an FY21 slush fund for the FTA to distribute to transit agencies. Section 103 of the bill that would authorize an additional $5.79 billion in FTA funding for FY21 would also, allow for a 100% federal share in FY21, allows for the funds to be used for capital and operating expenses, including paying for administrative leave costs due to reduction in service. So reduction in service equals more money from the federal government. Requires that agencies use these funds to maximum extent possible on payroll and provision of service. Normally, systems serving more than 200,000 cannot use federal funds for payroll costs. It also provides an additional $958 million in CIG funding and authorizes such sums as necessary under emergency CIG authorizations to allow project sponsors to increase the federal share to account for lost local revenue sources. It also provides for the authority for CIG project sponsors to defer to later years their local share payments. Now, this is all allegedly done in response to the COVID-19 outbreak, but the CARES Act that we just passed and most of us voted for had funding for public transit that already exceeded annual fare box revenue for all transit agencies by nearly $10 billion. Already $10 billion to the good. Nationwide, the FY20 funding and additional CARES Act funding will cover 53% of operating expenses of those systems serving over 1 million persons, ranging from 43% to 133% of operating expenses covered. It's not the federal government's role to cover the everyday operating expenses of these systems. Moreover, this section does nothing to address the $106 billion state of good repair backlog or the decline in service that resulted in an 8% drop in ridership between 2014 and 2019, both occurring before the COVID outbreak. We should not be throwing good money after bad at these failing systems. They've been made more than whole for their fare box revenue losses during COVID-19. The slush fund created under Section 103 is unnecessary and irresponsible, and I urge colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield the balance.
I thank the gentleman. Do any members wish to be heard on the amendment? Hearing none, then I will speak to the amendment. The amendment proposes to strike 103, which provides transit agencies with additional funds and flexibilities to overcome the sudden drop in transit ridership among all transit agencies. Some transit agencies have been hit as hard as aviation, and of course, Congress created a dedicated account in the CARES Act, both for the employees and also a separate loan facility for the airlines themselves. The money allocated in CARES did not come close to the losses that were experienced by transit. I would note that another section of the bill extends exactly the same provisions to state DOTs for their finances. So this would only hit transit, but not highways. So I strongly oppose the amendment. Does anyone else wish to be heard? Hearing none. Are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none. The question will be on the amendment. Get ready to unmute. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Unmute. Signify by saying nay.
Nay.
In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. A sufficient number of members having requested a recorded vote pursuant to Rule 5E of the Rules Committee on Transportation Infrastructure. Recorded vote on the amendment is ordered as mentioned at the beginning of the markup pursuant to Committee Rule 5F and House Rule 11-2H4. The chair will postpone further proceedings on the amendment until a time determined by the chair through the course of today's markup. If I had a better memory, I'd memorize that. With that, we would move on to the next amendment. The next amendment is offered by Ms. Fletcher. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mrs. Fletcher, number 026.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Ms. Fletcher for 3 minutes to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I speak to the first of my amendments that we will consider today, I want to thank you for including several of my other amendments in the manager's amendment to this bill. My amendments already incorporated are of vital importance in Texas and across the country as we respond to the many challenges brought by the COVID-19 pandemic and the need investment in our infrastructure that predates the pandemic and indeed, which has been the work of this committee since our very first hearing in this Congress. The bill before us provides an opportunity for us to address the critical needs of our infrastructure and for us to invest in our country's infrastructure and our country's future. With that said, I do have a few amendments that I will discuss today, starting with an amendment to maintain natural gas bus eligibility under the Low No Emissions Bus Grant Program. Natural gas buses have played a vital role in reducing emissions in the transportation sector. Fueling with conventional natural gas over diesel reduces greenhouse gas emissions by 17%. When these vehicles are powered by renewable natural gas or RNG, transit buses are often meet the net zero carbon requirements. RNG gas now accounts for 40% of all natural gas used as transportation fuel. Its adoption has been growing by leaps and bounds in the last 5 years, and that percentage will only continue to grow. From a replacement standpoint, compared to diesel, natural gas buses are equal in terms of capability when it comes to size and seating within their 400-mile range. Unlike electric, they are not affected by variables in comparison to diesel when it comes to the weather or temperature, average speed, or the number of route stops, and they're not reliant on the electric grid in the face of weather or fire-related blackouts. They have a long life cycle, incur fewer maintenance issues, and have lower initial acquisition costs when compared to other buses. Adoption of these buses has been increasing at a steady pace, and there are now more than 12,000 natural gas buses operating in the United States. Many MTAs have already bought in heavily on natural gas vehicles to deliver reliable public transportation options to the people while reducing emissions. Los Angeles County MTA uses the equivalent of over 37 million gallons of CNG to power their buses. Dallas, New York City, Las Vegas, Atlanta, Washington, D.C., Phoenix, and San Diego each save the equivalent of using 4 million gallons of gasoline each year with their natural gas bus fleets. While EVs will play a critical role in reducing emissions going forward, it's important that we not neglect potential emissions reductions that are still being adopted across the country today. I believe that all technologies that produce large reductions in emissions in comparison to diesel are worth pursuing. And while the existing formula for this grant program has not favored natural gas vehicles over EVs, I introduced this amendment so that we as a committee can have a conversation about the importance these vehicles play when it comes to emissions. I would like to note that the Transportation Workers Union supports this amendment, as many of their members know how reliable and important these vehicles are within their fleet. I urge my colleagues to consider the totality of alternative fuel buses in the MTAs across the country and the role they play in reducing emissions within the transportation sector. That said, following any of my colleagues who wish to be heard on this issue, I will withdraw this amendment, and also in the interest of time, my amendment number 27 dealing with a similar provision on bus eligibility, and urge the committee and my colleagues to keep working on programs that encourage the use of all alternative fuels when reducing emissions. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady for her explanation. I thank her for her offer to withdraw this and the other amendment. At this point in time, can I do two at once? She wants to withdraw her next amendment too. Okay.
She doesn't have to offer it.
Okay, just don't offer the other one, and this one will be withdrawn at your request.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentlelady. With that, we would turn to Mr. Perry. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. Perry, number 117.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Perry is recognized for 3 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes Section 2701. 2701 creates an Office of Transit Supportive Communities. Section 2701 would create an Office of Transit Supportive Communities within DOT to provide grants and technical assistance to transit supportive communities. Contrary to the claims of proponents of such communities, they do not increase ridership on transit lines. Rather, they just attract riders to a singular place. Moreover, like transit investment generally, they do not create economic growth. Instead, these communities just redistribute the growth that would likely have occurred naturally. This is a giveaway to developers in large urban areas, as most areas do not have population density to support these type of communities. It does nothing to address the more fundamental issues plaguing our nation's transit systems and driving down ridership. With 1/3 of Americans considering moving to less densely populated areas in the aftermath of COVID-19, according to a recent Harris poll, this is absolutely the worst time to be subsidizing high-density communities along transit lines. Doing so will only result in wasted federal resources that would be better directed toward core highway and bridge projects. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and protect American taxpayers from the boondoggle that will result from this provision, from these provisions, and I urge my colleagues to support the amendment. And with that, I yield back the balance, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman for his amendment. Do others wish to be heard? If not, I'll speak in opposition to the amendment. It would completely eliminate the proposed Office of Transit-Oriented Communities, which would administer the Federal Transit Administration's Transit-Oriented Development Grant Program. I'd invite the gentleman to come visit Portland sometime. This is not a giveaway to developers. In fact, we have taxes which are assessed upon development in those areas because of the benefits that accrue from transit-oriented development. And perhaps I don't know the gentleman's district, and Portland isn't my district, but I do know actually that it has brought development at areas all along these lines, some of it far away from the city center, but within the planning confines of the metropolitan planning area. Similarly, in my city of Eugene, where they've extended bus rapid transit to the far west side of the city, which had no such service previously, it has also incurred new development. So I believe, I invite the gentleman to come out to Portland sometime. I'll have Earl Blumenauer show you around and explain the benefits. of this and how the value is recaptured. Now, there may be cities that aren't recapturing the value, but they should. With that, I would strongly oppose the amendment. Are there others who wish to speak? Are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, then the question is on the amendment. All those in favor, get ready, of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you. Mute. Opposed? Get ready. Please unmute. Those opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Opinion of the chair, the nays have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
The gentleman has requested another recorded vote. A recorded vote was requested. A sufficient number of members have requested a recorded vote pursuant to Rule 5E of the Rules Committee. Transportation Infrastructure recorded vote on the amendment is ordered as mentioned in the beginning of the markup pursuant to Committee Rule 5F, Rule 11-2H4. The chair will postpone further proceedings on the amendment until a time determined by the chair through the course of today's markup. With that, we move to the next amendment. The next amendment is offered by Ms. Fletcher. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mrs. Fletcher, numbered 032.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes in favor of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm offering this amendment, H.R. 2, to include additional low-emission fuels like natural gas and propane within the proposed Alternative Fuel Corridor Grant Program. The FAST Act of 2015 created a national program for expanding alternative fuel vehicle use through alternative fuel corridors. This important program established a national alternative fuel corridors program where natural gas, propane, electric, and hydrogen vehicles were eligible, but did not provide grant funding for build-out of alternative fuel transportation infrastructure, a key component for incentivizing further development of emission-reducing vehicles. The Invest in America Act takes that important step to build out our nation's infrastructure of alternative fuel corridors, and I would like to commend you and the committee for your important work on this issue. Unfortunately, the grant programs as introduced only include electric and hydrogen as eligible fuel sources for the corridor grant program. My amendment would add natural gas and propane as eligible fuel sources for this crucial grant program. In my district in Houston, we see and understand the importance of deploying alternative fuel vehicles and lead on a variety of fronts for innovation for solutions on deploying new technologies like these. I worry that if the Corridors program only funds electric and hydrogen vehicles, the program will fail to utilize all available means to address serious air quality and climate problems when it comes to dealing with medium and heavy-duty vehicles. Currently, 57% of heavy-duty trucks on the road today do not meet the latest EPA standards. Replacing a single aging diesel truck with a new near-zero natural gas truck is the equivalent emissions reduction of taking 119 combustion engine cars off the road. Propane vehicles also produce drastically fewer emissions than their gasoline counterparts. Many of these natural gas vehicles now use fuel that increasingly comes from renewable natural gas, or RNG, as well. RNG is naturally occurring biomethane collected at landfills, wastewater treatment plants, and commercial farms. When used in transportation, RNG is often carbon neutral and even carbon negative. RNG use in transportation has grown rapidly, increasing by nearly 300% in the past 5 years, displacing 7.5 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. It's important that we recognize these technologies aren't theoretical. 77% of all natural gas used on the road in California is renewable natural gas. RNG-fueled vehicles in California alone have displaced more than 4 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. There are over 18,000 propane school buses across 962 school districts nationwide. These vehicles play an important role in the heavy-duty sector at ports, construction sites, and waste sites across the country and contribute to emissions reductions, especially carbon dioxide. While we are not officially adding co-sponsors as a committee for this markup, I understand, I would particularly like to thank Representative Rodney Davis for working with me on this amendment.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Okay, well, thank you. I urge my colleagues, I yield back.
I thank gentlelady. Others wishing to speak to the amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
Davis from Illinois, if I could get the floor.
Mr. Davis is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do want to thank my colleague, Ms. Fletcher from Texas, for offering this amendment. And I know I mentioned earlier in my comments, Mr. Chairman, about not being able to list co-sponsors on the amendment forms. And I wasn't here, but you asked if there was a change. And I would tell you on the forms that used to be here in this committee, you were able to put co-sponsors on, and the forms that are used today, I was not aware until this markup that I could not officially list myself. But I do want to thank Ms. Fletcher for offering this amendment. I am in support of this amendment. It's the Alternative Fuels Corridor Program that we created in the FAST Act. Sorry, somebody mic on? Somebody's mic on? Mr. Chair, did you want to respond to?
I was just asking staff about this listing of co-sponsors, and I will respond, but finish, Rodney, sorry.
Okay. This program was designed to enhance the viability of alternative fuel vehicles, such as those powered by electricity, hydrogen, propane, and natural gas. But unfortunately, the underlying bill, H.R. 2, only includes grant funding for electric and hydrogen vehicles, leaving propane and natural gas behind. The amendment corrects this exclusion by bringing both into the mix. As a testament to the bipartisan support for the inclusion of natural gas in the Alternative Fuels Corridors program, one needs to look no further than the Senate EPW surface bill, which included such language. I urge my colleagues to support Ms. Fletcher's amendment. I thank her for her hard work in this issue, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Chairman, I'd also
I thank the gentleman.
also like
Sorry
to
for
speak
the
to that as well.
interruption. I was not aware of that thing, and I'll explain that in a minute. I hear someone else wants to be recognized.
Yes, sir. This is Brian Babin from Texas as well, and I wish to thank
Be recognized for 3
Representative
minutes,
Fletcher.
Mr. Babin.
Yes, sir. And I appreciate her work on this, and I want to support this amendment. Our country's infrastructure is reliant upon the assets produced by our oil and gas industry, plain and simple. And my district is right in the middle of the epicenter of that. So when an electric car is plugged in to be charged, that electricity is not necessarily coming from a carbon neutral source. In fact, in most states, it is very highly likely that that energy powering those electric cars and batteries are coming directly from a fossil fuel source. For decades, the late T. Boone Pickens of Texas advocated for natural gas powered vehicles. And so we cannot pretend that our country's oil and gas industry is non-existent in this industry. And that is why I wish to support this amendment and urge my colleagues to vote for it as well. Yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Others wish to be heard.
Mr. Chairman, Weber of Texas.
Mr. Weber is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the gentlelady from Texas for her amendment. It's a good one. I would say that in light of all that's gone on today, that this was very bipartisan. It's a chance you hear about energy from all of the above sources, and this is a chance for us to show that we believe that. We'll all work together, and it'll be for the betterment of really, quite frankly, our country, all that's involved. And I thank her for her hard work. Thank Mr. Davis for his help with it. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I want to encourage all of our colleagues to vote for it. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Others wish to be heard. Hearing none, I'll address the amendment. And first, I'll address the question raised by Mr. Davis. My understanding is Ledge Council does not consider that co-sponsors exist on amendments, so we took it off our form because they did not want people to resubmit their amendments to have names added. So, we'll figure out some way to post that informally in the future if people wish to indicate support for others' amendments. So I think Ledge Council is stressed out or something. So with that, and I appreciate the great work of Ledge Council. I'm not dissing them at all. I mean, they're dealing with a lot of stuff. So if you're listening, Ledge Council, thank you. I did not mean anything disrespectful. I'm just trying to deal with an issue that was novel to me and I wasn't aware of. With that, I would oppose the amendment. This is something dedicated to zero emission vehicles, not to vehicles that still utilize fossil fuels. Hopefully, in the future, we will move the whole country in that direction. It's not a mandate. And, this by adding back in fossil fuels as part of the priority corridors for electrification, it would dilute the program. With that, are there others who wish to speak? If not, are there amendments to the amendment? If not, everybody get ready. We are going to, the question is going to be on the amendment. Those who are in favor, unmute. Signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you. Please mute. Those who are opposed, unmute.
No.
No.
Wait. Everybody. Those who are opposed, unmute. Signify by saying nay.
Nay.
In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it.
Mr. Chair, I would request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote was requested. A sufficient number of members having requested a recorded vote pursuant to Rule 5E of the Rules Committee on Transportation Infrastructure. Recorded vote on the amendment is ordered as mentioned at the beginning of the markup pursuant to Rule 5F and Rule 11-284. The chair will postpone further proceedings on the amendment until the time determined by the chair through the course of today's markup. With that, we move to the next amendment. The next amendment is by Mr. Perry. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. Perry, number 115.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. Mr. Perry is recognized for 3 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes Section 4404, which mandates automatic braking systems on new commercial vehicles. An integrated safety system with an automatic emergency braking system can add up to $5,000 to the cost of each truck. With fleets that are operating on exceedingly tight margins, as a matter of fact, most of our fleets can't even get drivers at this point, this mandated cost increase presents yet another significant barrier to entry for new market participants or just for the ones that remain in there and continue to replace their fleets. Speaking of which, it will also likely result in extending the life of current vehicles, causing these operators to miss out on the safety improvements in newer trucks. Simply put, you're just not going to buy a new truck. You're going to keep the one that you have and keep nursing it along, especially as it gets older, because you can't afford the new one. Moreover, this will likely result in an older truck fleet in the U.S., which actually increases the likelihood of dangerous accidents. This technology is coming, Mr. Chairman. And while you have said in many other cases that this isn't a mandate, this actually is a mandate. The consumers will demand this. Technology will reach the point, and the price point will become reasonable when the market demands it. But when we mandate it, none of that's going to happen, and all we're going to do is be counterproductive. I would just encourage my colleagues to support this amendment and allow voluntary adoption of these braking systems through the free market system, which has done great things for safety and opportunity in our country. With that, no more federal mandates, Mr. Chairman, and I yield the balance.
Thank you, gentlemen. Others wish to speak on the amendment? Hearing none, I'll speak to the amendment. It would entirely strike Section 4404, which requires AE automatic emergency braking systems in newly manufactured trucks. There are tremendous benefits to AEB. It deals with numerous issues. It deals with a driver who may be fatigued, may be distracted, or otherwise not capable of braking in time. And the impact of a quick moving semi on a passenger vehicle or a light truck is generally catastrophic, often fatal. I think $5,000 over the life of a vehicle for hundreds and hundreds of thousands of miles and the lives that might be saved is well worth the investment. I am not aware of opposition from industry groups nor labor on this amendment. With that, are there others who wish to be recognized? Hearing none, are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, we will move to a vote. If you're going to vote aye, unmute now. Those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those, thank you, mute. Those who are opposed, unmute, please. Opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Opinion chair, the nays have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote was requested. A sufficient number of members having requested a recorded vote pursuant to Rule 5E, the Rules Committee on Transportation Infrastructure recorded vote amendments orders mentioned at the beginning in the markup. Pursuant to Committee Rule 5F, House Rule 11-2H4, the chair will postpone further proceedings on the amendment until a time determined by the chair through the course of today's markup. With that, we move to the next amendment. The next amendment will be offered by Mr. Stanton. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. Stanton, number 024.
Without objection, it's considered as read. I recognize the amendment for 3 minutes.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to offer this amendment, which addresses a very important part of this bill, emergency relief for transit capital project. Specifically, the bill allows projects that meet certain criterion to receive an additional 30% of the total project costs in federal funds in fiscal year 2021. It's an important provision, especially now with transit authorities across the country facing greatly reduced revenues due to extremely low ridership, reduced fare box collections, and other revenue challenges directly related to the COVID pandemic. And while the funding provided in the CARES Act has been helpful in addressing these challenges, more help is needed. The reason for my amendment is that the emergency relief provision, as currently written, only applies to new starts and core capacity projects, but excludes small start projects. Many small start projects have a much higher local funding commitment than new start projects, so it's fundamentally unfair that they should not be included in this important relief. And because the relief provision is intended to recognize the impact of the COVID crisis on the ability of local agencies to meet their match requirements, it should include small starts. In my district, in the city of Tempe, Arizona, they have a small start streetcar project that would benefit being on the same footing as larger new start projects. The streetcar project will serve as one of the highest transit ridership centers in the region, connecting people to their neighborhoods, major business centers, regional events, and destinations. As the first modern streetcar line in the valley, it will add to the comprehensive transit network in Tempe. This is not a partisan issue. There are other small start projects all over the country benefiting both Democratic and Republican districts, including the Laker Line in Grand Rapids, the City Line in Spokane, Virginia Street in Reno, so many more. Each of these deserve relief and need to be included in the emergency relief package. I see no reasons why these projects should be excluded and many reasons why they should be included. And I hope my colleagues will support this important amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Wish to be heard on the amendment? Hearing none, I'll speak in favor of the amendment. Adding small starts projects expands this program to include smaller transit projects in a diversity of communities across the United States, not just major urban areas, especially in suburbs and small cities and even rural areas. So I believe this is an improvement to the bill. I commend Mr. Stanton and am willing to accept the amendment. I will ask unanimous consent to accept the amendment. Without objection, so ordered. Next amendment. Okay. Let's see. We now have, it's Mr. Perry has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will designate it. Clerk. Mr. Perry has an amendment. Clerk.
The nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. Perry, number 110.
Let's unanimous consent be considered as read. No objection. Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is Amendment 110. This amendment would require transit agencies to repay their CARES Act funding if they use any of those funds to procure rolling stock produced by a state-owned enterprise. Congress passed a similar provision on a bipartisan basis during last year's NDAA that would prohibit FTA funding for procurement of rolling stock from these entities starting January of 2021. Unfortunately, Chicago's Metro Rail is allegedly seeking to use the CARES Act funding provided allegedly to cover the lost revenues and costs associated with COVID-19 outbreak to purchase rolling stock from the Chinese Rolling Stock Railway Corporation. Not only is this company highly subsidized by the Chinese government, putting them on an unfair playing field compared to Western counterparts, it reportedly relies on child labor for critical components and minerals. Additionally, there are various serious cybersecurity concerns with these rail cars, including the ability for the Chinese to use them to spy on Americans commuting to and from work and for other reasons. Money provided in response to COVID-19 should not end up going to the Chinese government, especially what we do know about the Chinese government involvement in COVID-19. This amendment would ensure that if transit agencies choose to make these procurement decisions, that they will do so on their own dime and not the dime of the American people, as enacted by a bipartisan group of members of this body and the one across the building there. So with that, I urge my colleagues to vote in support of this amendment, and I yield the balance. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Others wish to be heard? If not, I'll speak in favor of the amendment. I thank the gentleman for the amendment. I attempted earlier when we got the Transit Infrastructure Vehicle Security Act passed into law to actually go further than it did. Unfortunately, some powerful forces on both sides of the aisle in the House opposed me on that issue, and we weren't successful. So I am totally supportive of this. State-owned enterprises, the Chinese Communist government owning CRRC, lock, stock, and barrel, the Chinese government fully subsidizing or tremendously subsidizing BYD and others, just undercutting made in America, American manufacturers. And I believe this has a great merit. So are there others who wish to be heard? If not, I'm going to ask unanimous consent that the amendment be adopted. I'm asking unanimous consent the amendment be adopted. Without objection, so ordered. The chair is at the moment going to yield to Mr. Lynch. What? I got to do something. What?
Adopt it.
All right. Tell you what, Ledge Council, if everybody can just, as I said, Ledge Council has done phenomenal work in drafting this bill, especially since they're as crippled as we are working remotely. And they wish to take a moment to explain the co-sponsor issue. And they apparently are on the screen. I'd recognize them for up to 3 minutes.
I would just like to clarify, thank you. This is Karen Anderson from Ledge Council, that for procedural reasons, it is a motion and it has an offeror. It is not a sponsor. So in terms of offering an amendment, only one member may offer.
All right. That was very succinct. Thank you for the education in parliamentary procedure. So
Chair.
we will,
Mr. Chair.
we will have Mr. Davis.
I appreciate the time. I appreciate the Legislative Council's explanation, but it takes away the precedent that we've had in this committee for my entire 7.5 years here, where we worked in a bipartisan way. I appreciate your explanation, but it does not negate the fact that this process has changed. We are not able to show as much bipartisan support for each other that we have in the past. It's disappointing, and I appreciate you working with me and others on this committee to address this situation for future markups.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I will certainly do that. We will find some other way that doesn't vitiate the concerns raised by lead counsel for people in advance to express their co-offerer or whatever official thing we have to do in a public way in conjunction with amendments being offered by members from either side of the aisle. So I thank you. I thank Ledge Counsel for the explanation. I am now going to yield the chair for a short period of time to Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts. Steve?
Thank you. Are there any amendments to the upcoming amendment in the nature of a substitute for HR 2?
Parliamentary inquiry, please.
Sure, go ahead. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. It indicates on the monitor that it is Peter DeFazio, so according to the rules, you'd have to log in under your own computer so that your name is visible on the screen.
Okay. Sure.
Well, thanks for that technical and delaying point. We will log him in on another computer or on this computer. And everybody just hold on while we, while we're delayed unnecessarily. How long will it take?
I apologize for following the rules.
Yeah, well, it's a rule that doesn't make much sense because if I were sitting down there, I could get up and he could sit in my chair. So anyway, we recess for 5 minutes.
No, this is not your fault. You're being jerks.
It's easier to do it here.
Point of parliamentary inquiry, haven't heard a motion to recess. I think under the circumstances, it might be appropriate to offer a motion to adjourn.
Can you do it again?
Yeah,
Committee will resume. Are there any additional amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 2?
I have a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes the gentleman.
Yes, sir. In numerous instances, many words have not been audible, and I was wondering if the court reporter could read back the official transcript to determine if we were officially recessed by the chair.
Will the reporter read back the dialogue prior to recess?
Reporter will play back.
Congressional District of Pennsylvania, which I'm honored to represent.
Stand by.
We recess for 5 minutes.
Recess for what?
5 minutes.
The chairman said we will recess for 5 minutes.
Okay, you were right. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You should have.
Mr. Chairman, seek recognition, please.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've had a number of instances throughout the day, technical related and some procedurally related, that have created problems. Our legislative staffs are not able to adequately track the process. We've heard from some outside groups that they're having difficulty due to the stream. We've obviously had some concerns most recently with the communication with regard to a motion to, or a recess. And so for a variety of reasons, mostly tech-related and procedurally related, I move that we do postpone until date certain. I would say July 6th would be an appropriate period to give us time to work out these technical issues.
If the gentleman is seeking to adjourn this session, the gentleman should state his motion.
I'm sorry? We're seeking to postpone until July 6th.
The gentleman has 5 minutes to support his argument.
Okay, well, July 6th is after the 45-day period prescribed by the speaker, number one. I think the overwhelming evidence of the procedure today with regard to some of the technical issues, also some of the procedural issues and multiple members participating in multiple hearings when they're supposed to be only participating in this one. We've had issues where the chairman was not visible on the screen at periods. We've had issues with audio, we've had issues with video, we've had streaming issues that have made it difficult for our legislative staff to track the proceedings. We've had problems procedurally with regard to requests for recorded votes. I think it would probably be better under the circumstances if we could go on ahead and address those issues before proceeding and set this postponement date till July 6th.
I understand the gentleman's concerns, and I share some of them. However, I do not believe that delaying the process at this point would be in service of the public interest. So I move to lay the motion on the table.
Okay. Well, is there going to be a second? Because I don't hear a second to that. Do we need a second?
I'll second that motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, I'm going to ask for a recorded vote, please.
Okay. All right, the motion is to lay the motion on the table. As many as are in favor of the motion to table, say aye.
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 Try to unmute all.
Aye.
All right.
Okay. Now, those who are opposed, unmute and say no.
No.
No. No. No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion,
I'm going to ask for a
Laid
roll
upon the
call
table.
vote, please, Mr. Chairman.
okay?
Recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will now call the roll. Thank you.
Mr. DeFazio.
Clarify the motion.
Mr. Graves of Missouri. Ms. Norton.
Oh. Sir, just to clarify, you want to vote yes on table?
Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Aye.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes aye. Mr. Crawford.
No.
Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Mr. Larson votes yes.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes aye. Mr. Gibbs.
I'm
Mrs. Napolitano.
Aye.
What in the world is happening?
Mr. Webster of Florida. Mr. Webster of Florida votes no. Mr. Lipinski. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Cohen.
They start with me. I vote yes.
Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Sires. Mr. Davis of Illinois.
Mr. Sires is on mute. They didn't hear your vote, sir.
I said I vote aye. I'm sorry.
Mr. Sires votes aye. Mr. Davis of Illinois.
No.
Mr. Davis of Illinois votes no. Mr. Garamendi.
Aye. Garamendi votes aye.
Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Woodall.
Mr. Woodall votes no.
Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Katko. Mr. Carson of Indiana. Mr. Babbitt.
Mr. Carson votes aye. Mr. Carson votes aye.
Mr. Carson of Indiana votes aye. Mr. Babin. Mr. Babin votes no. Ms. Titus.
Dina Titus votes aye.
Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Mr. Maloney votes aye.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes aye. Mr. Rouser.
No.
Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Huffman.
Mr. Huffman votes aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Bost. Ms. Brownlee of California.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye.
Ms. Brownlee of California votes aye. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Mr. Weber votes no.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes no. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Ms. Wilson votes aye.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes aye. Mr. LaMalfa.
No.
Mr. LaMalfa votes no. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes aye.
Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes no. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier. Mr. Mitchell.
Mr. Mitchell votes no.
Mr. Mitchell votes no. Ms. Plaskett.
Plaskett votes aye.
Ms. Plaskett votes aye. Mr. Mast. Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes aye.
Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Gallagher.
No.
Mr. Gallagher votes no. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes aye.
Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Brown of Maryland.
Mr. Brown votes aye.
Mr. Brown of Maryland votes aye. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
No.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Espilot.
Mr. Espaillat, New York votes aye.
Mr. Espilot of New York votes aye. Ms. Gonzalez Colon of Puerto Rico. Mr. Malinowski.
Malinowski votes aye.
Mr. Malinowski votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes aye.
Mr. Stanton votes aye. Mr. Spano. Ms. Mucarso Powell.
Mucarso Powell votes aye.
Ms. Mucarso Powell votes aye. Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Mrs. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes aye.
Mrs. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Miller.
No.
Mrs. Miller votes no. Mr. Allred.
Mr. Allred votes aye.
Mr. Allred votes aye. Mr. Pence.
No.
Mr. Pence votes no. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes aye.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes aye. Ms. Finkenauer.
Finkenauer votes aye.
Ms. Finkenauer votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia votes aye.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes aye.
Mr. Delgado votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes aye.
Mr. Pappas votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Ms. Craig votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Mr. Ruda.
Ruda votes aye.
Mr. Ruda votes aye. Mr. Lamb.
Mr. Lamb votes yes.
Mr. Lamb votes aye. Mr. DeFazio. Mr. DeFazio votes aye. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes no. Ms. Norton.
Norton votes aye.
Ms. Norton votes aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs votes no.
Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mrs. Napolitano. Mr. Lipinski.
Mr. Lipinski votes aye.
Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Cohen votes aye.
Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson of Georgia votes aye.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Katko votes no.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. Bost.
Mr. Boss notes no.
Mr. Bost votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
Napolitano, yes.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon of Puerto Rico.
Ms. Gonzalez vote no.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon of Puerto Rico votes no. Mr. Spano.
Votes yes. Napolitano votes yes.
Mrs. Napolitano votes aye.
Are all members recorded? If there's any member who wishes to change their vote?
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question of the clerk?
Go ahead.
Are any votes recorded in which you could not visually identify the person voting?
No, we were able to
Pictures
see.
are
We were
not
able
on-
to see them.
I beg your pardon?
We were able to confirm their identity, yes.
Even though they're not up on the screen?
They were on the wide screens.
Okay.
We have
Yep.
3 monitors here.
I yield back.
Okay. Does anyone wish to change their vote? Is there anyone who is not recorded who wishes to vote? The clerk will read the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 36 yeas and 27 noes.
Please repeat. I didn't get the second number.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 36 yeas and 27 noes.
Okay, I thank the clerk. We're going to go back to amendments. I'm hopeful that we won't have more interruptions. This is going to be a very long day and night and morning and day and night and morning if necessary. So there are a lot of amendments. I just accepted Mr. Perry's amendment. There may well be others that can be accepted in a bipartisan fashion. I would suggest that we proceed. I understand the frustration members are feeling, but we are stuck with this procedure, and this is the way we have to proceed. So with that, I'm going to yield the chair to Mr. Lynch for a short period of time. Mr. Lynch, please assume the chair.
Mr. Chairman, can I have a parliamentary inquiry?
Gentlelady
This is
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My inquiry is to the view that I have here. I see most of my, if not all, my Republican colleagues that are sitting in the hearing room, they are not wearing masks. And I do understand the frustration of some technical difficulties, but we are going through a pandemic. The cases of COVID-19 continue to rise. We have lost more than 117,000 American lives because of negligence. So I ask if we can enforce the use of masks, especially for those that have underlying health conditions. If we are expected at some point to return to the hearing room, I would like to ask if our Republican colleagues will follow the guidance of the Office of the Attendee Physician and wear those masks. Thank you.
Thank you. To respond to the gentlelady's advice or question, under the rules of the House, all members have been advised to wear masks at the hearing. And that's the recommendation today. And if further changes are adopted, we'll have to deal with that at some point. But the situation today is that there are signs outside of the hearing room that instruct members that they are strongly recommended to wear masks within the hearing room. And that's the situation that exists. So any further changes, members will be notified. I think we'll have to deal with that issue later. Are there any additional amendments to in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 2? The chair recognizes Mr. Espaillat for amendment number 101.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, order as 101.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. Espaillat, number 101.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Espaillat to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since this is my first opportunity speaking here today, I want to just first thank you for including a number of my priorities in the base text of the bill and in your manager's amendment, such as my Transportation Alternative Enhancement Act, improvement to safety for all road users, policies that promote good-paying domestic jobs, and initiatives that address congestion. I greatly appreciate the help of you and your staff throughout this entire process. But I hope you will see this amendment as a complement to this important bill. I want to thank you for including in the INVEST Act a focus on reducing congestion in our crowded urban areas. As you know, where I come from in New York City, congestion is a worsening problem that we have been working on for decades. The INVEST Act gives this issue important attention by creating a new gridlock reduction grant program. Funded at $250 million, the grant program is aimed at reducing urban congestions in large metro areas with an emphasis on operational and technological strategies, as well as efforts to encourage using other modes of transportation. This is a very worthy effort. And the reason I say you should take my amendment as a compliment.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Weber of Texas,
Okay.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman? Didn't the previous sitting chair, without objection, say that we would have 3 minutes to offer amendments?
That's correct. That's correct.
All right, let's yield. Then let's let him have 3 minutes. I yield back.
Okay. I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment, which would provide an additional $750 million for the Gridlock Reduction Grant Program. The Invest in America Act already substantially increases funding across the board for highway and transit programs. And insofar that the gentleman's concerns are readily addressed in the main bill. Amendments that propose changes to these funding levels would require significant rewriting of the legislation and could lead to unintended budget consequences. So at this time, we are not accepting amendments that increase program funding or shift money around between the Highway Trust Fund programs.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Gentleman's
I know
recognized.
that this amendment will have important implications for the overall course. I do intend to withdraw it, but I want to make clear that many of us see it. This is an important federal initiative that deserves more discussion. And I hope we can work to see how to make this a long team effort.
Absolutely. We recognize all the work that the gentleman has done, and we agree with his base concerns.
At this time, I respectfully withdraw the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Are there any additional amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 2?
Mr. Chairman, I have an
Chair
amendment.
recognizes Mr. Pence on amendment number 033.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. Pence, number 033.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I recognize Mr. Pence to speak on his amendment for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Supporting a robust rail industry is one of the utmost important to my constituents. Operating 26 miles of track in my district, Madison Railroad received a CRISI grant to update the 130-year-old Graham Creek Bridge and ensure heavy commercial freight loads can be accommodated. I was disheartened to learn that H.R. 2 made significant changes to this program, making it nearly impossible for rural areas to receive this funding in the future. Not only did this bill reduce the rural carve-out by 10%, but it also directs the Secretary to give preference to projects that benefit Amtrak or the top 25 stations with highest ridership. If this is the case, we might as well rename the CRISI the Achella Corridor Improvement Program. Mr. Chairman, of the $1.4 billion in funding the CRISI program receives in this bill, was it asking too much to set aside 25% or $350 million for rural communities? I appreciate that my colleague, Congressman Finkenauer, offered an identical amendment to eliminate this language, and that amendment, number 79, was adopted. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for your support on that. My revised amendment not only eliminates the language Congresswoman Finkenauer successfully defeated, but goes one step further by increasing the rural carve-out to 30%. This program was created to fund projects that improve the safety, efficiency, and reliability of passenger and freight rail. By increasing the rural set-aside and striking the new preferential treatment for certain projects, this amendment will keep the CRISI program merit-based and open to all. I urge my colleagues to support my reasonable amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on this amendment? Hearing none, I rise in opposition to Mr. Pence's amendments, which would increase the rural set-aside to 30% under the FRA's Consolidated Rail Infrastructure and Safety Program, CRISI. The underlying section maintains the existing statute's 25% rural set-aside. The bill also significantly increases overall funding for the program to $7 billion over the life of the bill. That's an increase of almost $6 billion over FAST Act levels. So under the bill, rural areas will actually have lots more funding available to them, and that is why I oppose this change. I yield to Railroad Subcommittee Chairman Lipinski to discuss the rest of the amendment from Mr. Pence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As chair of the Rail Subcommittee, I strongly oppose this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to oppose it as well. Gentleman from Indiana's amendment would change the underlying Christie program by striking an important provision that would help intercity, regional, and commuter passenger rail throughout the country. The amendment would strike the preference created within Christie for rail station hubs that have both Amtrak and commuter rail service. This is a key provision included in the rail division to help improve the infrastructure at these rail hubs that collectively serve millions of passengers a day and are vital to the local economy. Some of the stations that could be helped by this provision include Chicago Union Station in Washington, D.C., Penn Station in New York, Newark Penn Station, 30th Street Station in Philadelphia, and Los Angeles Union Station, just to name a few. Many of us have used these stations and know that there are serious needs for investment. I've seen firsthand at Chicago Union Station, which is owned by Amtrak, I've seen the disrepair. Last year, we had someone fall on a computer, knock it out. There was no backup. And for 2 full days, all trains had to be switched manually. Concrete is falling from the ceiling at Chicago Union Station. It's falling on the platform and the tracks. We've had people standing on the platform get hit by this falling concrete. So just a few examples of where Christie grants could potentially help. And we have plussed up Christie almost 5 times over what was in there. The rural set-aside was put back in in the manager's amendment. So I think there's plenty of money out there. This is money going to these stations is going to help passenger rail. And this is something this is public money. There's plenty of money out there. This is a great program. I'm happy that it also helps out some of the short line railroads, and there will be plenty of money in there to do that. So, Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. At this point, are there any amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is now on the amendment. All those in favor, please unmute and signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please unmute and say nay.
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 All those, okay. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. It's on there? Okay. All right. Are there any additional amendments to the amendment in the nature of substitute for H.R. 2? Chair recognizes Mr. Espaillat on amendment number 102.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, 102.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offer Mr. Espaillat, number 102.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize Mr. Espaillat to speak on his amendment for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is a simple one that I again hope you will take as a complimentary one. As I said in my previous remark, I believe in the grid route reduction grant program, and I think we need to give it all we got. So my amendment will make some changes to it and treat it like other federal transportation grant programs, and even more importantly, make it more accessible to applicants. It will do 3 things. First, my amendment would align the federal-local cost share for the program with other programs. As currently drafted, the bill calls for a 60-40 federal-local share rather than an 80-20. While I understand the chairman's thinking that there could be an opportunity for private investment to make up for that discrepancy, I fear that communities will be discouraged and localities will be discouraged from taking advantage of the program, particularly during this pandemic when revenue is down. So my amendment will realign the cost share, but it would also reward those applicants who go above and beyond the local match requirement by giving them a high priority. I believe that we can make these 3 changes. We can really improve this program and make it enticing for communities. I am prepared, Mr. Chairman, to withdraw the amendment, but I hope you will work with me to make some improvement to this program because I really do think that it has enormous potential. Thank you, and I yield back.
Do any other members wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment, which would increase the federal share of the Gridlock Reduction Grants Program. As the gentleman noted, the program currently allows for 60% of the project to be funded out of the Gridlock account with a maximum of 80% federal share. The intent of the current federal share is to leverage both local and private sector investments. We expect freight and delivery companies to see substantial benefits from this program and want to make sure that all stakeholders are engaged in reducing the gridlock. Does the gentleman wish to withdraw his
I respectfully
amendment?
withdraw the amendment and hope we can work to make these improvements in the future.
I understand, and the chair is extremely appreciative of the gentleman's willingness to withdraw and to continue to work on this issue on behalf of his constituents. Are there any additional amendments in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 2? The chair recognizes Mr. Pence for amendment number 32. Mr. Pence on amendment 32, you are now recognized.
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. Pence.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I recognize Mr. Pence to speak on his amendment for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Critical Commerce Corridors, or CCCs, create a national network of freight corridors that contain high-speed rail segments, dedicated truck lanes, and other goods movement systems. My amendment encourages the DOT to consider applications for the creation of CCCs to ensure secure and efficient movement of the freight. By targeting federal assistance to these corridors of commerce, we can start the enormous task of replacing their worn-out pavements, adding lanes where needed, especially in major truck corridors, and bringing designs up to the current safety and durability standards. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on this amendment? Hearing none, I rise in strong opposition to the gentleman's amendment. This amendment seeks to put a thumb on the scale for highways where a barrier physically separates lanes dedicated to heavy commercial trucks from lanes dedicated to passenger vehicles. This is an example of the over-engineered highway projects of the past. The Invest in America Act seeks to shift the emphasis of federal aid highway programs to focus on projects that reconnect communities and improve access for all users, not overbuilt truck-only highways that would further divide them. Are there any other amendments to this amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please unmute and signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, unmute and signify by saying nay.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Are there any additional amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 2? Chair recognizes Mr. Brown for amendment number 215.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. Brown of Maryland, number 215.
I recognize, without objection, the amendment will consider it as read. I recognize Mr. Brown to speak on his amendment for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment, which enjoys bipartisan support, would provide a 10% tolerance on the maximum weight per vehicle axle for dry bulk goods. I want to be clear, this amendment is not about bigger trucks. It will not increase the size or weight of trucks. The maximum gross weight limit will be unchanged at 80,000 pounds. This amendment would also not impact current bridge weight formulas. When dry bulk goods such as corn and grain are loaded onto trucks as cargo, they will regularly shift during transit as a result of braking and accelerating. This natural movement within the cargo container sometimes causes the front trailer axle to exceed the axle weight limit at enforcement scales, even if the goods are loaded properly. Allowing for 10% axle weight tolerance would ensure trucks and their drivers can operate safely without fear of fines, which I might add are often passed on to their customers due to incidental movement of their freight during transport. Increasing tolerance would not impact the safety of the American public who share the roads with our truck drivers. This amendment is about simply recognizing the reality of transporting these types of goods. We should not be unfairly penalizing shippers who are doing everything they can to follow the rules, especially at a time when the overall trucking industry has been greatly harmed or impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. This is a reasonable approach, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on this amendment? Hearing none, this amendment allows up to 10% weight variance on an axle of commercial motor vehicle transporting dry bulk goods. This is a reasonable allowance to accommodate cargo that can shift in transport and affect the weight in different parts of the vehicle depending on the position of the cargo, and the amendment is thereby accepted. Are there any further amendments to the amendment?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mitchell,
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
I have a parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chair.
Please go ahead.
I believe you need unanimous consent to accept the amendment.
Right.
I don't object to the amendment, but I believe you do, sir.
Right.
Mr. Chairman?
We will do a voice vote. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
All opposed, unmute and say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Are there any additional amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 2? The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Pence, on amendment number 25. Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. Pence, number 025.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Pence to speak on his amendment for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment establishes a working group at DOT to examine the HOS and ELD regulations impacting the agricultural trucking industry. We must identify barriers to the transportation of agriculture commodities posed by outdated and incompatible regulations. These are important issues that impact all livestock producers. The goal of this amendment is to allow the agricultural sector to make real-world, common-sense recommendations on shipping livestock and commodities safely. With substantial support from various stakeholders, I urge my colleagues to support my amendment on behalf of our nation's agricultural haulers. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on this amendment? Hearing none, the chair rises in opposition to this amendment. This amendment institutes an exemption from electronic logging devices for haulers of agricultural commodities, livestock, and insects until such time as a working group chaired by the Secretary of Transportation develops regulatory recommendations on modified hours of service rules for ag haulers. U.S. DOT is required to propose regulatory changes to enact the recommendations through regulations within 120 days, and this amounts to allowing the ag industry to rewrite rules instead of the normal notice and comment public rulemaking process. Are there any other amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is now on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please unmute and signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed to the amendment, please unmute and signify by saying nay.
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 The opinion of the chair, the nays have it.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman recognized.
I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote was requested. A sufficient number of members having requested a recorded vote and pursuant to Rule 5E of the Rules of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, a recorded vote on the amendment is ordered as mentioned at the beginning of the markup pursuant to Committee Rule 5F and House Rule 11-2H4. The chair will postpone further proceedings on the amendment until a time determined by the chair through the course of today's markup. Are there any additional amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 2? The chair recognizes Mr. Carbajal of California for amendment number 16.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2 offered by Mr. Carbajal, number 16.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I'll recognize Mr. Carbajal for 3 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership and for the vision and putting together the Invest in America Surface Transportation Reauthorization Act. This bill is an important step towards rebuilding our roads and bridges to get to a state of good repair. My amendment today would further those investments authorized in today's bill by enacting an infrastructure bank or corporation. It would be set up as an independent financial institution owned by the federal government and governed by an independent, nonpartisan board of infrastructure, public policy experts, and labor leaders. Mr. Chairman, an infrastructure bank is a common sense measure to help leverage private dollars and provide local governments with another financing tool for needed infrastructure projects at little to no cost to the federal government. I understand that the chairman has concerns for including this legislation in today's markup. I am willing to withdraw my amendment and would appreciate the chairman's help in continuing to work with me on this proposal to achieve this goal in the near future.
The chair thanks the gentleman. We appreciate his energy and passion on this issue, and we look forward to working with him on solutions to the concerns that he's identified. Are there any additional amendments?
I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 2? The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Pence, on amendment number 28. And the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2 offered by Mr. Pence, number 028.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I recognize Mr. Pence to speak for 3 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. America's physical infrastructure has been a catalyst in making our economy the largest and most vibrant in the world. My amendment replaces Section 1301 with the bipartisan language adopted by the Senate to address the unique challenges faced by rural transportation networks. The Infra Grant Program, which we now refer to as the National Significant Freight and Highway Projects Program, is an essential way we improve freight movement and reduce highway congestion. We must maintain the original intent of this program, which I believe better balances the needs of rural and urban communities. I urge support for this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on this amendment? Hearing none, the chair rises in strong opposition to the gentleman's amendment, which would strike the Projects of National and Regional Significance program. The amendment would reduce funding to help us build major infrastructure projects and help our country remain competitive in the global economy. The gentleman's replacement, which would retain a modified version of the existing infra program, would reduce the multimodal eligibility of the program, including the ability to build multimodal freight infrastructure. It would also forego the new transparency requirements we include to ensure that merit-based project selection wins out over backdoor political decision-making. Do any members have an amendment to the amendment? If not, the question is now on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please unmute and signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed to the amendment, please unmute and signify by saying nay.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 2? The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lowenthal, on amendment number 43 as revised.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, Lowenthal, number 43 as revised.
The clerk will now designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. Lowenthal, number 043.
Without objection, the amendment Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize Mr. Lowenthal to speak on his amendment for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment will make important progress on an issue that has lingered on the National Transportation Safety Board's most wanted list for years: the prevalence of highway accidents which are caused by fatigue. Too often, investigators have found that severe truck and bus accidents are caused by undiagnosed conditions that contribute to driver fatigue, like obstructive sleep apnea. I've relayed my own experiences with this condition to this committee on several occasions, and we know all too well that if left untreated, sleep apnea can significantly increase the risk of a fatigue-related accident. That's why in 2016, the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration's Medical Review Board issued clear recommendations to improve the detection and treatment of sleep apnea in commercial motor vehicle drivers. The administration then followed up with proposed standards to ensure that at-risk drivers are screened for this condition. But these proposed criteria were withdrawn in 2017. As safety experts have testified to this committee, without clear rules from FMCSA, we cannot adequately address this issue industry-wide. My amendment would ask the department to assess the risk untreated obstructive sleep apnea poses on our highways and propose clear screening standards to make sure that affected drivers get the treatment they need. Over 328,000 crashes occur each year as a result of drowsy driving, and often the most tragic of these involve trucks and buses. This amendment will make key progress to address these accidents and make our roads safer for all Americans. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is recognized. Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, actually, I have a question. If I understood the gentleman, he said that this was 43 as revised. I want to make sure that we're looking at the right text. Is this the amendment that's on the online portal, or is this it is? Okay, thank you.
It's the one you have, yeah.
Thank you.
Gentleman is correct. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on this amendment? Hearing none, the chair rises in support of this amendment. This amendment directs the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration to initiate an assessment and rulemaking to establish screening criteria for obstructive sleep apnea among commercial vehicle drivers. The gentleman has long championed this issue, and I thank the gentleman for his reasonable approach. Safety should be our #1 priority, and we must ensure that the proper safeguards are in place to stop fatigued truck drivers from getting behind the wheel. And I urge my colleagues to support me and support the gentleman from New York in support of this amendment. Are there any amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please unmute and signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, please unmute and signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Are there any additional amendments to the amendments in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 2? The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Pence, for amendment number 24. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. Pence, number 024.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I recognize Mr. Pence to speak on his amendment for 3 minutes. The gentleman has withdrawn his amendment. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 2? The chair recognizes Mr. Espellat on his amendment number 110. The chair will, the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. Espellat, number 110.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize Mr. Espellat for 3 minutes to speak on his amendment. Mr. Espellat, I'm not sure you're unmuted. Will you check?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, yes, I will be withdrawing the amendment, but I do want to continue to work with you to ensure that in the future we address these very important issues as they pertain to my district and the country as a whole. Thank you, and I will be withdrawing the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman withdraws his amendment. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 2? The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Pence, for his amendment number 31. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. Pence, number 031.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize Mr. Pence to speak on his amendment for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment modernizes the Railway Highway Crossing Program by inserting H.R. 7223, the Railway Upgrades for Rural American Lines Act, bipartisan legislation, which I was proud to introduce with my colleague, Congresswoman Brownlee. As the crossroads of America, our rail industry is one of the busiest in the nation, holding true to our nickname with the movement of over 328 million tons of freight annually. Unfortunately, this bill expands the program beyond its original intent of investing in railway highway crossing improvements. My amendment would replace Section 1204 of the bill with bipartisan language that increases the federal match from 90% to 100%, consistent with many other federal grant programs. In addition to my amendment, reflects a change in the incentive payment cap of $7,500 to $100,000 and makes a replacement of functionally obsolete warning devices eligible for this funding as well. Bike trails and pedestrian paths at public crossings are already eligible projects under the existing Section 130 program, which my amendment preserves. The American Short Line and Regional Railroad Association believes this amendment will result in fewer grade crossing accidents over time and more efficient investments. I could not agree more. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman, this is Brownlee. I would like to speak for a minute.
The gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I wanted to offer my support for this amendment. My constituents know all too well the dangers that rail grade crossings can pose, as we've had several accidents in recent years, which have been deadly. Accidents that happen at rail grade crossings are all too common in my district. In my view, we must do more on these issues, not less. And I support this amendment, which is modeled on legislation that Mr. Pence and I introduced earlier this week, and I urge members to do the same. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Any other members wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, despite the powerful arguments of the gentlelady and the sponsor as well, the chair rises in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. This amendment would increase state incentive payments to closed grade crossings from $7,500 to $100,000 to closed grade crossings. The chair does not believe we need to further subsidize railroads in this way, instead of just paying railroads to close crossings. The Invest in America Act expands the eligibilities of railroad crossing program to include projects to mitigate lost access from a crossing closure and strategies to prevent or reduce trespass or fatalities and injuries along railroad rights of way. In addition, the gentleman's amendment would increase the federal share for crossing projects from 90% to 100% taxpayer funded. While I support investments in railroad crossings, it is reasonable to expect that the railroads should pay their fair share when they receive a benefit from the taxpayer. The Invest in America Act does just that by requiring railroads to put up a modest 5% match for projects that benefit their operations. Are there any amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is now on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please unmute and signify by saying nay.
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 The opinion of the chair, the nays have it.
Sometimes it takes a couple tries.
Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 2? The chair again recognizes Mr. Espaillat on his amendment number 099. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. Espaillat, number 099.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize Mr. Espaillat to speak on his amendment for 3 minutes. Mr. Espaillat, I believe you may be muted.
Mr. Chairman, I'm having technical, okay.
Now we hear you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I would like to speak on this amendment, 099, would shore up the non-federal cost share of the new restoration to state of good repair formula subgrant. The program is intended to allow the agencies to replace the oldest buses on a rolling basis, and this amendment alters the non-federal cost share to 35%. This change will ensure transit agencies do not unintentionally create an incentive structure to delay or defer bus replacement or rehabilitation through the automatic formula program. Mr. Chairman, I am deeply concerned with the formulas being used with regards to funding for New York City and urban cities that already have new and modern buses. And I'm deeply concerned that New York City in particular is not getting its fair share of funding for programs such as this one. So I will be, Mr. Chairman, withdrawing the amendment, but I want to discuss that further with you and the committee to ensure that New York City gets its fair share. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The gentleman has withdrawn an amendment, and the committee assures the gentleman that we will continue discussions, and we realize how hard the gentleman is working on behalf of New York. Thank you. Do any other members, it's withdrawn, right?
Sorry, my line was easier upstairs. The clerk will report Mr. Pence's amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2 offered by Mr. Pence, number 034.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I recognize the gentleman for 3 minutes on his amendment.
NTIA, on the task force for Dig Once policies. Dig Once policies for broadband infrastructure are an efficient way to deploy broadband in remote areas of our country like those in my Indiana 6th District. However, it seems prudent for the FCC, the premier federal agency on broadband deployment, to be part of the conversation. Our federal broadband deployment initiatives shouldn't be siloed by one agency or two. Each of our federal stakeholders should be working in tandem so that we can close the digital divide and bring rural America into the 21st century. I urge support for this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Do others wish to be heard on the amendment? Hearing none. I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment, which would add the FCC chairman to the Dig One task force. The same FCC chairman that's trying to remove the critical vehicle-to-vehicle communication spectrum to sell off to people so they can have wander around watching high-D videos on their phones anywhere in the country. Currently, the task force is evenly balanced between transportation and telecommunications interests, with the Secretary of Transportation, who, by the way, is totally opposed to what the FCC chairman is doing to take this spectrum away from dedication to vehicle-to-vehicle communications and safety, and the future of autonomous driving, and the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information serving as co-chairs. Adding the FCC chair would tilt the balance away from transportation. As I mentioned, the FCC transportation doesn't give a damn about transportation and the future of transportation, or autonomous vehicles or driver-assisted vehicles and vehicle-to-vehicle communications. I will suggest, as someone who, of course, comes from and will go back to the telecommunications industry, I will suggest that if the gentleman would like to redraft his amendment to add both the FCC chair and the administrator of the Federal Highway Administration to preserve the balance, I think we could accept that. Would the gentleman like to verbally amend his amendment? I guess not. Okay, does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? All right, hearing none, are those who wish to amend the amendment? Hearing none, we will call the vote on the amendment. For those who are remote, who intend to support the amendment, please unmute. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye.
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 Thank you. Please mute if you're remote. Those who are remote, unmute. Someone's talking. Please, you can dispense with talking while you vote. Anthony, thank you. Unmute now. Be quiet until you vote. Those opposed to the amendment, please say nay.
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 In the
For the
opinion
record, Mr. Chairman, that wasn't me.
All right, sorry, Anthony. They told me it was you. They're right. They were wrong. With that, in the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. Okay, with that, the amendment is not agreed to. We move to the next amendment. The next amendment is from Representative Espinat. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. Esplat, number 111.
If without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to say at the outset that I do plan to withdraw this amendment, but I offer to make it important and a real important point, which is that many of our federal transportation formulas do not prioritize large, high ridership systems. New York in particular has just not gotten its fair share over the years, and we have to work harder to make sure we do the right thing and really right this wrong. And some of our federal formulas do not adequately reward good actors like the MTA and NYDOT, who do their best so they can raise their own revenues and keep their systems up to date. Revenues have indeed dropped during this pandemic, and they face great challenges. And I look forward to working with you, Mr. Chairman, to ensure that we get our fair share of funding at the New York level. And I look forward to withdrawing this amendment and working with you towards the future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Accept the gentleman's offer to withdraw. The amendment is withdrawn. We'll move on to the next amendment. The clerk will report the next amendment from Mr. Pence.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. Pence, number 035.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman may proceed for 3 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to withdraw my Amendment 35 from consideration.
I thank the gentleman for that. It'll help expedite procedures. We will move on then. Without objection, the amendment is withdrawn. We'll move on to the next amendment. The next amendment, the clerk will report from Mr. Garcia.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. Garcia, number 063.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman DeFazio. This bipartisan amendment that Representative Gallagher and I are offering helps prioritize maintenance over building new projects and improves cost-benefit analysis requirements to make sure that we spend wisely. Our bipartisan amendment makes common sense. That's why it has been endorsed by organizations across the political spectrum, including the Bipartisan Policy Center, Taxpayers for Common Sense, and the Environmental Law and Policy Center. It also has the support of the National League of Cities, League of Conservation Voters, and the Shared Use Mobility Center. I commend the chairman for focusing on the state of good repair throughout the Invest in America Act, but I do think we can build on the fix-it first principles in the Invest Act to promote maintenance and to be more fiscally responsible. Both sides can agree that it is irresponsible to continue building new roads while simultaneously neglecting so much infrastructure already in disrepair. The reporting and benefit cost analysis required in our amendment will, one, account for the benefits in improving access to jobs or services, and two, recognize that more road miles can often lead to more miles traveled, adding to congestion. Again, this amendment forces us to look at the long-term life cycle costs for new construction and improves existing cost-benefit analysis. These small but important changes will help ensure we prioritize maintenance and bring our existing infrastructure into a state of good repair. I think we can all agree on this common sense amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Do others members wish to be recognized on the amendment? If not,
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, yes.
Mr. Gallagher.
All right. Mr. Gallagher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Garcia, for introducing this important amendment. In February, I gave a speech before the House highlighting principles that I thought were essential to any surface transportation bill. And I know that we've had a lot of disagreement about the underlying bill today, but I'm pleased to see that at least one of those principles is embodied in Mr. Garcia's amendment, Fix It First. I do think there is bipartisan agreement that we cannot justify infrastructure spending by saying that our roads and bridges are crumbling and then go spend that money on new construction. And I think Mr. Garcia's amendment, which I'm proud to support, would make sure that when states are reporting how they will spend this money, they do a benefit cost analysis over the lifetime of an asset. And this is something that my friends at Strong Towns and Transportation for America have been saying for years. And I think a common sense amendment that just adds transparency with the Fix It First provisions, and I urge my colleagues to support the amendment. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. Thank him for bridging the divide and the bipartisan amendment. Do other members wish to speak? I'm prepared to accept the amendment. I'll ask unanimous consent to accept the amendment without objection. So ordered. The amendment is adopted.
Thank you.
We would now move on to Mr. Pence. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. Pence, number 037.
They handed me 036. Or is it 036? 7. It's 7, okay. Sorry. Well, the gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would require the DOT to coordinate the deployment of fixed broadband initiatives with other federal counterparts to prevent the use of funds to overbuild existing networks. Better coordination and information sharing among the federal agencies responsible for administering broadband deployment programs are essential parts of expanding availability.
Both myself and Ms. Craig, obviously you've made that commitment, and along with the ranking member and our staff, I would withdraw the amendment.
Well, I thank the gentleman, and if we can find a way to even up it with the Senate, I'd be happy to do that. So I thank the gentleman for withdrawing. With that, the amendment is withdrawn with those commitments. We'd move on to the next amendment. The next amendment will be from Representative Garcia. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. Garcia, number 064.
Okay, mine says 064 revised, but I guess that doesn't show up on the text. All right. I would ask unanimous consent to suspend with the reading of the amendment. With that, I would recognize the gentleman for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me start by noting my intent to withdraw this amendment and my appreciation for Chairman DeFazio and his team for the boldness of this legislation. The INVEST Act moves us in a very important direction. I offered this amendment, however, to underscore a fundamental policy matter that has directly shaped or misshaped our built environment for decades. We have relied on an 80-20% ratio to fund highways and transit, respectively. We have locked ourselves into a zero-sum game. Developed as a compromise to incorporate the fuels tax, an antiquated system that also needs to be revamped. This 80-20 split has starved not just our cities, but all our communities from needed transit investments and opportunities for the least amongst us. I've been an activist for social justice my entire life. After moving to the U.S. as a child, I grew up on the southwest side of Chicago, and I know the lack of access to affordable transportation can do to starve a community of opportunity and access to jobs. At the beginning of this Congress, many often ask why I joined this committee instead of education and labor or judiciary. The point I want to make is that for too long, we've decoupled the reality that transportation policy, what we shape here in this committee, is fundamentally a social justice issue of economic opportunity and access. We see access to, we across the country, we see how our built environment has used to segregate Black and brown communities, from train tracks to the boulevards and highways. Our policies in this room will create or break down physical barriers to opportunity for so many. My amendment seeks parity between highways and transit funding. I don't detail how we should pay for it and don't necessarily believe it should be just the fuels tax or come from cutting one to fund the other. We have to think outside the zero-sum box. Rather, I offer this amendment to start a conversation about how our cities and our rural towns might look if we actually invested in our transit systems. The access to jobs it would provide, especially for Black, brown, and working class communities, the connectivity it would provide to cities, suburbs, and exurbs, the improved walkability, and even potential transit access we could provide to small town main streets all across America. The amount of greenhouse gas emissions we would reduce and the savings we could provide to millions wouldn't otherwise carry the heavy cost burden of owning a car. When you travel abroad to other developed nations in Europe and Asia, it can be hard to believe we are the richest nation in the world. Our roads and bridges are crumbling and our transit access is limited and aging. Working class communities and even wealthier suburbs lack access to our urban centers. Even when there is access, frequency of service limits ridership. Though we can debate pay-fors, and we should, I think all of us as members of the Transportation Committee can agree we ought to find ways to invest more boldly in our transportation networks. I offer this amendment, which would quadruple transit funding without cutting highways, to highlight that we do not have to operate in a zero-sum game, that we don't have to remain tied to over 60-year-old formulas. If it ain't broke, don't fix it is a common mantra, but in this case, it's broken. We need to reframe our work in T&I as a critical component of the fight for social justice and equity for everyone. Black, brown, rural, or urban. I appreciate the members indulging in this topic. Mr. Chairman, I plan to withdraw my amendment and I yield back
The gentleman's time has expired. Thanks.
I can't hear you.
Sorry, you couldn't hear me. Sorry, Chewy.
Thank you.
I thank the gentleman for his eloquent, advocacy for his constituents and those others in urban areas and low-income and distressed communities. I believe there are many provisions in this bill, and I appreciate his offering to withdraw. And at this point, the amendment is withdrawn without objection. Without objection, move on. The next will be from Mr. Bost. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offer Mr. Bost, 051.
Without objection, consider the amendment as read. Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The purpose of this amendment is to ensure that of these parking areas that receive grants and are built, that drivers are not charged fees for using these parking spaces. While certain entities may wish to offer optional services and charge fees for those optional services, they should not be mandatory on the condition of parking in those spaces. It's a pretty simple amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Okay, I thank the gentleman. We are talking about a federal investment for essential truck parking. It was not in the original text. but I'm willing to accept the amendment at this point in time. Without objection, the amendment is agreed to.
Thank you.
Next. The next amendment will be from Mr. Garcia. Clerk, report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. Garcia, number 062.
We would dispense with the meeting with reading with the unanimous consent, and the gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Chairman DeFazio. This amendment that I'm introducing with Representatives Espaillat, Cohen, and Johnson modestly increases the minimum insurance requirements for motor carriers and requires that this value is periodically adjusted to the inflation rate in the future. Minimum insurance requirements for motor carriers were established in 1990 and have never been adjusted for inflation. If we were to fully adjust the value to the inflation rate of medical costs, the new minimum would be over 4.7 million. This amendment would modestly increase the minimum insurance requirement from $750,000 to $2 million and ensures that this minimum is periodically increased to keep up with inflation over time. This current minimum insurance requirement is inadequate and it saddles families and with crippling medical care costs resulting from catastrophic crashes. This isn't about trial lawyers or an attack on truckers. It's about making families who have lost loved ones whole. Again, my amendment modestly increases the minimum insurance requirements for motor carriers and makes sure that it is adjusted to the inflation rate in the future, not stuck in 1980. The amendment is supported by the American Association for Justice, Institute for Safer Trucking, Truck Safety Coalition, Citizens for Reliable and Safe Highways, and Parents Against Tired Truckers. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment to help families who have already suffered so much. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman?
I thank gentleman who wishes to be recognized. Gentleman's recognized.
Mitchell,
Mr. Graves?
Mr.
Oh, sorry. Sam, did you have your hand up? Yep. Sam Graves, then as you called yourself, what is it? Little Graves, except you're taller. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I oppose this amendment. This is going to increase the federal minimum insurance requirement for trucks by 167%. You know, if you get data from the DOT and it shows the more amendment, this is going to increase the federal requirement for trucks by 167%. You know, if you get data from the DOT and it shows the more than 99% of all of the truck-involved accidents, they do not exceed the current federal minimum. Percent of all of the truck-involved accidents, they do not exceed the current federal minimum. This amendment is nothing more than a giveaway to the trial attorneys. That's what it is all about, and I would urge its rejection. Yield back. It is nothing more than a giveaway to the trial attorneys. That's what it is all about, and I would urge its rejection. Yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Others
Chairman,
wishing to
may
be
I?
recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mitchell here?
Others
Chairman,
wishing
may
to
I?
be recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mitchell here?
May I reply to that, Mr. Chairman?
I will yield you time when I speak. Mr. Graves from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr.
I will yield you time when I speak. Mr. Graves from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have to oppose this amendment. And the sponsor, I have to oppose this amendment. And the sponsor came out and said that this doesn't have anything to do with trial lawyers or truckers, and that's exactly what this has to do with. Came out and said that this doesn't have anything to do with trial lawyers or truckers, and that's exactly what this has to do with. This has to do with trial lawyers and truckers, and it is benefiting trial lawyers. It is sticking it to truckers, and I do with trial lawyers and truckers, and it is benefiting trial lawyers. It is sticking it to truckers, and ironically, It is sticking it to the very people that my friend just proposed an amendment to try and help. Those folks that are, it is sticking it to the very people that my friend just proposed an amendment to try and help. Those folks that are of lower income that are already having trouble getting from one place to another. He tried to quadruple income that are already having trouble getting from one place to another. He tried to quadruple transit funding for those very people. Yet what this is going to do, Mr. Chairman, is whenever you increase the costs like this, you increase the costing for those very people. Yet what this is going to do, Mr. Chairman, is whenever you increase the costs like this, you increase the cost of insurance for trucking, you drive up the cost of shipping goods across the country, and no, those companies, you drive up the cost of shipping goods across the country, and no, those companies don't just eat that. They pass on those costs in the form of higher food costs and other critical services that don't just eat that. They pass on those costs in the form of higher food costs and other critical services that these very people that he was just apparently trying to help are going to be paying. This would have these very people that he was just apparently trying to help are going to be paying. This would have a disproportionate impact on the poor. In my home state, we already have some of the highest insurance rates in America. Disproportionate impact on the poor. In my home state, we already have some of the highest insurance rates in America. And I think the second highest, only after the state of Michigan. This is as Ranking Member Graves, I think the second highest, only after the state of Michigan. This is as Ranking Member Graves just stated, this is entirely not needed when you look at the facts, when you look at the data. It is not supported. This is stated. This is entirely not needed when you look at the facts, when you look at the data. It is not supported. This is simply a giveaway to trial lawyers. This is going to drive up cost for grocery bills and other critical needs of lawyers. This is going to drive up cost for grocery bills and other critical needs of the impoverished. And I could not be more opposed to this. I think this amendment needs to go down and really just, I could not be more opposed to this. I think this amendment needs to go down and really just uninformed by data in this case. Yield back.
I thank
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Paul Mitchell here. Mr. Chairman, Hank Johnson.
Informed by data in this case. Yield back.
I thank
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Paul Mitchell here. Mr. Chairman, Hank Johnson. Moot.
Ms. McCarcel.
Moot.
Ms. McCarcel Powell indicated raise her hand first, so she will go now. Ms. Powell indicated raise her hand first, so she will go now. Ms. Powell for 3 minutes. Uh-oh. Well, she would have gone first. 3 minutes. Uh-oh. Well, she would have gone first. Then we will go to Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
Then we will go to Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
You don't have to do that. You're recognized for 3 minutes, Hank.
Thank you, Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
You don't have to do that. You're recognized for 3 minutes, Hank.
Thank you, Chairman. And I want to thank my friend, Representative Garcia, for his leadership on this amendment. And I want to thank my friend, Representative Garcia, for his leadership on this amendment and your partnership on truck safety issues. I'm honored to co-lead on this amendment with you alongside our partnership on truck safety issues. I'm honored to co-lead on this amendment with you alongside our colleagues, Representative Cohen and Representative Espaillat. This measure will deliver justice to the countless colleagues, Representative Cohen and Representative Espaillat. This measure will deliver justice to the countless individuals and families who have been burdened by catastrophic injuries and crippling medical debt from crashes, who have been burdened by catastrophic injuries and crippling medical debt from crashes with motor carriers or large trucks. As the cost of medical care continues to rise, it's only of motor carriers or large trucks. As the cost of medical care continues to rise, it's only appropriate that the minimum insurance requirements for motor carriers do the same. And as Representative Garcia mentioned, these insurance minimums have not been raised since they were created in 1980. That's 40 years ago. This is unacceptable, and I reject any assertion that this amendment serves to attract appropriate that the minimum insurance requirements for motor carriers do the same. And as Representative Garcia mentioned, these insurance minimums have not been raised since they were created in 1980. That's 40 years ago. This is unacceptable, and I reject any assertion that this amendment serves to attack truckers. This is about families. This is about justice for those whose lives have been and remain attacked truckers. This is about families. This is about justice for those whose lives have been and remain altered because of tragic trucking accidents. This modest increase in minimum insurance requirements for motor carriers of tragic trucking accidents. This modest increase in minimum insurance requirements for motor carriers would do just that. And I strongly urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment. And with that, would do just that. And I strongly urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Representative Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stayed relatively quiet.
I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Representative Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stayed relatively quiet through this markup, but this amendment in particular is offensive. As Mr. Graves noted, markup, but this amendment in particular is offensive. As Mr. Graves noted, Little Graves, I would never call him that, but okay. I'm from Michigan, where the insurance rates already, lead the country. Where Little Graves, I would never call him that, but okay. I'm from Michigan, where the insurance rates already, lead the country. Where the insurance rates have been driven up repeatedly by adventurous and pretty active plaintiffs' attorneys. Rates have been driven up repeatedly by adventurous and pretty active plaintiffs' attorneys. I don't understand why my colleague sees that a 160-some% increase in rates is not a significant. My colleague sees that a 160-some% increase in rates is not a significant increase, but apparently we come from different schools of math. This is going to raise the cost of shipping. Apparently we come from different schools of math. This is going to raise the cost of shipping. It will be passed on, has been noted. The consumers will pay it. And the ones that will win most out of this when they get done taking their percentage, has been noted. The consumers will pay it. And the ones that will win most out of this when they get done taking their percentage of the lawsuit plus expenses will be plaintiffs' attorneys. Now, this is going to be a plaintiffs' attorneys amendment of the lawsuit plus expenses will be plaintiffs' attorneys. Now, this is going to be a plaintiffs' attorneys amendment. Let's just call it that. It's simpler. And let's just send the money and cut to the chase. I oppose the amendment. I believe we need to do rational things. Let's just call it that. It's simpler. And let's just send the money and cut to the chase. I oppose the amendment. I believe we need to do rational things here today and would urge my colleagues to join me in opposing it. I yield back. Thank you.
Okay.
Today and would urge my colleagues to join me in opposing it. I yield back. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Ms. McCarcel-Powell, are you back online?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted
3 minutes. Ms. McCarcel-Powell, are you back online?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted
3 minutes.
Strike the last part. Yeah. I wanted to express my support for Mr. Garcia's amendment. Strike the last part. Yeah. I wanted to express my support for Mr. Garcia's amendment as well. I actually find it interesting that we're hearing from my colleagues across the aisle that they don't want to put families first. I actually find it interesting that we're hearing from my colleagues across the aisle that they don't want to put families first, especially if they're faced with a major tragedy on their roads. What this amendment actually does is if they're faced with a major tragedy on their roads. What this amendment actually does is it's going to adjust the minimum insurance requirements for motor carriers. And we know that medical costs are increasing year after year after year, and insurance requirements for motor carriers. And we know that medical costs are increasing year after year after year. And we just need to make sure that these families who may have something happen to them in the roads are covered. And we just need to make sure that these families who may have something happen to them in the roads are covered. And they don't have any protections right now currently, Mr. Chairman, under the law. So I think it's important. This amendment will help protect victims. And they don't have any protections right now currently, Mr. Chairman, under the law. So I think it's important. This amendment will help protect victims of devastating crashes from debilitating medical bills, and I urge support for the amendment. I yield back. Of devastating crashes from debilitating medical bills, and I urge support for the amendment. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Representative Bost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, there's been some comments made from people.
Thank you, gentlelady. Representative Bost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, there's been some comments made from people who have never been in the trucking business. And I think that's kind of interesting about this amendment because all of a sudden now the family's trucking business. And I think that's kind of interesting about this amendment because all of a sudden now the family small businesses that are trucking businesses that make up our small businesses all over this, trucking companies all over this nation, businesses that are trucking businesses that make up our small businesses all over this, trucking companies all over this nation, they're suffering too. They're suffering through COVID. And to say that we don't care about, they're suffering too. They're suffering through COVID. And to say that we don't care about the small family or the family, I care about families. I care about families that are out there trying to make it every day. And to have an increase like this and act like it's nothing, or the family, I care about families. I care about families that are out there trying to make it every day. And to have an increase like this and act like it's nothing from a committee like this is the problem with this place here in D.C. Because from a committee like this is the problem with this place here in D.C. Because what happens is you get here and you get out of touch with the people that were working the front line. Those truckers have had to keep going during this COVID. They aren't drawing unemployment. What happens is you get here and you get out of touch with the people that were working the front line. Those truckers have had to keep going during this COVID. They aren't drawing unemployment. They're working. They're trying to keep their bills paid. But yet we're coming forward with a bill that's going to increase. They're working. They're trying to keep their bills paid. But yet we're coming forward with a bill that's going to increase an overhead that you can't even imagine. They all pay for insurance, and that insurance covers in case of accidents that you can't even imagine. They all pay for insurance, and that insurance covers in case of accidents. All this does is just exactly what another person said, and that is great for trial lawyers. This does is just exactly what another person said, and that is great for trial lawyers. So let's be honest about what we're doing here. And the thing is, to refer to these small companies, and let's be honest about what we're doing here. And the thing is, to refer to these small companies, and the larger ones as well, as not the working people of this United States, I yield back. As not the working people of this United States, I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be recognized? If not, then I'll speak on the amendment. I'm going to support this amendment. Anyone else wish to be recognized? If not, then I'll speak on the amendment. I'm going to support this amendment. I looked up, I knew this was coming, so I keep a lot of records, and I looked at in 1980, I knew this was coming, so I keep a lot of records, and I looked at In 1980, I carried $20,000 liability on my automobile. I think that was maybe even more than $20,000 liability on my automobile. I think that was maybe even more than the state minimum. I now carry $2 million on my personal vehicles. State minimum. I now carry $2 million on my personal vehicles. If you look at the inflation adjustment, as Mr. Garcia mentioned, if you look at the inflation adjustment, as Mr. Garcia mentioned, it would be quite a bit more than $2 million were this just indexed to inflation. Be quite a bit more than $2 million were this just indexed to inflation. And the other thing is, there's a lot of parts of this job that can be difficult, and the other thing is, there's a lot of parts of this job that can be difficult, and I've done a lot of work with the independent truck drivers. I understand. I've worked with them. I gave them ideas about getting truck drivers. I understand. I've worked with them. I gave them ideas about getting together and having a pool and other things that they could do for reinsurance. But we haven't been able to having a pool and other things that they could do for reinsurance. But we haven't been able to work anything out, and hopefully we can. $750 is not adequate. I have the work anything out, and hopefully we can. $750 is not adequate. I have the duty to and have met with families who have lost their kids or their parents or other loved ones. Duty to and have met with families who have lost their kids or their parents or other loved ones in car truck accidents. When there's a car truck accident, the car doesn't do so well. In car truck accidents, when there's a car truck accident, the car doesn't do so well. And some of them did not get adequate compensation. Some of the survivors did not get, and some of them did not get adequate compensation. Some of the survivors did not get adequate compensation for medical care because the insurance was inadequate. Those are very, very sad for medical care because the insurance was inadequate. Those are very, very sad stories, and I can't look people like that in the eye and say, yeah, I'm sorry. There is another point to be made here, which is a much bigger point. People like that in the eye and say, yeah, I'm sorry. There is another point to be made here, which is a much bigger point. The insurance industry in this country is exempt from antitrust law. For years, the insurance industry in this country is exempt from antitrust law. For years, I have sponsored an amendment to take away their antitrust immunity. Professional sports and insurance exempt from antitrust law. So they can and do sponsored an amendment to take away their antitrust immunity. Professional sports and insurance exempt from antitrust law. So they can and do collude to restrict what areas they'll cover, red line areas, and jack up rates as much as they want. To restrict what areas they'll cover, red line areas, and jack up rates as much as they want. So should we ever get the guts, and we did pass an amendment in the House twice on the issue. So should we ever get the guts, and we did pass an amendment in the House twice on the issue of limiting antitrust, at least in the area of medical care, once with more than 412 votes. Limiting antitrust, at least in the area of medical care, once with more than 412 votes, not that long ago in the House. Then, if we extended that to all insurance consumer, not that long ago in the House. Then, if we extended that to all insurance consumer reports, estimates would save $3 billion a year in insurance premiums to everybody. Reports estimates would save $3 billion a year in insurance premiums to everybody. The little people who are driving their little old cars, the independent truckers, and everybody else. Driving their little old cars, the independent truckers, and everybody else. So why don't we take on the real villain here, which is the industry which acts with impunity, why don't we take on the real villain here, which is the industry which acts with impunity, with no antitrust enforcement. It's done state by state. I'd recognize that perhaps in Louisiana, there's probably pretty weak oversight. Antitrust enforcement, it's done state by state. I'd recognize that perhaps in Louisiana, there's probably pretty weak oversight. The theory of Congress in 1947 was the states were better equipped to deal with the industry because it was a state-by-state industry. It's not a state. 1947 was the states were better equipped to deal with the industry because it was a state-by-state industry. It's not a state-by-state industry anymore. It's a multinational conglomerate industry. And the states cannot meaningfully industry anymore. It's a multinational conglomerate industry. And the states cannot meaningfully deal with it. My state does a pretty darn good job, but not optimal, and they could do a lot better if there was no antitrust immunity. Deal with it. My state does a pretty darn good job, but not optimal, and they could do a lot better if there was no antitrust immunity at the federal level. So I would speak in favor of the amendment, and I would yield my remaining. So I would speak in favor of the amendment, and I would yield my remaining 30 seconds to Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. $2 million sounds like a lot of money, but let's...
Seconds to Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. $2 million sounds like a lot of money, but let me just put it into context. If we increase 750,000 by the inflation rate of medical costs, it would be today. Let me just put it into context. If we increase 750,000 by the inflation rate of medical costs, it would be today at 4.9. If we increase 750,000 by the general CPI inflation rate, the minimum insurance could still be 0.9. If we increase 750,000 by the general CPI inflation rate, the minimum insurance could still be over 2.4 million today. Let's think about the families. Let's think about those who have the for 2.4 million today. Let's think about the families. Let's think about those who have the unfortunate event of being injured, hurt, or who die in an accident like this. That's why of being injured, hurt, or who die in an accident like this. That's why it's important. Not about trial lawyers. Thank you.
My time has expired. Do other members wish to, Mr.
Important. Not about trial lawyers. Thank you.
My time has expired. Do other members wish to, Mr. Balderson wishes to speak. Mr. Balderson is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield to Little Graves.
Mr. Balderson wishes to speak. Mr. Balderson is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield to Little Graves.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I've heard a number of folks say that this has nothing to do with trial lawyers, and so Mr. Chairman, I've heard a number of folks say that this has nothing to do with trial lawyers, and so I appreciate that very much, and I do appreciate all those folks clarifying their intention. And because everyone has been so, I appreciate that very much, and I do appreciate all those folks clarifying their intention. And because everyone has been so clear on that, I want to give folks an opportunity to put their word on the line. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask you on that. I want to give folks an opportunity to put their word on the line. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent that we include a provision in the amendment that explicitly states that trial lawyers may not get any consent, that we include a provision in the amendment that explicitly states that trial lawyers may not get any additional contingency above the 750 under existing law if the cap is nearly tripled, as this amendment would do. Additional contingency above the 750 under existing law if the cap is nearly tripled, as this amendment would do.
Is there objection to the amendment? Is there objection to the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Wait, we have to pause for.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Wait, we have to pause for the internet.
Wait, now we're pausing for the internet?
No, I've been pausing ever since someone asked me to.
Mr. Chairman, wait, now we're pausing for the internet?
No, I've been pausing ever since someone asked me to.
Mr. Chairman, I heard 2 people ask for recorded votes earlier that were cut off.
And before someone asked me if I would give an extended period of time, and I'm doing that, I'm doing like 15.
People asked for recorded votes earlier that were cut off.
And before someone asked me if I would give an extended period of time, and I'm doing that, I'm doing like 15 seconds. So, again, did I hear someone?
Yes, you did, Mr.
So, again, did I hear someone?
Yes, you did, Mr. Chairman. This is preposterous to turn this into some sort of a shot against trial lawyers, what they may get. This is preposterous to turn this into some sort of a shot against trial lawyers, what they may get in fees in any given case is between them and their client. That should have nothing to do with the minimum amount of insurance.
Does the gentleman object to the unanimous?
Any given case is between them and their client. That should have nothing to do with the minimum amount of insurance.
Does the gentleman object to the unanimous consent request?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, I do.
Objection is heard. We'll move now.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, I do.
Objection is heard. We'll move now. Are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, we will move to a vote on the amendment. Are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, we will move to a vote on the amendment. Those who are online, unmute, please. Those who are online, unmute, please. Those who are in favor of the amendment will signify by saying.
It's a yes vote?
In favor of the amendment will signify by saying.
It's a yes vote?
By saying
What are we on this?
no, we're done. We've moved to the vote. By saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Now, please mute those who are opposed to the amendment. Physically.
What are we on this?
No, we're done. We've moved to the vote. By saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Now, please mute those who are opposed to the amendment, physically or virtually, will signify by saying no.
No.
And unity or virtually will signify by saying no.
No.
In unity of the chair, the ayes have it.
Chairman, I'd ask roll call.
Roll call is requested. Got to read the script.
Chairman, roll call.
Roll call is requested. Got to read the script. Recorded votes requested. Sufficient number of members having requested a recorded vote pursuant to Rule 5E of the Rules Committee on Transportation Infrastructure. Recorded votes requested. Sufficient number of members having requested a recorded vote pursuant to Rule 5E of the Rules Committee on Transportation Infrastructure. A recorded vote on the amendment is ordered as mentioned at the beginning of the markup pursuant to Committee Rule 5F and Rule 11 to H4. The chair will postpone further as mentioned at the beginning of the markup pursuant to Committee Rule 5F and Rule 11 to H4. The chair will postpone further proceedings on the amendment until a time determined by the chair through the course of today's markup. We'll now continue with the next amendment. On the amendment until a time determined by the chair through the course of today's markup. We'll now continue with the next amendment. The next amendment, the clerk will designate for Mr. Bost. The next amendment, the clerk will designate for Mr. Bost.
Amendment.
Someone is not muted, please. Someone is not muted. Mute. Hello?
Amendment.
Someone is not muted, please. Someone is not muted. Mute. Hello? Someone needs to mute. Someone needs to mute.
Representative Brownlee, I think that's you.
No, it's not me.
All right, whoever.
Representative Brownlee, I think that's you.
No, it's not me.
All right, whoever it was is quiet now. Thank you. Representative Bosch, you may proceed for 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe.
Thank you. Representative Bosch, you may proceed for 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe that the clerk had the opportunity to.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thanks. I got lost because
I understand.
of the background noise. The clerk will please designate the amendment.
Amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thanks. I got lost because
I understand.
of the background noise. The clerk will please designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. Bost, 054. To the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 2, offered by Mr. Bost, 054.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. Mr. Boss, recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The hours of service final rule.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. Mr. Boss, recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The hours of service final rule published in August has been a long time coming. For years, truckers have been seeking common sense flexibility, and August has been a long time coming. For years, truckers have been seeking common sense flexibility and certainty on hours of service regulations. It has been an issue that I've heard about long before I ever came to Congress. The final rule published on hours of service regulations. It has been an issue that I've heard about long before I ever came to Congress. The final rule published in August helped provide flexibility and certainty. According to the FMCSA, the agency receives more than provide flexibility and certainty. According to the FMCSA, the agency receives more than 500 public comments in general support of the rule. Many aspects of August final rule are substantially similar to the public comments in general support of the rule. Many aspects of August final rule are substantially similar to the previous regulations. In maintaining the on-duty time limit, in maintaining the on-duty time limit, it requires drivers to take a break within the first 8 hours they come on duty. It requires drivers spend at least 7 hours. It requires drivers to take a break within the first 8 hours they come on duty. It requires drivers spend at least 7 hours in sleep berth. I grew up in the family trucking business. I've told you that earlier this evening. I drove over the road for many of those years. I grew up in the family trucking business. I've told you that earlier this evening. I drove over the road for many of those years. When I was tired, I took a break. There was less congestion on the roads back then, but in short, I took a break. There was less congestion on the roads back then, but in short, the changes facing truckers have only increased. The challenges facing truckers has only increased. We need to provide truckers flexibility. The changes facing truckers have only increased. The challenges facing truckers has only increased. We need to provide truckers flexibility while maintaining safety. These final hours of service rules help achieve safety. These final hours of service rules help achieve that balance. There is no valid reason for implementation of the rule that should be delayed. My amendment is there is no valid reason for implementation of the rule that should be delayed. My amendment is supported by the drivers and groups and stakeholders, including OIDA, American Truckers Association, the drivers and groups and stakeholders, including OIDA, American Truckers Association, and National Sand and Stone and Gravel. I also ask unanimous consent that this letter be of support of the National Sand and Stone and Gravel. I also ask unanimous consent that this letter be of support of the amendment from the American Farm Bureau Federation and more than 40 other organizations that represent small businesses, small farm. Amendment from the American Farm Bureau Federation and more than 40 other organizations that represent small businesses, small farms, ranches, agriculture producers, and be entered into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. on behalf of myself, agriculture producers, and be entered into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. On behalf of myself and my colleagues, Mr. Babin, Mr. Westerman, Mr. Gibbs, who could not be able to be added as co-sponsors to the amendment, I urge all colleagues, Mr. Babin, Mr. Westerman, Mr. Gibbs, who could not be able to be added as co-sponsors to the amendment, I urge all of my colleagues to support the amendment, and with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman.
Support the amendment, and with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. I'd represent Mr. Babin. That's perfect.
Yes, sir.
Recognized for 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I want to
Represent Mr. Babin. That's perfect.
Yes, sir.
Recognized for 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I want to support this amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. The Department of Transportation has spent more than 2 years compiling data from relevant stakeholders in order to finalize this much-needed rule. So it's extremely frustrating to me to see the majority leadership try to delay good regulations from being implemented support this amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. The Department of Transportation has spent more than 2 years compiling data from relevant stakeholders in order to finalize this much-needed rule. So it's extremely frustrating to me to see the majority of safety. And as a former truck driver myself, I urge my colleagues to see this language for the partisanship that it is and to support this amendment. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman.
Leadership tried to delay good regulations from being implemented under the guise of safety. And as a former truck driver myself, I urge my colleagues to see this language for the partisanship that it is and to support this amendment. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. Representative Big Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be real brief. I do support this amendment. Real simply.
Big Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be real brief. I do support this amendment. Real simply, it just assures that those revised hours of service are going to be implemented without delay. Ensures that those revised hours of service are going to be implemented without delay. The new rules strike a very appropriate balance between safety and flexibility, and there's absolutely no reason to delay these rules. The new rules strike a very appropriate balance between safety and flexibility, and there's absolutely no reason to delay these rules with more studies and reviews and everything. So I would urge its support and yield back.
I thank the gentleman.
I would urge its support and yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Others wish to be recognized. If no one else wishes to be recognized, I'll speak. I will speak an amendment to striking the review. Others wish to be recognized. If no one else wishes to be recognized, I'll speak. I will speak an amendment to striking the review of the impacts of the existing hours of service exemptions before the rule change that further expand allowable on-duty time can take effect. This has been an incredibly contentious issue for more than 2 decades, to put it mildly. The rules that have been adopted of the existing hours of service exemptions before the rule change that further expand allowable on-duty time can take effect. This has been an incredibly contentious issue for more than 2 decades, to put it mildly. The rules that have been adopted at various points in times were indecipherable. I've been critical. I believe at points in times were indecipherable. I've been critical. I believe that, unfortunately, I don't believe we've, exactly got the perfect balance here with what the, unfortunately, I don't believe we've, exactly got the perfect balance here with what the administration has proposed to move forward. I don't believe it is based on an adequate amount of and/or study as proposed to move forward. I don't believe it is based on an adequate amount of and/or study of existing data on fatigue, and some of the exemptions would allow quite long on fatigue, and some of the exemptions would allow quite long periods of time behind the wheel, in addition to all the other exemptions for all the various categories which we mentioned earlier. So long periods of time behind the wheel, in addition to all the other exemptions for all the various categories which we mentioned earlier. So with that, I would oppose the amendment, and because I would wish to see some further study and hopefully a rule that everyone can finally agree to coming out of DOT that is not indecipherable to average people. With that, we have one more, Representative West. With that, I would oppose the amendment, and because I would wish to see some further study and hopefully a rule that everyone can finally agree to coming out of DOT that is not indecipherable to average people. With that, we have one more, Representative Westerman, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll support the amendment from my colleague, Representative Bost. You know, when we...
Nice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll support the amendment from my colleague, Representative Bost. You know, when we, or when the EDL rule was finally implemented, it got a lot of pushback. The rule was finally implemented, it got a lot of pushback, but it wasn't really the EDL. It was because the EDL was just reporting what was happening. The real problem lies with hours of service, and I think it wasn't really the EDL. It was because the EDL was just reporting what was happening. The real problem lies with hours of service, and I think we owe it to the vast differences among. We owe it to the vast differences among different types of trucking to give them an answer in a timely manner and to get these hours of service rules where they need different types of trucking to give them an answer in a timely manner and to get these hours of service rules where they need to be. So we need to move ahead with this. I support the amendment, and I encourage everyone else to.
I thank the gentleman. I just briefly comment. You know, one of the big problems I've been trying to deal with meaningfully for years is detention time, which is cost.
So we need to move ahead with this. I support the amendment, and I encourage everyone else to.
I thank the gentleman. I just briefly comment. You know, one of the big problems I've been trying to deal with meaningfully for years is detention time, which is cost shifting onto drivers by receivers, and you know, it's what's called an external diseconomy to them. They don't care by receivers, and you know, it's what's called an external diseconomy to them. They don't care if you're going to sit there for 6 hours waiting to unload and violate your hours of service. So I would like for 6 hours wait and unload and violate your hours of service. So I would like to see something that deals both with detention time and a comprehensive rule. With that, if there are no further requests to speak, to see something that deals both with detention time and a comprehensive rule. With that, if there are no further requests to speak, then are there amendments to the amendment? And hearing none, then are there amendments to the amendment? And hearing none, then we'll move to a vote on the amendment. That, again, those in favor, we'll move to a vote on the amendment. That, again, those in favor who are online, get unmuted, get ready. Those who are here, those who are in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. For those opposed to the amendment, please unmute. Who are online, get unmuted, get ready. Those who are here, those who are in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. For those opposed to the amendment, those who are opposed to the amendment, say nay. Nay.
Nay.
Nay.
In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it.
And, Mr. Chairman, I request a roll call.
Okay. Please unmute. Those who are opposed to the amendment, say nay. Nay.
Nay.
Nay.
In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it.
And, Mr. Chairman, I request a roll call.
Okay. A roll call is requested. I wish I could say ditto on the script. A recorded vote was requested. Sufficient number of members have requested a recorded vote pursuant to Rule 5E of the Rules Committee on Transportation. Call is requested. I wish I could say ditto on the script. A recorded vote was requested. Sufficient number of members have requested a recorded vote pursuant to Rule 5E of the Rules Committee on Transportation Infrastructure. A recorded vote on the amendment is ordered as mentioned at the beginning of the markup pursuant to Rule Committee 5F and House Rule 11. Infrastructure. A recorded vote on the amendment is ordered as mentioned at the beginning of the markup pursuant to Rule Committee 5F and House Rule 11. 2H4. The chair will postpone further proceedings of the amendment until a time determined by the chair through the course of today's markup. At this point, in consultation with further proceedings of the amendment until a time determined by the chair through the course of today's markup. At this point, in consultation with the minority, we are going to declare a recess until a time certain, which is 7:45 EDT. A recess until a time certain, which is 7:45 EDT, and you can figure it out wherever you are. And we will have, at that point, 10 recorded votes. So I ask that everybody promptly return at 7:45 Pacific. I'm here now, Eastern Daylight Time. With that, the committee, you can figure it out wherever you are. And we will have, at that point, 10 recorded votes. So I ask that everybody promptly return at 7:45 Pacific. I'm here now, Eastern Daylight Time. With that, the committee stands at recess. Stands at recess.
Hi, Mark.
Hey, Mark, it's good to see you.
Yes, it was great.
Hey, Mark, it's good to see you.
Yes, it was great.
Will do, Paul. Will do, Paul.
All right. Committee will come to order. Everybody please mute. Everybody online, please. All right. Committee will come to order. Everybody please mute. Everybody online, please mute. Please mute. Online, those online, please mute. Thank you. Please mute. Online, those online, please mute. Thank you. We now are going to proceed to have 10 votes. We'll proceed as quickly as possible. The staff is also working to see what we might be able to unblock out of remaining amendments. Are going to proceed to have 10 votes. We'll proceed as quickly as possible. The staff is also working to see what we might be able to unblock out of remaining amendments. We have a lot of amendments to go. So at this point, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Perry, numbered 114, on which the noes prevailed. Mr. Perry, noes, a vote so. So at this point, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Perry, numbered 114, on which the noes prevailed. Mr. Perry, noes, a vote so requested. I guess that's a yes. Okay. I just asked if you still wanted to vote on 114. Okay, all right. The clerk will call the roll. I guess that's a yes. Okay. I just asked if you still wanted to vote on 114. Okay, all right. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio.
No.
Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton. Mr. DeFazio.
No.
Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
I'm on.
Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
No.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
I'm on.
Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
No.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Mr. Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs votes yes.
Mr. Larson of Washington.
Mr. Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs votes yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster of Florida.
Yay.
Mr. Webster of Florida votes aye. Mr. Lipinski. Aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster of Florida.
Yay.
Mr. Webster of Florida votes aye. Mr. Lipinski.
Mr. Lipinski votes no.
Mr. Lipinski votes no. Mr. Massey.
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Cohen votes with Ms. Johnston, no.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Lipinski votes no.
Mr. Lipinski votes no. Mr. Massey.
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Cohen votes with Ms. Johnston, no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Sires. Mr. Davis of Illinois.
The series votes no.
Mr. Sires votes no. Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Sires. Mr. Davis of Illinois.
The series votes no.
Mr. Sires votes no. Mr. Davis of Illinois. Mr. Davis of Illinois. Mr. Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Woodall.
Mr. Woodall votes aye.
Mr. Woodall votes aye. Mr. Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Woodall.
Mr. Woodall votes aye.
Mr. Woodall votes aye. Aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Mr. Johnson votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko. Mr. Carson of Indiana. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Mr. Johnson votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko. Mr. Carson of Indiana.
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson of Indiana votes no. Mr. Babin. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Dina Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus.
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson of Indiana votes no. Mr. Babin. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Dina Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Mr. Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney votes no. Mr. Rouser. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Mr. Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney votes no. Mr. Rouser. Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman votes no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost.
Yes.
Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Brownlee of California.
Ms. Brown,
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman votes no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost.
Yes.
Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Brownlee of California.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. No.
Ms. Brownlee of California votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes yes.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Ms.
Brownlee of California votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes yes.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Ms. Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
Aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
Aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes aye. Ms. Plaskett. Votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes aye. Ms. Plaskett.
Plaskett votes no.
Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Mitchell.
You skip, Mitchell votes no.
Mr.
Plaskett votes no.
Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Mitchell.
You skip, Mitchell votes no.
Mitchell votes no. Mr. Mast. Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Mast. Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Gallagher votes yes.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Gallagher.
Mr. Gallagher votes yes.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes. Mr. Brown of Maryland.
Mr. Brown votes no.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
No.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Brown of Maryland.
Mr. Brown votes no.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
No.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. No. Mr. Espilot.
Mr. Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espilot votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon of Puerto Rico. Mr. Malinowski. Espilot.
Mr. Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espilot votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon of Puerto Rico. Mr. Malinowski.
Malinowski votes no.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Stanton votes no. Mr.
Malinowski votes no.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Stanton votes no. Mr. Spano votes aye. Ms. Mucarso Powell.
Mucarso Powell votes no.
Ms. Mucarso Powell votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stauber votes yes.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mrs. Fletcher. Mr. Spano. Mr. Spano votes aye. Ms. Mucarso Powell.
Mucarso Powell votes no.
Ms. Mucarso Powell votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stauber votes yes.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mrs. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Mrs. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Miller.
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Allred.
Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Pence.
Fletcher votes no.
Mrs. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Miller.
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Allred.
Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Pence.
Aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Ms. Finkenauer.
Finkenauer votes no.
Ms. Finkenauer votes no. Ms. votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Ms. Finkenauer.
Finkenauer votes no.
Ms. Finkenauer votes no. Of Illinois.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Ms. Craig.
Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Mr. Ruda.
Ruda votes no.
Mr. Ruda votes no. Mr. Lamb.
Mr. Lamb votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Mr. Ruda.
Ruda votes no.
Mr. Ruda votes no. Mr. Lamb.
Mr. Lamb votes no.
Ms. Norton.
Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Crawford. Lamb votes no. Ms. Norton.
Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Crawford. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Katko votes yes.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Katko votes yes.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Chair, Mitchell here. Can I check how I'm recorded, please?
Anna votes aye. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Chair, Mitchell here. Can I check how I'm recorded, please?
Mr. Mitchell.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
How's Mr. Garamendi voted?
Mr. Mitchell is recorded as no. Mr. Garamendi is not recorded.
I would like to change. This is Mitchell. I'd like to change my vote to aye.
Clerk, please. Mr. Mitchell.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
How's Mr. Garamendi voted?
Mr. Mitchell is recorded as no. Mr. Garamendi is not recorded.
I would like to change. This is Mitchell. I'd like.
Mr. Mitchell votes aye.
Garrett?
Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi, no.
Wait. Mr. Garamendi.
No.
Mr. Garamendi votes
Garamendi,
no.
no.
Someone else is seeking.
Sorry for the mistake.
Mr. Mitchell votes aye.
Garrett?
Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi, no.
Wait. Mr. Garamendi.
No.
Mr. Garamendi votes
Garamendi,
no.
no.
Seeking recognition.
Yeah. Yeah, Ms. Gonzalez Colon from Puerto Rico.
Mm-hmm. Your vote.
Gonzalez Colon
I
of
vote
Puerto
yes.
Rico.
I vote yes.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon of Puerto Rico votes aye.
Someone else is seeking recognition.
Yeah. Yeah, Ms. Gonzalez Colon from Puerto Rico.
Mm-hmm. Your vote.
Gonzalez Colon
I
of
vote
Puerto
yes.
Rico.
I vote yes.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon of Puerto Rico votes aye.
Are there other members who either haven't been recognized and wish to vote or wish to change their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will report the tally. Are there other members who either haven't been recognized and wish to vote or wish to change their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there are 26 yeas and 37 noes. Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there are 26 yeas and 37 noes.
Amendment's not agreed to. In order now will be Perry, Pennsylvania, 118, on which a recorded vote has been requested, unless withdrawn. The close. Amendment's not agreed to. In order now will be Perry, Pennsylvania, 118, on which a recorded vote has been requested, unless withdrawn. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio.
The staff just handed me to remind to have your cameras on, clearly state your name before you vote, because that pops you up. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio.
The staff just handed me to remind to have your cameras on, clearly state your name before you vote, because that pops you up and that makes you more visible. And then mute and mute before. Just remember who's exactly before you, then you can unmute, be quiet, and then vote very quickly. With that, and that makes you more visible. And then mute and mute before. Just remember who's exactly before you, then you can unmute, be quiet, and then vote very quickly. With that, my vote is no.
Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Is no.
Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton. No. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Mr. Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs votes yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Mr. Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs votes yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster of Florida. Mr. Webster of Florida votes aye. Mr. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster of Florida. Mr. Webster of Florida votes aye. Mr. Lipinski.
Mr. Lipinski votes no.
Mr. Lipinski votes no. Mr. Massey.
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Sires. Lipinski.
Mr. Lipinski votes no.
Mr. Lipinski votes no. Mr. Massey.
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Perry.
Series votes no.
Mr. Sires votes no. Mr. Davis of Illinois. Mr. Davis of Illinois votes no. Mr. Garamendi.
Mr. Garamendi
Votes aye. Mr. Sires.
Series votes no.
Mr. Sires votes no. Mr. Davis of Illinois. Mr. Davis of Illinois votes no. Mr. Garamendi.
No.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Woodall.
Mr. Woodall votes aye.
Mr. Woodall votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Hank Johnson votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Woodall.
Mr. Woodall votes aye.
Mr. Woodall votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Hank Johnson votes no.
Mr. Johnsko.
Mr. Katko votes no.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. Carson of Indiana.
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson of Indiana votes no. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Katko votes no.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. Carson of Indiana.
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson of Indiana votes no. Mr. Babin. Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Dina Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Mr. Babin. Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Dina Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Mr. Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman. Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Mr. Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr.
Huffman votes no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Boss.
No.
Mr. Boss votes no. Ms. Brownlee of California.
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee of California votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Huffman votes no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Boss.
No.
Mr. Boss votes no. Ms. Brownlee of California.
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee of California votes no. Mr.
Weber votes yes.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes yes.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne. Mr. Westerman. Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne. Mr. Westerman.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Smucker.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Mitchell.
Mr. Mitchell votes yes.
Mr. Mitchell votes aye. Ms. Plaster. Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Mitchell.
Mr. Mitchell votes yes.
Plaskett votes no.
Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Mast. Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Gallagher. Mitchell votes aye. Ms. Plaskett.
Plaskett votes no.
Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Mast. Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. Lynch.
Gallagher votes yes.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal, no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes yes.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal, no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Brown of Maryland.
Anthony Brown votes no.
Mr. Brown of Maryland votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
No.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Espilot. Mr. Brown of Maryland.
Anthony Brown votes no.
Mr. Brown of Maryland votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
No.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Espilot.
Mr. Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espilot votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon, Puerto Rico.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon vote yes.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon of Puerto Rico votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
Malinowski votes no.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Balderson.
Votes no.
Mr. Espilot votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon of Puerto Rico.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon vote yes.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon of Puerto Rico votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
Malinowski votes no.
Votes no. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Spano. Mr. Spano votes aye. Ms. Mucarsel-Powell. No. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Spano. Mr. Spano votes aye. Ms. Mucarsel-Powell.
Mucarsel-Powell votes no.
Ms. Mucarsel-Powell votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Mrs. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Mrs. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Miller.
Aye.
Mucarsel-Powell votes no.
Ms. Mucarsel-Powell votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Mrs. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Mrs. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Miller.
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Allred.
Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Pence.
Aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas. Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Allred.
Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Pence.
Aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Ms. Finkenauer.
Finkenauer votes no.
Ms. Finkenauer votes no. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Delgado. Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Ms. Finkenauer.
Finkenauer votes no.
Ms. Finkenauer votes no. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Mr. Ruda.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes no.
Ruda votes no.
Mr. Ruda votes no. Mr. Lamb.
Mr. Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Craig votes no. Mr. Ruda.
Ruda votes no.
Mr. Ruda votes no. Mr. Lamb.
Mr. Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Lynch.
Are there any members who were?
Mr. Crawford. Mr. Lynch.
Are there any members who were not recognized who wish to be recognized? Hearing none. Anyone wish to change their vote? Hearing none. I will just use a personal note here. Steve Lynch, recognized. Hearing none. Anyone wish to change their vote? Hearing none. I will just use a personal note here. Steve Lynch came down today, even though it's his wife's birthday, so I think he's on a plane flying back. So we got to kind of give him kudos for doing that. So thanks, Steve. If your wife is watching, he's really got to love you to have done that. So, and he's going to be back tomorrow morning. Today, even though it's his wife's birthday, so I think he's on a plane flying back. So we got to kind of give him kudos for doing that. So thanks, Steve. If your wife is watching, he's really got to love you to have done that. Clerk will report the roll.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 20 yeas and 43 noes.
Amendment's not agreed to. Next vote is, so, and he's going to be back tomorrow morning. The clerk will report the roll.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 20 yeas and 43 noes.
Amendment's not agreed to. Perry 119, which is stormwater best management practices. Recorded vote was requested. Hearing no change to that status, the clerk will call the roll. Next vote is Perry 119, which is stormwater best management practices. Recorded vote was requested. Hearing no change to that status, the clerk will call.
Mr. DeFazio.
No.
Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
No.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young.
Call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio.
No.
Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
No.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Mr. Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs votes yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Mr. Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs votes yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster of Florida. Mr. Webster of Florida votes aye. Mr. Lipinski.
Mr. Lipinski votes no.
Mr. Lipinski.
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster of Florida. Mr. Webster of Florida votes aye. Mr. Lipinski.
Mr. Lipinski votes no.
No. Mr. Massey.
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Steve Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Sirez. Mr. Lipinski votes no. Mr. Massey.
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Steve Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Sirez.
He votes no.
Mr. Sirez votes no. Mr. Davis of Illinois. Mr. Davis of Illinois votes no. Mr. Garamendi.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. He votes no.
Mr. Sirez votes no. Mr. Davis of Illinois. Mr. Davis of Illinois votes no. Mr. Garamendi.
Mr. Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Woodall.
Mr. Woodall votes aye.
Mr. Woodall votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Mr. Johnson, Georgia votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mendy votes no. Mr. Woodall.
Mr. Woodall votes aye.
Mr. Woodall votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Mr. Johnson, Georgia votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Katko votes no.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. Carson of Indiana.
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson of Indiana votes no. Mr. Babin. Mr. Babin votes aye.
Mr. Katko votes no.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. Carson of Indiana.
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson of Indiana votes no. Mr. Babin. Mr. Babin votes aye. Aye. Ms. Titus.
Dina Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Mr. Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney.
Dina Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Mr. Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman votes no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost.
Aye.
Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Brownlee of California. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman votes no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost.
Aye.
Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Brownlee of California.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee of California votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee of California votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Wilson of Florida votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne of New Jersey.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne of New Jersey votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker
Yes.
votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Mitchell.
Mr. Mitchell votes yes.
Mr. Smucker
Yes.
votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Mitchell.
Mr. Mitchell votes yes.
Plaskett.
Ms. Plaskett votes no.
Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Mast. Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. Lynch. Mitchell votes aye. Ms. Plaskett.
Ms. Plaskett votes no.
Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Mast. Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Gallagher. Mr.
Gallagher votes aye.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Gallagher. Mr.
Gallagher votes aye.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Carbajal votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Brown of Maryland.
Anthony Brown votes no.
Mr. Brown of Maryland votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
No.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Carbajal votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Brown of Maryland.
Anthony Brown votes no.
Mr. Brown of Maryland votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
No.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Mr. Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espillat votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon of Puerto Rico.
Gonzalez Colon.
No. Mr. Espillat.
Mr. Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espillat votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon of Puerto Rico.
Gonzalez Colon.
Pete.
Yeah. Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon of Puerto Rico votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
Malinowski votes no.
Gentlewoman, repeat.
Yeah. Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon of Puerto Rico votes aye. Mr. Malinowski. Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Spano. Mr. Spano votes aye. Ms. Mikarso
votes no.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Spano. Mr. Spano votes aye.
McCarcel Powell votes no.
Ms. Mikarso Powell votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mrs. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Mrs. Fletcher votes no. Mikarso Powell.
McCarcel Powell votes no.
Ms. Mikarso Powell votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mrs. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Mrs. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Miller.
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Allred.
Mr. Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Pence.
Aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Allred.
Mr. Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Pence.
Aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Ms. Finkenauer.
Finkenauer votes no.
Ms. Finkenauer votes no. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia votes aye.
Mr. Garcia of
No,
Illinois.
pardon me. No.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Ms. Finkenauer.
Finkenauer votes no.
Ms. Finkenauer votes no. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia votes aye.
Mr. Garcia of
No.
Illinois. Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Craig.
No.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms.
Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Mr. Ruda.
Ruda votes no.
Mr. Ruda votes no. Mr. Lamb.
Mr. Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Mr. Ruda.
Ruda votes no.
Mr. Ruda votes no. Mr. Lamb.
Mr. Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Crawford. Mr. Weber of Texas. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Young. Mr. Crawford. Mr. Weber of Texas. Mr. Lynch.
Are there any other members whose name has not been recorded who wish to vote?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
how is Bost recorded?
Are there any other members whose name has not been recorded who wish to vote?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
how is Bost recorded?
Aye.
That needs to be changed to no.
Mr. Bost votes no.
Any other members who?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded? This is Mr. Series, how am I
Mr.
recorded?
Bost is recorded as aye.
That needs to be changed to no.
Mr. Bost votes no.
Any other members who?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded? This is recorded.
I don't think he was. Series.
Mr. Sires is recorded as no.
Oh, thank you.
Any other members who are seeking recognition to either change?
Series, how am I recorded?
I don't think he was. Series.
Mr. Sires is recorded as no.
Oh, thank you.
Any other members who are seeking recognition or to vote? Okay, the clerk will tally the roll. Either change or to vote. Okay, the clerk will tally the roll.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 21 yeas and 41 noes.
Amendments not agreed to. The next vote would be Mr.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 21 yeas and 41 noes.
Amendments not agreed to. The next vote would be Mr. Perry, number 120, on which a recorded vote was requested where the noes prevailed. I believe we'll proceed with the recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll. 120, on which a recorded vote was requested where the noes prevailed. I believe we'll proceed with the recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio.
No.
Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton. Mr. DeFazio.
No.
Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes no.
No. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford. Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Mr. Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs votes yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Mr. Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs votes yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster of Florida. Mr. Webster of Florida votes aye. Mr. Lipinski.
Mr.
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster of Florida. Mr. Webster of Florida votes aye. Mr. Lipinski.
Votes no.
Mr. Lipinski votes no. Mr. Massey.